Foreword. My friend Tom Cleaver is very good at putting a lot of detail into a very readable book, as is the case in Tidal, the story of World War II from Leyte Gulf until the signing of the peace treaty aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. I would like to add just a few lines to his account of the kamikaze attack on USS St. Louis, CL-49, on November 27, 1944 at 1000 hours. One of the 4 kamikazes that hit us went down the hangar spaces aft, causing a number of explosions and avgas fires. The good thing was that the fire mains were ruptured and put out the fires almost as soon as occurring. The bad thing was that the shore party beer was stored there. A complete loss. As Tom points out, the kamikaze that hit us port side at the waterline was the most dangerous. It put us dead in the water. No power. We could not shoot. The bulkheads between number 1 and number 2 boiler operating spaces flexed. We were lucky that when the kamikazes returned in the afternoon, they inexplicably left us alone. Our damage control parties did a miraculous job in shoring up the flexing bulkheads, and at 2200 hours, we got underway at 4 knots for the dry dock at Manus Island, 1,500 miles away. There we made sufficient repairs to steam back to the Long Beach, California shipyard for complete repairs, after which we returned in time for Okinawa and our participation as part of the Third Fleet Task Force off southern Japan prior to the anticipated landings on mainland Japan. Through my number 2 turret periscope, I had a close-up view of the Franklin when it was hit. We were anchored in Buckner Bay, Okinawa, when the first atom bomb was dropped. I breathed a sigh of relief we would not face the kamikaze off Kyushu. Tidal Wave is fascinating reading. Read it, and be informed. Donovan P. Shelton, Rear Admiral, U.S. Navy, retired. Del Mar, California, 2017. Prologue. This volume, Tidal Wave, tells of a much different war than that in my previous book, Pacific Thunder. Tidal Wave takes up the story at the moment the U.S. Navy had achieved the goal for which it had planned and worked for 20 years, the destruction of the Imperial Japanese Navy, a victory that immediately rang hollow when the admirals and crews discovered they were now facing an enemy willing to see itself totally destroyed in a fight to the death. The kamikaze was the most terrifying phenomenon any Westerner faced, since it flew against every Western philosophical belief about the conduct of war and the sanctity of life. Men came to hate the enemy in a deep personal way they had not before, even after taking an oath of personal vengeance on seeing the destruction wrought at Pearl Harbor. The captain of the battleship Missouri faced a near mutiny for his decision to give the remains of the Japanese pilot who crashed his airplane into the ship the honorable burial accorded to an honorable enemy. The final 10 months of the war saw more death and destruction than had been inflicted since the attack on Pearl Harbor, and the end of the war saw the most terrible weapon in human history unleashed on Japan, the necessity of which is debated to this day. This is the story of how a bloody war became bloodier and barely escaped turning into a cataclysmic apocalypse. I first visited Japan 19 years after the end of the war. The war was recent enough that its reminders were still easy to find, both in Japan and the other countries I visited that had experienced the bloodiest war in human history. I was fortunate that my sister had a pen pal in Japan. Yoshiko Tsuruta was my astral twin, born at the same time as me, who was now a student at Tokyo University of Education, now known as the University of Tsukuba. She was eager to meet a real American, and I was privileged to get an insight into the country and its people that most gaijin, foreigners, rarely experience, since her family shared her curiosity. The Japanese are intensely private people. They could not be otherwise in a country so densely populated, and even good friends rarely visit each other's homes before they have been friends for many years. I was invited to stay with Yoshiko and her family from the first time I arrived in the country, and during the 18 months I spent in the Far East, I used up most of my leave time making other such visits. While in their home, I followed the rule, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I lived in the Japanese manner, sleeping on a tatami mat with a wooden block for a pillow, learning to use chopsticks, and even by the end successfully managing to adapt myself to the Japanese toilet, something few Westerners ever manage. By the time I returned home, I felt I had an understanding of the country and its people that was foreign to most of my fellow sailors. Over the course of these visits, the subject of the war came up early. On my first visit, I was taken to see the Mikasa, Admiral Togo's flagship at the Battle of Tsushima Strait that established Japan as a major power, there in her concrete dry dock outside the Yokosuka Naval Base. The ship is a monument to Imperial Japan, and more specifically to its Navy. To say I felt a bit strange visiting while wearing the uniform of the Navy that had defeated that Navy, a lone American among a throng of Japanese, would be an understatement. As I looked at the models of Imperial Navy warships that lined the bulkhead, I thought to myself, sunk at Guadalcanal, sunk at Midway, sunk at Philippine Sea, sunk at Leyte. I was even then a serious student of the Pacific War and had been for as long as I can remember. Afterwards, over lunch, Yoshiko asked me why we had fought the war. She proceeded to tell me the Japanese version of the history of the Pacific War. The two stories, American and Japanese, could not be more different if they had taken place on different planets. We ended up spending the afternoon in that tea house as I told her the American history of the war, including the history of the Japan-China War that preceded Pearl Harbor. She was shocked at what she heard, but to her credit she wanted to learn more. At her school she eventually met Professor Saburo Yanaga, perhaps the most interesting Japanese academic historian of the war, author of The Pacific War, 1931 to 1945. Professor Yanaga first wrote about the war in 1947 in a work titled New Japanese History, which was the first to deal with Japanese war crimes. The work was censored in 1953 by the Japanese Ministry of Education for what was called factual errors and matters of opinion regarding those crimes. Yanaga sued the ministry for violation of his freedom of speech, with the result that The Pacific War was published in 1961. It was only translated into English and published in the United States to little notice in the 1980s. Yanaga was later nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 1999 and 2001 by Noam Chomsky, among others, for his work. Yoshiko read the book, and the war became a topic she and I discussed honestly, attempting to reconcile Japanese and American memory. She did not share that with her family or friends since the topic was so shocking to Japanese sensibilities. To this day, unfortunately, Japan has yet to come to terms with this history in the way Germany has come to terms with Hitler and the Nazis. The current government, which has as its goal changing the post-war pacifist constitution, is even less interested in historical truth than its predecessors. About a third of my overseas tour was spent at Okinawa, where we were based. As a budding historian, I made several visits to the south end of the island where the major fighting had occurred. 18 years of monsoonal rains had yet to wash away the remains of the trenches, which were reminiscent of World War I battlefields. There was no place one could step without putting foot on some remnant of the battle. Bullet casings were everywhere. I stood on what was at that time called Hacksaw Ridge. I leaned down to pick up what I thought was a strange stone, only to be startled by the realization it was a human bone fragment. We visited Karamaretto, the graveyard of ships where a senior petty officer I worked for, who had been there during the war, told me one could smell the stench of death in the air when the wind was right before seeing the island itself. I also visited other cities in Japan, most notably Hiroshima and Nagasaki. However, the first time I realized the real scope of the destruction inflicted in the war came when we were in the port of Kobe, several weeks after having first met Yoshiko and her family. A shipmate and I went walking along the Ginza. Every Japanese city has one, not just Tokyo, and eventually discovered as sunset was coming that we had wandered far away and were now lost in a residential suburb. We turned the corner and confronted a sight I have never been able to forget. There was a huge empty field, covered with straggly low vegetation, out of which stuck twisted fire-blackened girders. It reminded me of a science fiction portrayal of what things would look like following an atomic war. I was later to learn that those 1,500 acres were the last part of the city that had yet to be rebuilt from the fire raid of March 16th and 17th, 1945, almost 18 years to the day before our discovery. When I spoke of this in a later visit with my friend, she told me her family's story of surviving the Tokyo fire raid on March 10th, 1945, that had begun the B-29 firebombing campaign. The story of how her mother saved her older brother while pregnant with her by jumping into a drainage canal is still chilling to recall. My visit to Nagasaki in 1964 changed much of my perception of Japan. When we docked, the pier was filled with young Japanese students. There were anti-U.S. protests in Japan at the time over the renewal of the security treaty, and we thought that was what we were seeing. We could not have been more wrong. They were there as citizens of Nagasaki to do what the people of Nagasaki have done ever since the war: welcome foreigners and try to establish ties of friendship and brotherhood. I learned the Christian history of Nagasaki and the island of Kyushu from another young Japanese woman as she took me to visit the house where Puccini had written Madame Butterfly, and to the Atomic Museum, where I stared into the upturned helmet of a Japanese soldier and realized the ivory that lined its interior was not ivory. The story of how the people of Nagasaki responded to the bombing is little known outside of Japan. It bears telling. After the war, there was much discussion of how to prevent such a disaster happening again, led by the Christian churches. Eventually, a decision was made that the city should devote itself to the promotion of international brotherhood as the only way of achieving this. Many cities around the world are dedicated to this or that purpose. The overwhelming majority of the residents have no knowledge of that. The people of Nagasaki do know. If they see a stranger on the street, they will do the very un-Japanese thing of coming up to you and asking if they might help. Could they perhaps buy you a cup of tea and rice cakes? I don't think there has ever been an act of truly Christian forgiveness on such a scale anywhere else. It most certainly stands in stark contrast to Hiroshima, which adopted the stance of international victim and still seeks to make an American feel guilty standing at the Ground Zero Memorial. This experience is why I chose to use this book to tell the story of the unknown bomb and the city it destroyed. It's really unsurprising when one studies the event that the Air Force gave it as little publicity at the time as it did. It's almost surprising that Boxcar, the B-29 that carried the bomb, was preserved at the U.S. Air Force Museum. Needless to say, the story of how Nagasaki, the most Christian, pro-Western, anti-imperial city in Japan, was destroyed as the alternative to abandoning the bomb over the ocean is not what one will read in that museum. It is a tale of the purest irony. To this day, the question of the use of the bombs can stir controversy. As an American, it is not hard to be conflicted. The official explanation was that it ended the war without the loss of millions more, and this explanation is not without merit. I know personally of two men who were both important in my life whose lives were very likely saved by the bombs. One was Gunnery Sergeant James F. Eaton, later my father-in-law, who was scheduled to hit the beach on Kyushu in November 1945 in the first wave when the 1st Marine Division landed. The other was Chief Petty Officer L. Thomas Cleaver, my father, who had survived the sinking of his radar picket destroyer at Okinawa, only to receive orders at the end of his survivor's leave back to another such ship to participate in the invasion. He was so certain he would not survive that the day he received those orders, on my first birthday, he sat down and wrote a letter to me that I only found 45 years later on his death when I went through his papers. In it, he told me who he was, why he had gone to war, and what his hopes were for his only son in the future. It was written so I would know who my unknown father was. Fortunately, I was able to know both these good men in the years after. Marine Colonel William E. Barber, who I came to know while researching what became the Frozen Chosen, told me how he and the other officers of the 6th Marine Division had gone to the Kyushu beach they were scheduled to land on after they arrived for occupation duty in September 1945. The defenses were still there, and they were able to talk to the Japanese officers who would have directed the defense. At the end, it was the considered opinion of every officer from the commanding general to the most junior company commander, Barber, that they would not have overcome those defenses, and that there would have been no way to evacuate any survivors from the beach. Yes, the official explanation for the bombs carries truth. However, there are other aspects to the war's ending. Given that in the end the Allies allowed Hirohito to remain Emperor of Japan, which was the one sticking point to the Japanese leaders when they received the Allied peace proposals, there is a case to be made that the war could have ended at least a few months earlier after the taking of Okinawa. The role of the Soviet Union, which entered the war on August 9th, 90 days to the day after the end of the European War, as Stalin had promised to do at Yalta, is one that is largely ignored in the United States. Yet, the Japanese knew the Soviets could invade northern Japan with little opposition 90 days before the American Kyushu landings. Their knowledge of what had happened in Germany in the division of the country between the Western Allies and the Soviets was a major factor in the Emperor's decision to stop the fighting before this invasion could happen. The Japanese government was debating the Soviet invasion of Manchuria that had happened at midnight when they received word of the Nagasaki bombing. For them, Nagasaki wasn't as important as the news of the Soviet troop buildup on Sakhalin Island for an invasion of Hokkaido. In the end, the Pacific War validated every argument made by those who believed in the potential power of naval aviation, which is the centerpiece of this story. Thomas McKelvey Cleaver, Los Angeles, California, 2018. Chapter 1. The Final Battle. The first quarter moon hung in the western sky, gleaming dimly through scattered clouds over the Pacific. The moonlight was sufficient to illuminate the many wakes of the huge formation of ships below. At 0300 hours, an observer would have heard the calls to reveille echoing across the still dark sea throughout the darkened fleet. In the big, boxy aircraft carriers that steamed in the center of the formations, crewmen crawled out of their racks in humid bunking compartments and began pulling on their dungarees. Young pilots stumbled to their feet in their cramped staterooms and threw lukewarm water on their faces to awaken fully before staggering off to the wardrooms for a quick breakfast. The fleet had sortied from Leyte Gulf in the Philippines on July 1st for what would turn out to be its final deployment of the war, and the limited supplies of fresh food taken aboard then were running out now, 6 weeks later. Spam sandwiches and the chipped dried beef and gravy over toast, known universally as SOS, shit on a shingle, were once again making their appearance on the menu. Below decks, enlisted men shuffled through chow lines. The wail of alarms across the fleet brought crews to pre-dawn general quarters. Crews tumbled into the gun tubs and unlimbered 20mm and 40mm anti-aircraft guns in readiness as they strained their eyes into the western sky where the Pacific sunrise lit building cumulus clouds in all quarters. The fleet had not been subjected to kamikaze attack in several days and was just returning from a day spent out of range while the carriers refueled their thirsty escorts. Would today be the end of that pause? It was Wednesday, August 15th, 1945, just another of many long, tiring days faced by the men of the United States Third Fleet. In recent days, rumors had raced through the destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and aircraft carriers of the mightiest fleet the world had ever seen that the war could end at any time. Those who passed on the rumors were quickly reminded by their salty seniors of the old Navy saying, "Believe nothing that you hear and only half of what you see." Task Group 38.4, commanded by Rear Admiral Arthur W. Radford with his flag aboard Yorktown, CV-10, and composed of the fleet carriers Shangri-La, CV-38, Bonhomme Richard, CV-31, and Wasp, CV-18, accompanied by the light carriers Independence, CVL-22, and Cowpens, CVL-25, exemplified the fast carrier striking force in the summer of 1945. Centered around 6 carriers, it was numerically the strongest task group in Task Force 38. The squadrons aboard the 6 carriers included a total of 133 Grumman F-6F-5 Hellcats, including 36 dedicated night fighters aboard Bonnie Dick, 137 Vought F-4U Corsairs, including 36 brand-new F-4U-4s aboard Wasp, 45 Curtiss SB-2C Helldiver dive bombers, including 15 of the latest SB-2C-5 aboard Wasp, and 80 of the newest TBM-3 Avenger torpedo bombers. Able to strike the enemy by day or night, Task Group 38.4 packed more punch than the entire pre-war carrier force combined. Altogether, Task Force 38 was centered around 10 fleet carriers and 6 light carriers in 3 task groups. The British Pacific Fleet, assigned as Task Force 37, had joined Task Force 38 on July 16th, augmenting the force with 4 fleet carriers carrying 200 additional aircraft, Supermarine Seafire 3s, Fairey Firefly 1s, Grumman Avengers and Hellcats, and Vought Corsairs. Unfortunately, 3 of the British carriers had been forced to retire 3 days before to the advanced British base at Manus Atoll in Admiralty Islands south of the Philippines, known to the sailors of the Royal Navy as Scapa Flow with bloody palm trees, owing to the lack of British tankers for replenishment. The carrier HMS Indefatigable, with her escort, the battleship HMS King George V, cruisers HMS Newfoundland and Gambia, and destroyers HMS Barfleur, Wakeful, Wrangler, Teaser, Termagant, and Tenacious, and HMAS Napier and Nizam, remained with the Americans as Task Group 38.5. The Seafires of 24 Naval Fighter Wing, operated by 887 and 894 squadrons, had the best low-altitude performance of any fighter in the fleet and were the first line of defense against Japanese low-altitude kamikaze attacks. Aboard Yorktown, veteran of the early days of the Central Pacific Campaign that had taken the fast carrier force from a tentative raid on Wake Island by 4 carriers only 22 months earlier to regular strikes against targets on Honshu and Hokkaido Islands since July 10th, the young pilots of VF-88, Fighting 88, made their way to the squadron ready room for the morning briefing. Air Group 88 was one of the newest in the fleet, having come aboard Yorktown at Leyte only in the past June, while the fleet licked its wounds and caught its breath after the Battle of Okinawa, site of the worst losses since the early days in the Solomons 3 years before. VF-88 had taken heavy losses in the 6 weeks since Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr. had brought the fleet to the waters off Japan, with 10 pilots now gone, including squadron leader Lieutenant Commander Charles Crommelin, lost in a freak mid-air collision with his wingman over Hokkaido 30 days earlier, the last of 4 legendary brothers to die in the Pacific War. They were unsure of Lieutenant Malcolm W. Cagle, the former squadron executive officer who now led them. The combat-experienced division leaders who had joined the squadron during training in the past year doubted that Cagle, who hadn't become a naval aviator until 18 months earlier, and whose flying experience had been confined to the training command until he was given the plum position of Squadron XO, could fill Crommelin's shoes. These experienced men were AVCADs, reservists commissioned for the duration of the war after graduating from flight school, while Cagle was a ring knocker, an Annapolis graduate. They knew that as a regular, Cagle was the beneficiary of the rule, "The Navy takes care of its own." Over the next 30 years, Cagle would make a name for himself as a senior aviator in the Korean War and a carrier commander in the Vietnam War, eventually attaining the rank of vice admiral and retiring as commander of naval education and training at Pensacola, the home of naval aviation. But that was the future. Today, Lieutenant Cagle's leadership ability was in doubt. When the popular Crommelin went down and Cagle became the commander, he told the pilots that if they had any suggestions, he'd like to hear them. No one replied since, as one recalled, "We observed body language that said, 'I don't want to hear it.'" The squadron's assignment this morning wasn't that different from previous missions, but the men were electrified by Cagle's announcement that the Japanese were likely to surrender today, though the exact time was not yet known. The mission was to prevent an aerial banzai attack by any Japanese flyers who refused the orders of their emperor to surrender. 2 divisions, 8 F-6F-5 Hellcats, would join up with 8 other Hellcats from WASP's VF-86 and a further 16 F-4U-1D Corsairs from Shangri-La's VF-85 and VBF-85 to attack airfields in the vicinity of Choshi, the easternmost city of Greater Tokyo. The 8 Fighting 88 Hellcats were to split into 2 groups when they reached Tokurozama Airfield. 2 pilots would stay high to receive and relay the hoped-for ceasefire message that might be broadcast at any time. The others, Lieutenant Junior Grades Howdy Harrison, Maury Proctor, and Ted Hansen, and Ensigns Joe Soloff, Wright Hobbs, and Gene Mandenberg, would strafe anything they found on the airfield. Launch was set at 0430 hours. A few miles away from Yorktown, Task Group 38.1 was readying for battle as flight deck crews aboard the Task Group's 2 light carriers, Belleau Wood, CVL-24, and San Jacinto, CVL-30, each prepared a division of F-6F-5 Hellcats for a final patrol over Japan. Aboard San Jacinto, 4 F-6Fs of VF-49 were ready for takeoff. Aboard HMS Indefatigable, the flight deck was abuzz with activity as men worked in the pre-dawn grayness to ready the sea fires for their first offensive operation since returning to the waters off Japan in mid-July. 3 Seafire 3s of 887 and 4 of 894 squadrons were assigned to escort 6 Avengers of 820 Squadron and 4 Fireflies of 1772 Squadron for a dawn strike against the kamikazes at Kisarazu Airfield, 30 miles south of Tokyo. This was officially the last airstrike by units of the Fleet Air Arm in World War II. Like VF-88's assignment, the mission was being flown to prevent any attempted attack on the Allied fleet as it steamed 100 miles east of Tokyo Bay. With their briefings completed, the pilots and air crews of the 4 squadrons made their way up to the flight deck to man their aircraft. Among them was Sub-Lieutenant Fred Hockley, assigned for this mission as flight leader of the 4 Seafires from 894 Squadron, which would fly close escort. Son of a foreman with the Cambridge Water Board and heavily involved in his local church and competitive swimming before the war, Hockley had joined the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve when the war broke out and trained as a naval fighter pilot. He was a combat veteran now, having flown the Seafire 3 in operations over southern France a year ago, and against the Japanese since the Palembang strikes in January 1945 that marked the arrival of the British Pacific Fleet. As he slipped into the Seafire's tight cockpit and adjusted his Sutton harness, Hockley thought to himself how lucky he was to be in command of the last Fleet Air Arm fighter mission of the war. It would be a tale to tell the grandchildren he hoped someday to have. The 3 887 Squadron Seafires that would fly high cover were led by Sub-Lieutenant Victor Loden. Born in Bangkok, where his father worked as an accountant, and educated at St. John's College, Cambridge, Loden had arrived in the Pacific and joined 887 in May, while the Royal Navy was engaged in stopping kamikazes based in the Sakishima Islands from attacking the Allied fleet off Okinawa. Since the fleet's return from Australia the month before, he had engaged in combat over Shikoku and Honshu, and attacks on shipping and shore installations near Sendai. Takeoff for Task Force 38 on this last day of war commenced just as the sun appeared over the eastern horizon, though the sea was still dark. Throughout the fleet, pilots lifted off their carriers and climbed up into the morning light, each man hoping that the recall order might come before they arrived over the enemy coast. Nearly 200 American and British aircraft were headed for the Japanese capital. At about 0530 hours, Hockley could just see the dark mass of the coast of Honshu ahead through the thickening clouds. At that moment, the Avenger leader passed the word that they were aborting the attack on Kisarazu airfield owing to the poor weather and would attack their secondary target, a chemical weapons factory at Odaki. When Hockley pressed his radio switch to reply, he discovered when no one responded that his radio transmitter had malfunctioned. Moments later, the receiver also died. Nevertheless, he decided to press on with the mission, relying on hand signals to his wingman, Ted Garvin, who could relay his instructions via radio. He looked over at Garvin and tapped his helmet headphones to indicate radio problems. Leading the 4 Fighting 88 Hellcats inbound to Choshi, Division Leader Howdy Harrison spotted the great volcano Fujiyama, its snow-capped peak gleaming in the early morning light high above the Tokyo Plain and the waters of Tokyo Bay. The 7 other Wasp Hellcats and the 16 Shangri-La Corsairs were dark silhouettes in the brightening sky. High clouds were now visible in all directions. As the Allied flyers pressed on toward their targets, Japanese radar picked up the formations, and the alert was sounded at the airfields that dotted the Tokyo region. Atsugi Airfield east of Tokyo was the main base for the Imperial Naval Air Force in the capital region and was home to the 302nd Kokutai Air Group, one of the last remaining elite units of the Imperial Japanese Navy. The group had been created in March 1944 to provide defense for the capital against the expected B-29 raids. 2 of the group's 3 Hikotai squadrons were equipped with the Mitsubishi J2M3 Raiden, Thunderbolt, known to the Allies by the codename Jack. The J2M3 was optimized as a bomber interceptor and was at a disadvantage when it entered combat with Hellcats, Corsairs, or P-51D Mustangs. Thus, the 3rd Squadron flew the venerable A6M5C Zero Sen, which was still the main air superiority fighter for the IJNAF, despite its manifest obsolescence, to protect the heavier interceptors. The pilots of the 302nd Kokutai thought of themselves as dedicated samurai. There was no thought of surrender among these men, who were willing, if necessary, to crash their airplane into one of the silver giants attacking their homeland. Commander of the 302nd was 23-year-old Lieutenant Yukio Morioka, the youngest Japanese air group leader of the war. Originally trained as a dive bomber pilot in 1942, Morioka had missed the great carrier battles and had taken the opportunity to become a fighter pilot in the spring of 1944 when he was assigned to the 302nd. He had been trained in flying the Zero by the group's leading ace, Ensign Sadaki Tamei Akamatsu, a man who was infamous in the Imperial Navy. A Navy pilot since 1932, he had seen action over China, where he quickly became an ace, and had been one of the high scorers in the early days of the Pacific War. He had a wicked reputation as an undisciplined rebel and womanizer, and had been broken in rank several times. Now, however, his wild flying skills stood him in good stead, and he was the only IJNAF pilot who preferred the J-2M3 Raiden, having once shot down 3 P-51s in one mission while flying one. He had shot down 9 F-6F Hellcats since the first American naval airstrikes against Tokyo back in February. He was considered the old master by the other pilots of the 302nd, who listened closely to his advice to use hit-and-run tactics against the Americans. In 8 years of combat, Akamatsu had yet to get so much as a scratch from the enemy. The 302nd had engaged in combat with B-29s from the Marianas since their first appearance over Japan the previous November. On January 23, 1945, Morioka had nearly died when a gunner aboard a B-29 of the 73rd Bomb Wing he was attacking shot off his left hand. It was considered a miracle that he had been able to land successfully despite shock and loss of blood. After a brief stay in the hospital, he was fitted with an iron claw with which he could control the throttle of his fighter and returned to combat in April. As of this morning, he was the victor over 4 American aircraft. On August 3rd, he shot down the P-51D flown by Second Lieutenant John J. Conniff of the 457th Fighter Squadron of the Iwo Jima-based 506th Fighter Group in a wild fight over Tokyo Bay to thwart the rescue of Captain Edward Mikes of the 458th Fighter Squadron. 10 days later, on August 13th, he led 4 Zeros that chased and shot down an American Navy PBY-5A Catalina that had just taken off after rescuing a Hellcat pilot in Tokyo Bay outside the Japanese Navy base at Yokosuka. With the warning of the coming Allied air attack, Morioka manned his A-6 M5C0, known to the Allies as a Zeke 52. He took off quickly with his wingmen, Ensigns Mitsuo Tsuruta, Muniaki Morimoto, and Toru Miyaki, close behind and followed by a second flight of 4 Zeros as they climbed into the brightening sky. Akamatsu's formation of 4 J-2M3s trailed Morioka's Zeros as they climbed through halls of clouds. The pilots of the 302nd Kokutai knew nothing of what had happened to their country in the previous 9 days, since a lone B-29 devastated the city of Hiroshima on August 6th with an atom bomb, followed 3 days later by the devastation of Nagasaki with a second atomic blast. The second bomb coincided with the launching of an offensive in Manchuria by the previously neutral Soviet Union that was advancing quickly through the ranks of the vaunted Kwantung Army, now a ghost of itself after its best units had been withdrawn to stand against the expected invasion of Kyushu. Since the Hiroshima attack, Japanese leaders had remained locked in intense debate about whether surrender was an option and, if it was, then what form it would take. The very thought of surrender disgusted many in the senior military leadership. Just the previous day, an attempted coup d'etat by the Japanese army had been discovered and crushed. On approach to Odaki, the Fireflies and Avengers dropped to 1,000 feet over the flat plain and bored in for their rocket and bomb runs. Just at that moment, 2 Zeeks were spotted below the bombers. Sub-Lieutenant Randall Kay, leader of the 2nd 894 pair, called out that they were probably decoys. A moment later, Kay spotted 12 Zeeks that appeared out of the clouds, flashing past the 3 887 Seafires 3,000 feet above the 4 894 fighters. With his radio out, Fred Hockley didn't hear Kay's shouted warning, "Break, break," and realized the formation was under attack only when he saw his wingman break sharply away from him to the right. Hockley was a moment too late flinging his Seafire after the others. Suddenly his fighter was racked by the heavy hits of 20mm shells from the Zeke he saw in his rearview mirror, locked on his tail. Holes appeared in his wing and engine cowling, followed by smoke. The Seafire was mortally injured. Hockley managed to pull away as his attacker turned to face another Seafire. He pulled back his canopy, unfastened his Sutton harness, pushed open the cockpit side flap, and bailed out. Falling clear of the fight, he opened his parachute. In a matter of moments, he hit the ground hard, outside the village of Higashimura. It took a moment for him to catch his breath and disentangle himself from his parachute. When he stood up, he faced a very surprised and very scared Japanese air raid warden. Fred Hockley raised his arms in surrender. Engines with their throttles pushed to the maximum screamed overhead, and he glanced up at the last battle the Fleet Air Arm fought in World War II. Victor Loden saw the 12 Zeeks flash past as they dove on the 4 Seafires below. Instinctively, he winged over, followed by his wingmen, Sub-Lieutenants Jerry Spud Murphy and W.J. Taffy Williams. Selecting a target, Loden pressed the fire button on the spade grip of his control column as he closed to 800 feet behind the enemy fighter. 20mm cannon shells struck the Zeke until, when about 450 feet ahead, it fell away in flames. Clearing his tail before latching onto a second, Loden closed in and opened fire. After the first burst, his port cannon jammed, and the Seafire yawed from the recoil of the starboard gun with each shot. Stomping on the rudder and ailerons, Loden shot down the second Zeke with 3 bursts from 250 yards before turning after a third enemy fighter. Loden's wingman, Taffy Williams, also shot down a Zeke and now opened fire at Loden's third opponent, which quickly went down under their combined fire. The 2 Seafires and the surviving Zeeks twisted and turned, firing for only a brief second at one another as an enemy appeared and then disappeared in their sights. 3 managed to get on Loden's tail, and he hauled his Seafire around in a maximum rate turn, firing at each in succession and damaging 2 before his speed decayed and gave the Zeeks the performance edge just as his remaining cannon fired its last shot, and he was out of ammunition. Loden quickly nosed over into a maximum performance dive and outran his pursuers. The 3 surviving 894 pilots stuck with the Avengers as the fight developed. Hockley's wingman, Ted Garvin, was hit and had 1 cannon jam when his drop tank failed to jettison. He still managed to damage 1 that fell away out of the fight and that he lost sight of in the clouds. Randy Kay shot down 1 of 2 Zeeks attacking the Avengers with a 60-degree deflection shot, then blew the tail off the second while his wingman, Sub-Lieutenant Don Duncan, hit 2 that retreated damaged from the fight and then finished off a third despite getting a cannon jam. Spud Murphy found himself behind a pair and quickly dispatched 1 while then getting locked in a turning fight with the remaining fighter. G-force pinned him in his seat as he managed to pull the nose of his Spitfire ahead of the Zeke and put a burst of 20mm into the enemy, which struck the engine and cockpit and caused it to plummet down. He later remembered the battle. The enemy approached our Avengers in fairly close starboard echelon, but flying in line astern. They peeled off smartly in 4s from down sun and headed for the Avengers. 1 section of 4 appeared to be coming head-on for us, but I didn't observe their guns firing. Their original attack was well coordinated, but they seemed to lose each other after that and could not have kept a good lookout astern. I opened fire with my flight leader from the enemy port quarter and saw strikes on the fuselage of the enemy, which was finished off by the flight leader. I disengaged from above to attack another Zeke 500 feet below. I closed in from above and astern, obtaining hits on his belly and engine. His undercart fell down, and smoke and flame were coming from the engine, but I was closing too fast and overshot. I pulled up to re-attack number 2 and saw a lone Zeke at the same level doing a shallow turn to starboard. He evidently didn't see me, and I held fire till I was some 100 yards away. I observed immediate strikes on his cockpit and engine which burst into flames. He rolled on his back and plummeted in flames into a cloud. As fast as the fight had happened, it was over. While the Seafire pilots fought off the Zeeks, the Fireflies and Avengers hit their targets squarely and pulled out low as they made their escape. The 6 Avengers came under fire from 4 other enemy fighters, with another 8 closing in. One Avenger was badly hit but remained in formation while his wingman's turret gunner hit one of the attackers. Suddenly, 4 dark blue American Hellcats dove into the fight. The British pilots were unaware of the identity markings on the Hellcats, but they were the 4 VF-49 Hellcats from San Jacinto. The arrival of the 4 Americans broke up the Japanese attackers, and they quickly shot down 4. Above, the 4 Hellcats of VF-31 maintained top cover. Division Leader Lieutenant Jim Stewart saw the other Japanese fighters evade the fighting 49 Hellcats. "Let's go!" he yelled, and dove after the enemy, followed closely by his wingman and by Section Leader Lieutenant Junior Grade Edward Smiley Tosburn, a 5-victory ace on his second tour with the squadron. Seeing the enemy fighters split up, the 2 section leaders split apart, with Stewart going after one pair while Tosburn pulled in behind the second. A burst from his 650 caliber machine guns exploded one, and he then hit the other, which caught fire and fell away. In the meantime, Stewart exploded one Zeke while the other disappeared in the clouds. The other enemy fighters quickly retreated into the clouds. The 4 VF-31 pilots quickly joined up with their comrades from VF-49 and continued toward the target. 35 minutes later, word came from the air officer on Belleau Wood to abort the mission and return to base. Japan had just surrendered, and the war was over. None of the British or American pilots was checking his watch as he fought, but Sub-Lieutenant Jerry Murphy of 887 Squadron, VF-31's Lieutenant Jim Stewart or Lieutenant Junior Grade Edward Tosburn, was the last Allied fighter pilot to shoot down an enemy fighter before the Pacific War was officially declared over. Just because the war had been officially declared over did not mean the fighting stopped, however. Lieutenant Paul Herschel was leading his division of 4 VF-6 Hellcats home to Hancock, CV-19, after getting the recall order when they were jumped by 7 enemy fighters. They shot down a Zeke and 2 Jacks without loss and continued back to their carrier without further incident. VF-88's Hellcats weren't as fortunate. At 06:45 hours, the 8 Hellcats and their Shangri-La shipmates were over the target. Howdy Harrison led his 6 Hellcats low over Tokurazama. Just as the word was passed, the Japanese had surrendered. Proctor's wingman Ted Hansen recalled thinking, "Oh God, let's get our fannies out of here." The 6 Hellcats were hit seconds later from behind and above by 17 Japanese fighters the Americans identified as several Kawanishi N1K2J Georges and Nakajima Ki-84 Franks, as well as several Zeeks and Jacks. If there were Franks present, they must have been part of a JAAF formation that stumbled on the fight at the same time as the other attackers, since the 2 air forces never operated together. Turning into the attackers, Harrison opened fire. In the opening head-to-head pass, Hansen shot down what he identified as a Frank that tried to ram him and splashed a second. A third Frank lost its wing to Maury Proctor's fire. Losing track of Mandenberg, Harrison and Hobbs, Hansen and Proctor joined up and soon spotted a Jack on Joe Soloff's tail, which Proctor exploded. Clearly in trouble with his fighter trailing smoke, Soloff turned for the coast, but was never seen again. As Proctor turned away from the exploded Jack, he was bracketed with tracers. He made a tight right turn that gave Hansen the shot to nail the Frank on his tail. As he reversed course, Proctor saw 2 other enemy fighters on fire. More importantly, 6 others in front of him and 1 turning behind him were still full of fight. He managed a killing belly shot when the formation of 6 pulled into a climb, then quickly ducked into a cloud to evade the one behind. When he popped out moments later, the sky was empty. As he flew toward the coast, he attempted to contact the others and thought he heard Hansen. Hansen heard nothing and thought he was the sole survivor until Proctor appeared overhead 5 minutes after he was trapped aboard Yorktown. The fight over, Tokurazama went into the historical record as the war's last substantial air battle. While the 6 pilots claimed 9 kills, it came at the high cost of 4 missing and finally listed as presumed dead: Harrison, Hobbs, Mandenberg, and Soloff. Not long after Hansen and Hobbs trapped aboard Yorktown, Jim Stewart's VF-31 division landed aboard Belleau Wood. At about the same time, Victor Loden, who had narrowly escaped being attacked by American corsairs on his return flight by dropping his landing gear and rocking his wings to show the prominent U.S.-style roundels, touched down on Indefatigable with an overheating Merlin engine, owing to a hit in the radiator. It was the last of the British strike force to do so after the badly damaged 6th Avenger ditched near the carrier's plane guard destroyer. While Japanese records are incomplete regarding which units were engaged where on this last day of the war, 302nd Kokutai Commander Lieutenant Morioka claimed he shot down one of 6 F-6F Hellcats the 302nd came across near Atsugi, which is very close to the reported location of the VF-88 Hellcats when they were hit. It is now considered likely that the 302nd Kokutai fought with both the VF-88 and VF-6 Hellcats, which both reported being attacked by a mixed formation of Zeeks and Jacks, a formation flown only by the 302nd, while a squadron of the 343rd Kokutai, which was equipped with the N1K2 Shiden, George, and perhaps an unidentified Japanese Army Air Force unit equipped with the Ki-84 Hayate, Frank, were also involved in the VF-88 battle. The Seafires from Indefatigable appear most likely to have engaged Zeros of the 252nd Kokutai, which was based at Atsugi that summer. Lieutenant Junior Grade Tadahiko Honma, a pilot of the 304th Hikotai of the 252nd Kokutai, was shot down in his A6M5 by a Seafire on August 15, 1945. Chief Petty Officer Yoshinari of the 252nd was credited with shooting down Fred Hockley's Seafire. At noon, while the men aboard the ships of the Third Fleet celebrated their survival, the Japanese people heard a voice almost none had ever heard before. It was the voice of Emperor Hirohito. After pondering deeply the general trends of the world and the actual conditions obtaining in our empire today, we have decided to effect a settlement of the present situation by resorting to an extraordinary measure. We have ordered our government to communicate to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration. To strive for the common prosperity and happiness of all nations, as well as the security and well-being of our subjects, is the solemn obligation which has been handed down by our imperial ancestors, and which lies close to our heart. Indeed, we declared war on America and Britain out of our sincere desire to ensure Japan's self-preservation and the stabilization of East Asia, it being far from our thought either to infringe upon the sovereignty of other nations or to embark upon territorial aggrandizement. But now the war has lasted for nearly 4 years. Despite the best that has been done by everyone, the gallant fighting of the military and naval forces, the diligence and assiduity of our servants of the state, and the devoted service of our 100 million people, the war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage, while the general trends of the world have all turned against her interest. Moreover, the enemy has begun to employ a new and most cruel bomb, the power of which to do damage is indeed incalculable, taking the toll of many innocent lives. Should we continue to fight, not only would it result in an ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also it would lead to the total extinction of human civilization. Such being the case, how are we to save the millions of our subjects, or to atone ourselves before the hallowed spirits of our imperial ancestors? This is the reason why we have ordered the acceptance of the provisions of the Joint Declaration of the Powers. The hardships and sufferings to which our nation is to be subjected hereafter will be certainly great. We are keenly aware of the inmost feelings of all of you, our subjects. However, it is according to the dictates of time and fate that we have resolved to pave the way for a grand peace for all the generations to come by enduring the unendurable and suffering what is unsufferable. It was still unclear if the Japanese military would follow the order of their emperor. At the same time the emperor spoke, VF-31 launched 4 divisions of Hellcats, 16 fighters, to relieve the Combat Air Patrol, CAP, over the task group. At 1400 hours, radar aboard Lexington, CV-16, flagship of Task Group 38.1, picked up a lone bogey closing on the fleet. Admiral Halsey gave the order, "Shoot it down," not with hostility but with compassion. Ensign Clarence Moore spotted the intruder and identified it as a Judy, the American code name for the Yokosuka D4Y3 Suisun Comet dive bomber that was the most commonly used kamikaze attack aircraft. Ensign Moore turned in behind the Judy and set it afire with 2 short bursts. The Judy crashed into the ocean below, the last Japanese aircraft shot down by a U.S. Navy fighter pilot in the Pacific War. While all this was happening, a unit from the Imperial Japanese Army's 426th Infantry Regiment arrived in the village of Higashimura to take custody of Fred Hockley. He was taken to the regiment's nearby headquarters and placed in a jail cell. Hockley was present when the men heard the voice of their emperor telling them to endure the unendurable and to surrender. A colonel came to the jail and informed him of the emperor's orders. Later that evening, the cell door opened to reveal a group of Japanese officers led by a major. Hockley was removed from the cell and marched into the nearby woods where he was forced to kneel. On the major's order, one of the junior officers beheaded Hockley with his samurai sword. The body was hidden in a shallow grave. A few days later, fearful that his body would be found when Allied occupation troops arrived, those who had committed the murder returned and dug up Hockley's body, then burned it. It did them no good, as other soldiers who disagreed with the commission of the war crime informed Allied authorities. The major who gave the order and the junior officer who carried it out were arrested in October 1945. Following a brief trial, they were hanged as war criminals in November. Whoever had fired the last shot of the war, the bloodiest 6 years of recorded human history, had finally come to an end. While 80% of the deaths in the war had happened on the Eastern Front, fighting in the Pacific had been intense and bloody, with no quarter asked or given in a battle against an enemy that preferred death to surrender. The last 10 months of the Pacific War, from the victory at Leyte Gulf to the strikes on Tokyo, had been the bloodiest of the 4.5-year conflict. Chapter 2. October 25, 1944. By 1000 hours on the morning of October 25, 1944, the United States Navy had accomplished the task for which it had been created over the previous 20 years, the defeat of the Imperial Japanese Navy, which at this moment no longer posed a credible threat. Zuikaku, last survivor of the 6 aircraft carriers that had attacked Pearl Harbor 34 months earlier, lay on the bottom 100 miles north of Cape Engano, along with the carriers Chitose and Zuiho. Musashi, one of the 2 largest battleships in the world, was sunk in the Sibuyan Sea. The battleships Fuso and Yamashiro had been destroyed in Surigao Strait. Admiral Kurita's center force had been stopped in a desperate battle off the island of Samar and was in retreat through San Bernardino Strait. Other than the one-way mission that would be undertaken by the battleship Yamato in the Okinawa campaign 6 months later, no other Japanese capital ship would seek combat with the U.S. fleet for the remainder of the war. The victory that had been planned over the preceding 2 decades had been achieved. British historian J.F.C. Fuller, writing in The Decisive Battles of the Western World, described the outcome of Leyte Gulf. The Japanese fleet had effectively ceased to exist, and, except by land-based aircraft, their opponents had won undisputed command of the sea. For Japan, the defeat in the Philippines was catastrophic. The Imperial Japanese Navy had suffered its greatest ever loss of ships and men in combat. The defeat meant the inevitable loss of the Philippines. This meant, in turn, that Japan would be all but completely cut off from the territories in Southeast Asia that had been occupied in 1942, which provided resources vital to Japan, most particularly the oil needed for her ships and gasoline for her aircraft, not to mention foodstuffs for the Japanese population. Admiral Yonai, the Navy minister, said when interviewed after the war that he realized the defeat at Leyte was tantamount to the loss of the Philippines. As for the larger significance of the battle, he said, "I felt that it was the end." 47 minutes after Admiral Kurita turned his fleet back to San Bernardino Strait, the naval war in the Pacific changed irrevocably when the Shikishima unit of the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force's 201st Air Group found the carriers of Task Unit 77.4.3, known as Taffy 3, north of Samar Island at 10:47 hours. At 10:53 hours, an A6M5 Zeke dived on St. Lo, CVE 63. The Zeke pulled up at the last moment to correct the dive, and the airplane hit the center of the flight deck. The 250-kilogram bomb penetrated the port side of the hangar deck and exploded in the midst of several aircraft being refueled and rearmed. A gasoline fire quickly erupted, followed by 6 secondary explosions that ended with the detonation of the torpedo and bomb magazine. Engulfed in flames, St. Lo sank 30 minutes later. Of a crew of 889, 113 were killed or missing. 30 survivors later died of their wounds. The 434 survivors were rescued from the water by the destroyer Herman and the destroyer escorts John C. Butler, Raymond, and Dennis. It was a portent of the storm to come that would be seen as a battle against the kamikaze, named for the typhoon winds that sank the invasion fleet of Kublai Khan in 1274. Over the remaining 10 months of the Pacific War, 3,860 Japanese pilots would attack Navy ships. Some 733 of them would hit their targets. By June 1945, Admiral Nimitz would write a letter to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in which he stated for the record that the Navy could not support an invasion of Japan in the face of this threat. Had it not been for the Soviet invasion of Manchuria and the use of 2 atomic bombs that led to the Japanese decision to surrender, the human wind of the 20th century divine wind might have prevented the planned American invasion of Japan, or at least seriously delayed it while the Soviets invaded the country from the north. Suicide attacks had happened throughout the war, carried out by pilots of both sides, and were individual impromptu decisions made by men who were prepared to die, generally when their airplane was so badly damaged that further survival was impossible. On December 7, 1941, Lieutenant Fusata Iida, flight leader of the 1st Shotai aboard the carrier Soryu, dived his A6M2 Zero Sen into the main hangar of Kaneohe Naval Air Station on Hawaii during the Pearl Harbor attack, when he discovered his gas tank had been hit and he had no way of returning to the Japanese fleet. He had told his men before they left Soryu that if his plane was badly damaged, he would crash it into a worthy enemy target. What differentiated events such as these from what was called kamikaze was that they were voluntary, and that such action by these pilots was not expected by their superiors. While the term kamikaze would be the word that described the 10-month battle as remembered by Americans, the formal term used by the Japanese for a unit assigned to suicide attack was Tokubetsu Kogeki Tai, or Special Attack Unit. This was abbreviated to Tokotai. In the Imperial Japanese Navy, the official term for these special attack units was Shinpu Tokubetsu Kogeki Tai, Divine Wind Special Attack Unit. The Japanese only informally used the word kamikaze during the war, but it became widely used after the conflict owing to the wide understanding of the word in other countries. When Allied forces assaulted Suluan Island on October 17th, which began the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Imperial Japanese Navy's 1st Air Fleet was based at the former American Air Base of Clark Field, known to the Japanese as Mabalacat, outside Manila. At the time, the unit had only 40 aircraft, 34 A-6M Zeke fighters of various subtypes, 3 B-6N Tenzan, Jill, torpedo bombers, 1 G-4M2 Betty, and 2 P-1Y-1 Ginga, Francis, land-based bombers, and 1 C-6N-1 Sayun, Mert, reconnaissance aircraft, with which to hold off the American attack. The task seemed impossible. The fleet commander, Vice Admiral Takejiro Onishi, met with the officers of the 201st Kokutai on October 19th, where he announced, "I don't think there would be any other certain way to carry out the operation to hold the Philippines than to put a 250-kilogram bomb on a Zero and let it crash into a U.S. carrier in order to disable her for a week." All of the pilots volunteered to form a unit to make such an attack. The 201st Group's leader, Commander Asaiki Tamai, threw himself into organizing the new Special Attack Force. 23 outstanding student pilots he had trained volunteered for the unit, while Lieutenant Yukio Seki, commander of the 301st Shutai Fighter Squadron, was put in command. A 1941 graduate of the Japanese Naval Academy at Etajima, Seki had trained as a dive bomber pilot in 1943 and was assigned as an instructor at Kasumigara, the Japanese Pensacola, in January 1944. He had joined the 201st Air Group in September to take command of the 301st Squadron after its previous leader was lost during Admiral Halsey's rampage through the Philippines. Before taking off on his mission, Seki made a statement that would hold true for many of those who followed in coming months. "Japan's future is bleak if it is forced to kill one of its best pilots. I am not going on this mission for the Emperor or for the Empire. I am going because I was ordered to." 4 subunits, Shikishima, Yamato, Asahi, and Yamazakura, made up the Special Attack Force. The names came from a patriotic death poem written in 1764 by the classical Shinto scholar Muturi Norinaga. "Shikishima no Yamato Gokoro wo hito tawaba, Asahi ni o Yamazakura bana," which reads, "If someone asks about the Yamato spirit of old true Japan, of Shikishima, a poetic name for Japan, it is the flowers of Yamazakura, mountain cherry blossom, that are fragrant in the Asahi, rising sun." One member of the 201st was not allowed to volunteer for a suicide attack. Hiroyoshi Nishizawa was the leading ace of the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force, having fought over New Guinea and the Solomons since 1942 and personally claimed 87 victories over Allied pilots at this time. He had completed his training in 1939, graduating 16th out of a class of 71 in the most rigorous and demanding flight training program in the world at the time. A petty officer first class by the outbreak of war, Nishizawa was legendary among fighter pilots for the air show he and his fellow aces Saburo Sakai and Toshio Ota had put on over 3 Mile Drome at Port Moresby on May 17, 1942, where they flew loops in formation directly over the Allied airfield. Flying from Rabaul, he became the top-scoring Japanese ace of the war over Guadalcanal before his unit was withdrawn with only 10 pilots left in November 1942. Ordered to instruction duties, he had returned to combat only in September when he joined the 201st. Nishizawa was ordered to lead the pilots who would escort the attackers and defend them from the Americans. The 201st moved from Mabalacat to Cebu in the central Philippines to put themselves closer to their targets, and the Shikishima unit flew its first mission on October 24, 1944, with Seiki leading 4 attackers and Nishizawa leading 4 escorts. The weather was bad that day with heavy clouds, and they were unable to find any targets, returning to base with only a little fuel left. On the morning of October 25th, Nishizawa led 4 A6M5 Zeke escorts, while Seiki led 4 old A6M2s, each carrying a 250-kilogram bomb. The Zekes were intercepted by Hellcat defenders, and in the fight that developed, Nishizawa claimed 2 of the Hellcats as victories 86 and 87, his last. The escorts became separated from the attackers. One attacker dived on Kitkun Bay, CVE 71, and attempted to hit her bridge, but instead exploded when it hit the port catwalk and cartwheeled into the sea. 2 others attacked Fanshawe Bay, CVE 70, but were destroyed by anti-aircraft fire. The last 2 ran at White Plains, CVE 66. One was hit and shot down by anti-aircraft fire, while the other, under heavy fire and trailing smoke, aborted the attempt and instead banked toward St. Lo. Lieutenant Seiki had found his target. The next day, Nishizawa's Zeke was armed with a bomb and assigned to Petty Officer First Class Tomisaku Katsumata. Katsumata attacked Swanee, CVE 27, operating as part of Taffy 1, outside Leyte Gulf at 0740 hours. Other members of the attacking force had already hit Santee, CVE 29, while Swanee's gunners shot down a Zeke that made a run on Petrof Bay, CVE 80. Swanee had entered combat 2 years earlier during the North African invasion, and was a veteran of the Battle of the Atlantic before coming to the Pacific the previous January, where she operated throughout the combat theaters. Her experienced gunners hit a second Zeke and then hit Katsumata's airplane as he circled to get into position for a dive. He crashed on the flight deck and careened into a TBM-1C Avenger that had just landed aboard. The 2 aircraft exploded in flames on contact. The fire spread quickly to 9 other planes. Katsumata's bomb penetrated the flight deck and exploded in the hangar deck. Although Katsumata failed to sink Swanee, she caught fire and 85 were killed, 58 were missing, and 102 wounded. Swanee's medical officer, Lieutenant Walter B. Burwell, wrote a report afterwards that clearly illustrated the terrible damage that could be inflicted by one deliberate crash. One of our corpsmen tending the wounded on the flight deck saw the plight of those isolated by fire on the forecastle. He came below to report that medical help was critically needed there. It seemed to me that we would have to try to get through to them. So he and I restocked our first aid bags with morphine syrettes, tourniquets, sulfa, Vaseline, and bandages, commandeered a fire extinguisher, and made our way forward, dodging flames along the main deck. Along part of the way, we were joined by a sailor manning a seawater fire hose with fairly good pressure, and, though the seawater would only scatter the gasoline fires away from us, by using the water and foam alternatively as we advanced, we managed to work our way up several decks, through passageways along the wrecked and burning Combat Information Center and decoding area, through officers' country, and finally out on the forecastle. Many of the crew on the forecastle and the catwalks above it had been blown over the side by the explosions. but others trapped below and aft of the forecastle area found themselves under a curtain of fire from aviation gasoline pouring down from burning planes on the flight deck above. Their only escape was to leap a flame into the sea, but some were trapped so that they were incinerated before they could leap. By the time we arrived on the forecastle, the flow of gasoline had mostly consumed itself, and flames were only erupting and flickering from combustible areas of water and oil. Nonetheless, the decks and bulkheads were still blistering hot, and ammunition in the small arms locker on the deck below was popping from the heat like strings of firecrackers. With each salvo of popping, 2 or 3 more panicky crewmen would leap over the side, and we found that our most urgent task was to persuade those poised on the rail not to jump by a combination of physical restraint and reassurance that fires were being controlled and that more help was on the way. Most of the remaining wounded in the forecastle area were severely burned beyond recognition and hope. Swanee survived and resumed air operations by 0930 hours. The CVEs of Taffy 1 fought off 2 more attacks, the last at 1300 hours, with Santee being hit with minor damage. In the same attack, Kalinin Bay was attacked by 4 kamikazes from astern and the starboard quarter. 2 attackers were shot down at close range, but the third crashed into the port side of the flight deck, damaging it badly. The fourth hit and destroyed the aft port stack, both of which attacks inflicted extensive structural damage, with 5 dead and 55 wounded. After being sent to Manus for temporary repairs, Kalinin Bay reached San Diego on November 27th, where she was repaired until January 18, 1945. Kitkun Bay was hit by an A-6M Zeke that struck the port catwalk, killing 1 man and wounding 16. Repairs at Pearl Harbor were completed on December 17, 1944. Over the course of October 24th to 25th, the Special Attack Force had launched 55 special attackers, who had damaged 7 escort carriers. The attackers also hit 40 destroyers and destroyer escorts. 5 were sunk, 23 heavily damaged, and 12 moderately damaged. After stopping at Castle Roads in the Palau Islands on October 28th, the escort carrier force sailed on Manus for extended upkeep on November 1st. Swanee was sent back to the West Coast for major repairs, arriving at Puget Sound Navy Yard on November 26th, where her repairs were completed by January 31st, 1945. Swanee's story, and that of the other CVEs, pointed to the fact that a kamikaze attack did not have to sink the target to be successful. A carrier that was back in the United States under repair was a carrier that was not available on the line to face the enemy. Additionally, the damage suffered by the CVEs meant that the carrier force dedicated to providing close air support over Leyte Island to the invading ground forces had been forced to depart early, with a loss of important air cover capability. Over the next several months, the fast carrier task force would be depleted by ships forced to retire damaged. Fortunately, new carriers that had been completed during 1944 were able to replace the veterans. On October 27th, the surviving pilots of the 201st Kokutai boarded a L-2D Type 0 transport, a license-built version of the Douglas DC-3, codenamed Tabby by the Allies, to fly to Mabalacat on Luzon and pick up new aircraft for the unit. Over Mindoro Island, the Tabby was spotted by 2 F-6F-5 Hellcats, a VF-14 from WASP. Hiroyoshi Nishizawa, Japan's greatest ace, was most likely killed by Lieutenant Junior Grade Harold P. Newell, who claimed a Helen shot down in flames northeast of Mindoro that morning. Combined Fleet Commander Admiral Soimu Toyoda honored Nishizawa by mentioning his loss in an all-units bulletin, and he was posthumously promoted to Lieutenant Junior Grade, which was a great honor for an enlisted man in the Japanese Navy. He was given the name Bukai in Kohangiko Kyoshi, a Zen Buddhist phrase meaning, "In the ocean of the military, reflective of all distinguished pilots, an honored Buddhist person. Even with the departure of the 201st Kokutai, the divine wind continued to blow across the Philippine Sea and soon reached gale force. Shortly after 1200 hours on October 29th, Intrepid, CV-11, became the first fleet carrier victim of a special attacker. A lone Zeke was spotted to starboard while the ship cruised off Luzon. Realizing from the immediate flak bursts that erupted around him that the carrier had opened fire, the pilot dived straight at the flight deck. Gun Tub 10's 620mm cannon, manned by the ship's African-American steward's mates, shredded the Zeke's wing with their fire, but the pilot continued and veered directly into Gun Tub 10, killing 10 outright and wounding 10 others. The day was cloudy, and minutes later another Judy managed to evade the combat air patrol and arrive in position over the task group. The target was the Blue Ghost, Lexington, CV-16, named for the first Navy carrier lost in combat at Coral Sea. Lexington had been part of the Fast Carrier Task Force since the arrival of the New Navy in the Pacific War 15 months earlier, and had been Mark Mitscher's flagship when he led Task Force 58. The kamikaze hit the veteran carrier at the aft base of the island. Chief Quartermaster Tom Curtis, who as a signalman third class had survived the sinking of Wasp, CV-7, in September 1942, was working with his young crew on the signal bridge. Just before the kamikaze was spotted, he entered the passageway to cross to the other side of the island. The blast of the explosion threw me against a bulkhead and knocked me out for several minutes. When I came to, I realized I had a fractured leg. The fire on the bridge I had just left was so strong I was forced to retreat to the far side of the island, where a corpsman found me and gave me a shot of morphine. The blast quickly spread fire up the flight deck side of the structure as high as the port signal bridge, where all personnel on the exposed deck were killed. The fire caused 187 casualties, including all of Tom Curtis's young signalmen, but was out within 20 minutes through quick work by the damage control parties and the fact the captain maneuvered the ship so that flames spread only on an empty flight deck. Lexington was soon ready to recover aircraft from the strike, but she had been incredibly lucky to have had an empty flight deck at the moment of the attack. Unfortunately, the damage was such she was forced to retire to Ulithi for repair the next day, taking the experienced and successful Air Group 19 with her. Franklin, CV-13, and Belleau Wood, CVL-24, were in the enemy's sights on October 30th. Task Group 38.4's Enterprise, CV-6, Franklin, Belleau Wood, and San Jacinto were conducting flight operations approximately 100 miles east of Samar. Visibility was over 12 miles, the ceiling was unlimited with scattered high and low cumulus, and the wind was from the southeast at 18 knots with a light sea. At 1400 hours, Bagley, DD-386, moved alongside Franklin and began fueling. 5 minutes later, the carrier launched 12 Hellcats to cover a fleet tanker force that was reported to be under air attack about 240 miles north. In the midst of the launch, a large formation of bogies 37 miles away was picked up on radar at 1410 hours. Fueling ceased, and Bagley cast off at 1417 hours as general quarters sounded. The last Hellcat was off at 1420 hours. Franklin turned due east at 1424 hours and increased speed to 18 knots as the enemy formation appeared overhead. 3 D-4Y-3 Judy dive bombers angled down toward Franklin. The first crashed in the water to starboard, throwing up a large column of water. The second hit the flight deck in about a 20-degree glide starboard of the center line, blowing a hole 30 by 35 feet and penetrating to the gallery deck spaces below. Wreckage of this attacker was later found in the crew's head, 2 decks lower. Disaster spread quickly. 13 aircraft on the hangar deck caught fire when their gas tanks ruptured, which set off a raging fire among the other planes in the hangar. The No. 3 bomb elevator trunk was demolished above the hangar deck. The blast flashed down the trunk and blew off the counterweighted door at the third deck level. Flames and dense smoke poured down the trunk, and repair party teams were forced to evacuate. The hangar deck blast and fire killed the sailor whose duty it was to close the armored hangar deck hatch No. 1-109. Flaming gasoline poured through the hatch and started fires in a second deck living compartment. With vents still open, smoke and burning gasoline from the hangar deck fire continued down to the third deck, forcing the damage control crew to evacuate. Some escaped up to the second deck, while others worked their way forward along the third deck. Hangar deck control turned on all hangar sprinklers and water curtains immediately after the gallery deck explosion. All those in hangar deck control were forced to evacuate shortly after because of the dense smoke and heat. Approximately 10 minutes after the bomb exploded, the third deck was ripped by 2 additional explosions. The worst one ruptured the third deck, dishing in the overhead by nearly a foot. The second was in a compartment where a fire had been extinguished. The ship's log recorded, "The cause of these 2 below-deck explosions is believed to have been the ignition of gasoline vapors which came down from the hangar deck through the open hatch at frame 109, through the ruptured bomb elevator trunk at frame 127, and down the auxiliary elevator ram cylinder in compartment B-324-L. Within minutes, Franklin took on a 3-degree starboard list. Counterflooding brought the carrier to an even keel. She then took a 2-degree list to port. It was then realized that the initial list was caused by the tremendous volume of water from the hangar deck sprinklers, water curtains, and fire hoses that were immediately turned on after the initial blast, and which ran down to the second and third decks through the open hatch and bomb elevator trunk. The water collected on the starboard side of the ship initially and caused the increasing list. By 15:30 hours, the major fires on the flight deck were extinguished, while the hangar deck fire was extinguished by 16:25 hours and the gallery deck fire by 16:30 hours. By 1800 hours, all except smoldering fires were extinguished. While Franklin had survived, she too would be out of the war for an extended period while repairs were completed at the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard in San Francisco. That such damage could result from a single attacker was a sobering thought for senior naval commanders. Belleau Wood was struck by the third Judy to attack Franklin, which dropped a 250-kilogram bomb that hit the water 30 feet from Franklin and threw up a large geyser of water on her starboard side before crash landing on the aft end of Belleau Wood's flight deck. 11 parked aircraft were hit and caught fire, which set off ready ammunition at the gun mounts to either side of the flight deck. Before the fire could be brought under control, 92 men were dead or missing, with 97 wounded. Once the fires were out, Belleau Wood headed for Ulithi with Franklin. She would not return until January 1945. Admiral McCain's task group had been halved. The Japanese air forces in the Philippines were so depleted that only the new form of special attack found any kind of success. A conventional attack with a large number of planes was likely to be wiped out before it got within range, given the low level of competence of the average Japanese pilot at this time. But a small formation did have a chance, and if only one got through and hit a major target, the effect was more devastating than any conventional attack could be. Imperial Army pilots began to emulate the Imperial Navy flyers, and soon the men aboard the fleet were forced to consider any attacking aircraft to be a kamikaze. From the first day of the war, Americans had struggled to understand the Japanese willingness to commit suicide as a battle tactic. This lack of understanding only grew in the final months of the war, as bloody battles developed in the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. There was an inability on the part of the Allies to understand why Japan, which was obviously beaten with no hope of turning the tables on their enemies, would literally fight to the death. Japanese culture has a different attitude toward the act of suicide than does Western culture, with suicide seen as the honorable conclusion to life when there is no other honorable recourse. The code Bushido, which literally means the way of the warrior, is a Japanese term for the rules of life for a samurai, loosely similar to the concept of chivalry in Europe. The way originates from the samurai moral values, stressing frugality, loyalty, martial arts mastery, and honor until death. The concept was born from Neo-Confucianism during Tokugawa Japan, which was a 200-year time of peace when the samurai did not engage in constant warfare as before. Bushido was also influenced by Shinto and Zen Buddhism, which allowed the violent existence of the samurai to be tempered by wisdom and serenity. The term came into common usage in Japan and the West after the 1899 publication of Inazo Nitobi's Bushido, the Soul of Japan, known as Hagakure in Japan. Hagakure was immensely popular among officers in the Imperial Army and Navy. Its oft-quoted opening line, "I have found that the way of the warrior is to die," was unquestionably used later to inspire kamikaze pilots. The samurai as a social class were abolished in the Meiji Restoration that ended the Tokugawa shogunate. As a propaganda tool, modern Bushido was used consciously to shape and manipulate popular attitudes as part of the effort to create a unified modern nation out of a feudal society, and to create a modern national military force made up of conscripts from all parts of society. The imperial rescript to the military of 1882 proclaimed that Bushido should be viewed as the reflection of the whole of the subjects of Japan. Warrior values were thus held as being the essence of what it meant to be Japanese itself. Thus, the abolition of the samurai class did not mark the end of Bushido, but rather it spread to the whole Japanese population. The concept underwent a great change following the Japanese military victories in China in the late 19th century and the Japanese victory over Imperial Russia in the Russo-Japan War of 1904–05, as the empire looked to expand. As the military became stronger and more independent and more deeply involved in the political direction of the country, Bushido became emperor-centered, with greater value placed on the virtues of loyalty and self-sacrifice as it became a propaganda tool used by the government and military, who modified it to suit their needs. The Bushido of traditional Japan was not simply a continuation of earlier traditions. It was presented as purifying, with death as a duty, which meant that the traditional concepts were virtually stood on their head. As the war turned against Japan, the spirit of Bushido was invoked to urge that everything depended on the firm and united soul of the nation. The first proposals for organized suicide attacks, which were presented in the summer of 1944, met initial resistance from those called on to die, because while Bushido called for a warrior to be always aware of death, the traditional code did not view death as the sole end, but rather to die a good death with one's honor intact. After the defeat in the Marianas and the losses incurred with the American attacks against Okinawa and Formosa that led up to the Philippines invasion, the attitudes changed as the desperate straits Japanese fighters found themselves in brought about acceptance of the idea that a suicidal attack against the enemy bent on destruction of Japan was a good death. It is not terribly difficult to look through history and find examples of warriors who, finding themselves in desperate situations, chose to die heroically rather than be killed running away. The story of the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae is well known in Western history, and it is not hard to find other examples in the military traditions of all nations at any time, anywhere. However, the concept of an entire national population committing itself to such a philosophy of warfare is without comparison with any other culture in any other war. Navy ace and air combat theorist Commander John S. Thatch, Jr. observed, "Every time one country gets something, another soon has it. One country gets radar, but soon all have it. One gets a new type of engine or plane, then another gets it. But the Japs have got the kamikaze boys, and nobody else is going to get that because nobody else is built that way." Chapter 3. The Big Blue Blanket. November 1st, 1944 was cloudy in the central Philippines, the result of the continuing monsoon season. A roar of approaching aircraft engines was heard over muddy Tacloban airstrip on Leyte. Crews on anti-aircraft guns scanned the sky in apprehension as they looked for yet another Japanese attack on the only American-held airfield on the island. The aircraft broke out of the clouds into view, revealing the distinctive twin-boom silhouette of the Lockheed P-38 Lightning. Men breathed a sigh of relief that Fifth Air Force had finally sent their best fighter to the Philippines to oppose the Japanese air forces. The 18 fighters roared low over the field and made a fighter break to the left to enter the landing pattern. Just as the first P-38 was about to touch down on the muddy runway, a formation of Japanese Army Air Force Ki-43 Oscar fighters appeared over the western hills as the enemy aircraft dived on the airfield in a strafing run. It was the worst possible moment for the P-38s, which were low and slow, with flaps and landing gear extended and engines at low revs. The lead P-38 roared to life as the pilot held the big fighter low and sucked up his gear and flaps. Followed by his wingman, the P-38 pulled up and around behind the Oscars as the enemy opened fire. Fire flashed from the 4 50-caliber machine guns and single 20-millimeter cannon in the Lightning's nose. In a matter of moments, 2 of the enemy fighters exploded. They hit the ground to the south side of the airfield and cartwheeled into the nearby jungle, where their fires spread as firefighters quickly arrived to battle the flames. By this time, the other P-38s had broken off from the landing pattern and took off in pursuit of the fleeing Oscars. Minutes later, the P-38s reappeared, having chased the enemy away, and resumed their landings. The first fighter on the ground braked halfway down the runway and turned off toward the parking area. The pilot shut down the 2 Allison engines, rolled down the side panels of his canopy, and lifted the coffin lid. He pulled off his helmet and shucked his parachute as he stood in the cockpit to reveal a wiry frame with a shock of dark brown hair and a handlebar mustache. The gaudily painted fighter bore the name Pudgy IV on her nose and a scoreboard with 28 Japanese Rising Sun flags on it. Major Thomas E. McGuire, Jr., commanding the 431st Possum Fighter Squadron of the elite 475th Satan's Angels fighter group, glanced over at the 2 columns of black smoke rising from the jungle beside the field. The 2 Oscars he had just shot down were victories 29 and 30 for the 475th group's leading ace. The rest of the group quickly landed behind McGuire and parked their big silver fighters between the trees as protection from another strafing attack. Within a matter of hours, the pilots of the 431st were ordered to turn their airplanes over to the 7th Squadron of the 49th Fighter Group that had preceded them to Tacloban 5 days earlier and needed to make up attrition. McGuire fumed as he watched mechanics scrape off the artwork on Pudgy IV in preparation for the fighter to be turned over to his arch-rival in the 5th Air Force's ace race, Major Richard I. Dick Bong, who always seemed to stay 2 or 3 victories ahead of McGuire. The Possum pilots looked forward to getting into the thick of the fighting here and hated turning their P-38s over to their 49er rivals. Their spirits rose the next day when they learned they would soon be re-equipped with the P-38L, the newest and best version of the Lockheed fighter. However, even after the 431st Squadron re-equipped a week later, it meant the land-based air defense of the American position in the Philippines was limited to 36 P-38s to face the Japanese Army and Naval Air Forces, which were being reinforced daily as weather allowed. Expansion of Tacloban was slowed by the heavy monsoon rains and difficult terrain. Knowing the field's importance, the Japanese made constant attacks and wreaked severe losses among the aircraft and ground installations. One particularly successful raid destroyed 27 aircraft. Japanese pilots came up with the surprise tactic of following American formations as they returned to the field and waiting to attack until the Americans turned into the landing pattern. The 431st Squadron had been the first to experience this. Destruction of ammo dumps and fuel storage tanks by Japanese night hecklers was a regular occurrence, since there were no night fighters to oppose them. The enemy had not been so effective in blanketing an American position with such sustained and powerful air action since the bombardment of Corregidor in 1942. There was the additional problem that the 1944 typhoon season was the most active in several years, with 2 typhoons sweeping near enough to Leyte in November to increase the amount of rain and bad weather. It would not be until the end of November that the Army engineers would complete the expansion of Tacloban airfield so that the other 4 squadrons of the 2 fighter groups could fly up from Mindoro to take on the Japanese. Between October 27th and November 15th, the 2 P-38 squadrons shot down 130 Japanese aircraft for a loss of 48 P-38s, 13 in aerial combat, 14 destroyed on the ground, 1 to friendly fire, and 20 operationally on the muddy field. The liberation of the Philippines was very far indeed from a done deal in November 1944. In the crucible of the coming battle to take Leyte from the Japanese, General Douglas MacArthur's position was unique. His forces had swept along New Guinea so that each amphibious operation would have the full protection of his own land-based 5th Air Force. However, by invading Leyte 2 months earlier than originally scheduled, MacArthur's troops were operating without the full support of his air forces and were matched in the air by the Japanese, who fed replacements down the chain of islands from Kyushu to Okinawa to Formosa to Luzon to make up losses as quickly as possible. This meant that Admiral Halsey's Third Fleet had to remain within range of the Philippines to provide the necessary air cover for the Leyte operation until enough airfields could be constructed to allow the rest of the 5th Air Force to enter the battle. As of early November, there was no way of knowing how long the commitment would last. But it was clear that so long as the fleet remained off the archipelago, the ships would be vulnerable to continuing suicide attacks, which put the entire Third Fleet into greater danger from the Japanese than the Navy had experienced since the early days of the Guadalcanal campaign 2 years earlier. The defeat of the Imperial Navy in the battles of Leyte Gulf meant the failure of only one part of the Japanese plan to oppose the American invasion. The effort of the Japanese Army in the air and on the ground, and Navy efforts in the air, did not diminish, but rather intensified. The carriers were forced by necessity to place the dangerous threat of kamikaze attacks at a higher priority than providing air support to the Army forces on Leyte, which slowed the battle to force the enemy off the island. The outcome of the battles of Leyte Gulf had no effect on the Imperial Army's plan to oppose the invasion, though the post-invasion decision to make a stand on Leyte and fight a major battle was a radical change to the Army's initial plan to defend the Philippines. The original plan had called for Luzon to be the site of the mainland battle, with delaying tactics employed from the expected invasion of Mindanao until the Americans fought their way to the main northern island. Following this original plan, the 16,000 troops stationed on Leyte when the invasion came pulled back to the western side of the island, withdrawing into difficult jungle terrain suited for a defensive, delaying fight. The plan to delay the American advance was predicated on the belief this would allow the Army time to reinforce and strengthen the forces on Luzon in order to defeat them on the northern plain of Luzon. This strategy would also buy time to strengthen defenses on Formosa and Okinawa, the logical next targets of the American offensive. The Japanese High Command's decision to alter the earlier plan was also due to their belief in the mistakenly optimistic reports regarding American naval losses in the battle off Formosa earlier in October. Unfortunately, the truth was that claims for ships sunk were greater than the number of ships in the Third Fleet, which had suffered only damage to 2 cruisers. Belief that the American carrier fleet had been badly weakened led Army leaders in the Philippines to believe local land-based Japanese Army Air Force units could defeat the Americans and win air superiority over the American beachhead. Army commanders also operated under the belief that after the Morotai invasion in the summer that had occurred simultaneously with the Marianas invasion and placed 5th Air Force units within range of the Philippines, and the Formosa battle in early October when Halsey's Third Fleet cut off the Philippines from reinforcement by the home islands, that MacArthur had committed his forces without full protection or adequate preparation. This was further proof of the basic failure on the part of the Japanese leaders to understand exactly how powerful their enemy was, as had been shown in June when the secondary invasion of Halmahera had led Admiral Toyota to assume that was the main American operation, which led to complete Japanese surprise when the Fifth Fleet arrived off Saipan a week later in full force. There was also fear that the defense of Luzon would be more difficult if the Americans were able to build air bases on Leyte. Believing the Navy's false reports, Field Marshal Hisaichi Terauchi, commander of the Japanese Southern Army, now saw Leyte as an opportunity for a defeat of MacArthur's forces. General Tomoyuki Yamashita, known as the Tiger of Malaya for having conquered Malaya and Singapore in 70 days in January and February 1942 with a force that was outnumbered by his British opponents, had been brought to the Philippines from his command in Manchuria and placed in command of the 14th Army on October 10, 1944. Having seen firsthand the pre-invasion large-scale carrier raids on October 17th through 19th, he was reluctant to send more troops into Leyte to fight on an unprepared battlefield at the expense of the Luzon defenses. Unlike his superiors, Yamashita believed the American fleet was still powerful, regardless of the reports of wholesale defeat at Formosa, and that the carriers could defend the American position in Leyte and defeat Japanese air operations regardless of the weakness of American land-based air forces. Terauchi ignored Yamashita's objections and ordered the immediate dispatch to reinforcements to annihilate the enemy invading Leyte. In the face of this direct order, Yamashita gave the order that the Japanese will fight the decisive battle of the Philippines on Leyte. Taking full advantage of the temporary drop in American air power, a steady stream of reinforcements poured into Leyte from Luzon and the neighboring islands. 2,000 soldiers landed at Ormoc Bay on the western side of Leyte on October 26th. They were followed by other convoys. Units of the Japanese 30th and 102nd Divisions based in the Visayan Islands and Mindanao landed at Ormoc during the final days of October. The veteran 1st Division, which had been pulled out of the Kwantung Army in Manchuria and sent to Luzon, was diverted to Leyte. After successfully disembarking on November 1st, the division was immediately committed to the defense of the Ormoc Corridor. Units of the 26th Division arrived the next day to swell the total of Japanese troops on Leyte. Despite many damaging naval air attacks on the Leyte convoys, General Yamashita had succeeded by early November in moving at least 25,000 additional troops into western Leyte to reinforce the original defense force. Additional troops were moved at night in barges from Cebu by way of the Camotes Islands. Following the aftermath of the battles of Leyte Gulf, Rear Admiral Frederick C. Sherman's Task Group 38.3, that included Essex, CV-9, and Air Group 15, which had been in constant combat since the invasion of the Marianas in June and was exhausted, was out of bombs and torpedoes and low on provisions. Admiral Halsey ordered TG-38.3 back to Ulithi on October 28th. During the transit from the Philippines, the men of Air Group 15 were elated to learn that Air Group 4, their replacement, was waiting to relieve them at Ulithi. The top-scoring naval air group of the war was finally set to go home. However, by the time the task group arrived at Ulithi, Intrepid, Franklin, and Belleau Wood had all been put out of action by the kamikazes. Task Force 38 was short of 3 carriers with experienced air groups. In the face of the present threat, there was not time for a new air group to come aboard and have any time to shake things out before being committed to all-out battle. After one day at Ulithi to rearm, refuel, and reprovision, Essex, Ticonderoga, CV-14, and Langley, CVL-27, headed west at flank speed to rejoin the battle. Air Group 15 diarist, aviation radio man 3rd Class Ted Graham of Bombing 15, recorded that one could watch the morale drop in the gunner's ready room when the word was passed. As the task group steamed toward the Philippines on November 2nd, destroyers Claxton, DD-571, and Amen, DD-527, took kamikaze hits and survived, while Abner Reed, DD-526, was sunk by a kamikaze. The new Japanese tactic was terrifyingly effective. Reviewing reports of previous kamikaze attacks, the Essex fighter direction officers decided that the only effective defense was to spot incoming raiders as far out as possible and position defending fighters to hit them quickly. Commander David McCampbell, Air Group 15 commander and top Navy ace, reported to Task Group Commander Admiral Sherman it was his considered opinion the most effective way to combat the threat was to hit every airfield they could as often as possible, to deny the enemy the airplanes they needed to mount their attacks. While McCampbell presented his plan, Commander John S. Thatch, Jr., Air Operations Officer on the staff of Vice Admiral John S. McCain, Sr., commander of Task Force 38 and inventor of the Thatch-Weave combat tactic that allowed Navy pilots to outfight the Zero in the early days of the war, had been considering the situation that faced Task Force 38 since the first attacks on October 25th. To Thatch, the answer to the kamikaze threat was as obvious as it was to McCampbell. Thatch called his plan, which he presented to Admiral McCain on November 2nd, the Big Blue Blanket. While defensive in effect, it required offensive operations to establish air supremacy over the enemy's airfields, well away from the precious carriers. The plan called for combat air patrols larger and operated farther afield than before, positioning a line of radar picket destroyers and destroyer escorts 50 miles from the main fleet that would spot inbound raids ahead of the fleet radar to give advance warning. It would also require improved coordination between fighter direction officers, FDO, on different carriers to allow central direction to change from ship to ship as the situation required. Thatch's plan also called for increasing the size of the fighter squadrons, so that while fighters were escorted to strikes by the Avengers and Helldivers, there would be a sufficient number of fighters for offensive strikes against Japanese airfields harboring kamikazes and defensive air patrols over the fleet. The recommendation was that the fighter squadrons aboard the fleet carriers be increased from 54 to 72, while the Avenger torpedo bombers were reduced to 12 aircraft per squadron from 18, and the 24 Helldivers reduced to 15. Eventually, Helldivers would be removed completely, since the Hellcats and Corsairs proved more capable as fighter bombers. The light fleet carriers would see their Avengers removed completely, and those air groups be entirely equipped with fighters. Thatch argued this would not affect offensive strength, since there was no need to plan to fight another fleet action, and that the F-6F Hellcat had proven itself a better bomber than the Helldiver. Thatch's plan was logical and his argument clear. The problem was that the Navy, having anticipated after the Battle of the Philippine Sea in June that the final battle which would destroy the Imperial Navy would be fought and won that fall, had cut back on the number of men in flight training commencing in August 1944. Simply put, there were not available pilots to man the new fighters in the enlarged squadrons without stripping them from the replacement squadrons back in the United States. Obviously, flight training would have to be changed and dive and torpedo bomber pilots retrained as fighter pilots to meet the new threat. But for the moment, there was a pilot shortage. Traditionally, when the U.S. Navy gets in trouble, when there is no alternative left, it looks to the Marine Corps for a solution. Fortunately, the Marines were in a position to make a solid contribution. Equally fortunately, Admiral McCain was one of the few Marine-minded admirals in the Navy. When Thatch made his suggestion that the Navy fighter squadrons aboard the fast carriers be supplemented by Marine fighter squadrons, Admiral McCain didn't need to be convinced. The decision to adopt Thatch's plan Navy-wide was approved at an emergency conference in San Francisco on November 26 and 27, 1944, at which Vice Admiral George D. Murray, Com Air Pac, Commander, Air Forces Pacific, stated that the critical situation required the temporary employment of Marine VF squadrons on the fast carriers. Admiral Mark Mitscher, legendary commander of Task Force 58, had returned from his combat assignment to Washington at the end of October. While in San Diego, he met with Rear Admiral J.J. Clark, who suggested using Marine F-4U squadrons aboard the fleet carriers, and sold Mitscher on the idea. When the results of the San Francisco conference arrived at the Pentagon, Mitscher put the Marines aboard carriers in a day, as Marine Brigadier General Field Harris later recalled. 10 Marine squadrons were authorized for immediate carrier training and deployment aboard the fast carriers as rapidly as possible. It was still an argument to convince naval aviators that the Corsair could operate off a flight deck, particularly a Corsair flown by a Marine pilot who was not so experienced in carrier operations as his Navy counterpart. This belief was widespread, even with the record of VFN 101, which operated unmodified Corsairs off the fleet carriers between January and July 1944, and did so at night. Force majeure solved the problem. The kamikaze threat required many more fighters on carriers, and there were not enough Hellcats or Navy pilots available to meet the need. 5 Essex-class carriers would each receive 2 squadron Marine reinforcements over the next 3 months. Since the late 1920s, Marine aviation squadrons had traditionally served aboard aircraft carriers, and all Marine aviators were carrier qualified. This capability had been lost in the summer of 1943, when Admiral John Towers, commander of naval air forces in the Pacific, noted in a memo dated June 25, 1943, that 1/3 of the naval aviators being qualified for carrier duty by the Naval Air Operational Training Command were Marines. Noting that all Marine combat squadrons were land-based in the Solomons, Towers suggested that the training was wasteful and that the qualification requirement be ended. Major General Ross Rowell, Commander Marine Air Wings Pacific, agreed. On July 1st, Admiral Nimitz agreed with the decision, and on August 1st, 1943, carrier qualification training for Marine aviators came to an end. With the end of the Rabaul campaign in February 1943, the only job for the land-bound Marine aviators was the assignment to keep the bypassed enemy island bases in the Carolines and Marshalls knocked out. For the previous 8 months, Marine Corsairs and Dauntlesses had become very proficient at turning rocks into rubble on these bypassed islands. Admiral Towers had at one time considered that Marines should be based on escort carriers to provide close air support for amphibious landings, but concluded with Rowell's lack of interest in maintaining carrier qualification for his flyers that the Corps wasn't interested in carriers. By the summer of 1944, the Marines were looking for employment. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Ernest J. King had concluded that marine aviation had grown too big for its job. In August 1944, however, Marine Corps Commandant General Alexander A. Vandegrift, the victor at Guadalcanal, achieved what had been considered previously impossible when he convinced Admiral King to agree to putting Marine air units on escort carriers to provide air support for the coming operations in the Western Pacific, which was subsequently agreed by Nimitz. In September 1944, Marine aviators suddenly found themselves training for carrier qualification again. This change would pay dividends in the Okinawa campaign. While all these changes were underway, the forces available to the Third Fleet and the Army had to face up to the challenge in the Philippines. The monsoon, which reaches its height in the Philippines in the latter stage of the weather pattern in October-November, slowed operational progress on Leyte. Transport of supplies to forward units became difficult as roads became muddy rivers. The weather hampered radio traffic, while the physical difficulties made field telephone landlines nearly impossible to maintain, with the result that communications were constantly disrupted, making it difficult to maintain contact between units. Far East Air Force Commander General George Kenney reported that, on a visit to Tacloban, the truck transporting him and his staff from their recently landed C-54 to the field headquarters was stuck for 3 hours in the mud while troops worked to free it from the oozing muck. The nearby Bacolod Air Complex on Cebu became the main base for the Japanese aerial defense and special attack operations in the central Philippines. Halsey planned a major sweep in order to deal with the threat. Task Group 38.3 fueled in the Philippine Sea on November 3rd, then set out on a high-speed run to the Philippines to strike Japanese bases on Luzon and western Leyte. As the ships headed west, the cruiser Reno, CL-96, took a torpedo from a Japanese submarine that flooded an engine room. She was taken under tow and retired to Ulithi. Task Group 38.3's first strikes were flown on November 5th with a fighter sweep of 52 Hellcats from Essex, Lexington, Langley, and Ticonderoga, led by VF-15 Commanding Officer Lieutenant Commander Jim Rigg. Enemy aircraft were spotted on the ground at Nichols Field outside Manila. Immediately following the sweep, 88 Hellcats, Helldivers, and Avengers from the 4 carriers, led by Air Group 15 Commander Dave McCampbell, attacked the field. Bombing 15 Helldivers knocked out 8 aircraft and destroyed a hangar while the group's Avengers cratered the runways. The other air groups hit the field as thoroughly as they could when they flew through dense enemy flak. McCampbell attacked several enemy fighters he spotted, in company with wingman Lieutenant Junior Grade Roy Rushing. Despite having his guns jam, McCampbell shot down one Zeke with 2 guns and a second with only 1 still working. Rushing had 2 working weapons when he shot down his Zeke. The equipment failures demonstrated the poor mechanical state of the group's planes after nearly 5 months on the front line. McCampbell's victories brought his score to 32, assuring his position as the Navy's top-scoring ace. As the first strike flew back to the fleet, McCampbell directed a second strike of 72 aircraft that attacked nearby Clark Field. Helldivers hit several hangars while the Avengers cratered the east-west runway and destroyed 12 twin-engine aircraft parked nearby. A second fighter sweep of 8 Hellcats was sent out, led by VF-15's Lieutenant Commander George Duncan, with 2 aborting because of mechanical problems. The 6 Hellcats scored 4 victories, while Lieutenant Wendell 12's 4 Hellcats assigned as escorts on the Clark Field strike ran across a formation of Zekes flown by pilots good enough to give the Navy pilots a real fight, eventually scoring 6 Zekes and Oscars. Nearly every pilot who returned to Essex reported the failure of some piece of equipment. Mechanics worked throughout the night to fix the war-weary airplanes. Manila Harbor was the target on November 5th. 98 aircraft were launched at 11:30 hours to hit shipping. Lieutenant Broadhead led 12 Helldivers of Bombing 15. Nachi, a survivor of Kurita's center force, took 3 hits in this attack. Then she was attacked by 6 torpedo-armed Torpedo 15 Avengers in a hammer and anvil attack. Nachi's captain managed to evade 4 of the 6, but the cruiser was hit by the last 2, which caused an enormous explosion when one hit the stern. Among the Avengers that attacked the cruiser was the TBM-1C, flown by Lieutenant Robert H. Bob Cosford, with his crew aviation machinist mate 2nd Class Lois Dean and aviation radio man 3rd Class Digby Denzel. They had been together as a crew since the squadron had formed and had flown every mission. As he bored in on Nachi, Cosford felt the plane take hits. In the rear, radio man Denzel called out to his best friend Gunner Dean, with no response. When he climbed into the turret, he was met by the terrible sight of his friend's headless, bloody body. Lois Dean had been decapitated by a 37mm shell, and his body was riddled with shrapnel. Fighter Direction Officer Wendell Mays, who had reported aboard at Ulithi just before the Formosa strikes, remembered Cosgrove's return to the ship as the most heartbreaking event I witnessed in the war. The badly damaged Avenger touched down, and flight deck crewmen saw the wrecked rear turret. Climbing up to help, the men turned away and threw up at the sight. Just at that moment, General Quarters sounded. Mays remembered, "We had a kamikaze inbound, and there wasn't time to remove him from the turret. The air boss ordered that the plane be pushed to the stern. The chaplain was called, and he was buried in his plane, which was pushed over the side." Film of the event was later shown in the 1950s documentary Victory at Sea. The morning strike was followed by a 72-plane strike that afternoon, led by McCampbell. John Bridgers led 8 Bombing 15 Helldivers to go looking for a light cruiser spotted during the previous attack, but were unable to find it. Instead, they found a destroyer and attacked it unsuccessfully owing to its violent maneuvers, though it was damaged by 3 near misses. While the strike force was away from the carriers, it was the turn of Task Group 38.3 to experience the hot breath of the divine wind. Essex picked up the incoming raid and launched an emergency combat air patrol reinforcement. Again, the attackers were D-4Y-3 Judys, which would soon become the main JNAF suicide attack aircraft, since it was a little larger than the A-6M5 and fast, thus making for a difficult target, while able to carry a 500-kilogram bomb, twice that of a Zeke. 3 bogies were spotted inbound. The first was shot down by anti-aircraft fire, while VF-15's Lieutenant Crittenden dived into the sea of explosions from the fleet's anti-aircraft defenses to get the second Judy, while the third attacked Essex, whose veteran gunners kept firing on the diving plane until it exploded 500 feet above the ship. Wendell Mays remembered the crew's attitude. "It was difficult at first for us to realize and accept that these attacks were not the act of some pilot whose plane was so badly shot up he couldn't get home, which had been the usual reason up till then for such an attack by anyone, and to admit that these people were determined to die, that their intention was to kill themselves and, in so doing, take as many of us as possible with them. It ran against everything any of us had been raised to believe as members of our Western culture, in which suicide was not seen as anything honorable other than in such extremists that one knew they would not survive in any event. I think for most of us, the Japanese were difficult to understand regardless, but this made it more so. It was terrifying to see blips appear on the radar scope and know that each of them was a man who was absolutely willing to give his life to take yours and everyone you knew and served with. These attacks, along with the stories we heard through the fleet from the Marines of banzai charges on the islands, the stories of enemy pilots who had been found who preferred to kill themselves rather than be rescued, and, if possible, to kill their rescuers, set us in the belief that the Japanese were a different species from us. We came to hate them in a way completely different from the hatred of the enemy one found aboard ship prior to this change in attacks. Before, it was more an impersonal feeling, but now it was completely personal. The result was that we aboard ship became as hard in our view of the enemy as were the Marines in any island invasion. We hated them. We cheered when we saw them blown out of the sky. The kamikazes were the personal enemy of every sailor from the lowest seaman to the admiral. High winds and high seas prevented air operations on November 7th, but VF-15's Lieutenant Commander George Duncan led 48 Hellcats from all three carriers on a return mission to Manila at dawn on November 8th against Clark Field. Duncan strafed two G-4M Betty bombers as they prepared for takeoff, and they both caught fire. He then spotted a P-1Y-1 Francis as it started its takeoff run and hit it just as it lifted off. The Francis ground-looped and cartwheeled before it exploded. The morning strike launched from the task force ran into bad weather at 0610 hours, caused by a typhoon that was making its way across the East China Sea north of the Philippines. The clouds were low and the air hazy, which made target acquisition over Manila difficult. Attacking aircraft found holes in the clouds to drop through, but they were forced to make glide bombing attacks as they were greeted by heavy anti-aircraft fire from the ships in harbor. Shortly after midday, McCampbell led 78 aircraft against Port Salangan in southern Luzon, away from the track of the typhoon. The thin cumulus cover was still low, so the bombers were forced to glide bomb, claiming two ships definitely sunk and a possible third. A late afternoon fighter sweep to Manila by 8 Hellcats blew up newly arrived Betty bombers at Clark Field. On November 9th, TG-38.3 moved out to sea to refuel. While many celebrated Franklin Roosevelt's victory over Governor Dewey, the big news aboard Essex was the announcement that Admiral Nimitz had ordered Admiral Halsey to release Bunker Hill, CV-17, for return to the West Coast, and that Air Group 15 would be aboard for the trip home. TG-38.3 would be relieved the next day, and Air Group 4 would come aboard when it reached Ulithi on November 11th. Before that could happen, however, other events in the Philippines took precedence. VB-15 diarist Ted Graham wrote in his diary that night that, "I woke up several times with the ship shaking like hell under full power." U.S. intelligence had discovered the Japanese were going to make a major reinforcement effort at Ormoc Bay within the next 24 hours. No matter how tired they were, Essex and the rest of Task Group 38.3 headed back to the battle area. Beginning October 27th, the Japanese began reinforcing the 16,000 men on Leyte and would continue to do so with a series of convoys through the month of November and most of December. Following the landing of a division of the Kwantung Army on November 1st, 2 subsequent smaller convoys of barges bringing troops from the Visayan Islands had been attacked and stopped over the next 3 days. On November 8th, Convoy TA-3 had departed Manila for Ormoc Bay, carrying part of a second Kwantung Army division. This was followed by Convoy TA-4's departure from Manila on November 9th, with the majority of the division aboard the transports. The Japanese plan was that the destroyers escorting the first convoy would be able to rendezvous with the second once the first had unloaded its troops to provide additional protection to the bigger convoy. On November 9th, Convoy TA-3 had been spotted and attacked by B-25 Mitchells of the 38th Bomb Group, which was based on Morotai and specialized in anti-shipping strikes. Late that afternoon, the B-25s, escorted by the 432nd Fighter Squadron of the 475th Group, found the convoy and sank the transports Takakyu Maru with all hands and Kashii Maru. The destroyers Kasumi, Asashimo, and Naganami were able to rescue survivors from Kashii Maru, then caught up with the rest of the ships. A second strike by P-38s just before dark disabled the destroyer Akishimo and the transport Okinawa Maru. Convoy TA-3 slowed and then joined with TA-4 to make the run into Ormoc Bay. At dawn on November 11, 1944, Armistice Day, the surviving troop transports, supported by 5 destroyers, were spotted as they rounded Apali Point, bound for Ormoc Bay. Word was flashed to Task Force 38, and the flight decks of the 3 carriers in TG 38.3 were abuzz with activity as aircraft were spotted for launch, since the task group was closest to the target. Similar scenes were carried out aboard the carriers of Task Groups 38.1 and 38.4, as 350 Hellcats, Helldivers, and Avengers were brought to readiness for further strikes. Radar spotted an inbound bogey, and the Combat Air Patrol was vectored onto what was identified as a Judy. They chased it into the fleet's defensive fire, where Lieutenant Junior Grade R.N. Steim set it afire. The Judy flew on as flames enveloped it before it finally hit the water near one of Essex's screening destroyers. The photo taken of this attacker on fire in its dive became one of the iconic photos of the kamikaze phase of the Pacific War. Nearly 100 Hellcats, Helldivers, and Avengers, the largest strike the task group had ever launched, left the carriers at 0830 hours. Led by Dave McCampbell, their goal was stopping the enemy reinforcements. The strike force spotted the convoy rounding Apali Point in sight of its anchorage when they arrived over Ormoc Bay 2 hours later. The escorting destroyers immediately began laying a smokescreen as transports increased speed and scattered. Jim Riggs's 20 Hellcats strafed the ships while Jim Meany assigned targets to the 20 bombing 15 Helldivers. The 1st Division stopped the leading transport dead in the water with 3 hits. Seeing that, the 2nd Division diverted their attack and hit the 2nd ship with 4 bombs while gutting the 3rd with 3. Finally, the 3rd Division executed wingovers, and each Helldiver followed the one ahead in a 70-degree dive on the 4th ship. The anti-aircraft fire was devastating. Lieutenant Junior Grade John Foot's Helldiver was hit in the bomb bay and caught fire just after bombs away. Those behind saw him pull out of his dive, and he seemed to gain altitude for a few seconds before the Helldiver nosed over and went straight in. Aviation Radio Man 2nd Class Norm Schmidt was seen to jump from the burning bomber just before the crash, but his parachute failed to deploy. The plane exploded on impact. The pilot of the next dive bomber in line dropped his bombs and evaded the flak as he flew wildly out of the bay. Next in line were Pilot Ensign John Avery and Gunner Ted Graham. Avery's bombs were observed as hits, but the bomber took a direct hit in the engine as he started his pull-out low over the water. A wave caught the SB-2C's wingtip, and the plane cartwheeled between the ships and went inverted before it tucked and hit straight on in a burst of spray. Avery and Graham were likely killed instantly. Right behind Avery and Graham, Pilot Ensign Mel Livesay and Gunner Aviation Radio Man 2nd Class Chuck Swihart were hit by fierce anti-aircraft fire that blew off the left wing. The SB-2C went into a violent spiral and was torn apart, with only pieces hitting the water. Pilot Lieutenant Junior Grade David Hall and Gunner Aviation Radio Man 3rd Class Adams, who were next in line, were also hit, but Hall stayed level and made a successful water landing very near the enemy ships. They quickly got out and into their life raft. They were rescued by an OS-2U Kingfisher later in the afternoon and returned to Essex. Lieutenant Barney Barnett's 2 planes behind Hall felt hits behind and below his cockpit, which struck Gunner Aviation Radio Man 2nd Class Neil Steinkemeyer in his hand and legs. The gunner's wounds and loss of blood were serious. He needed immediate attention. Barnett's headed directly for the Tacloban airstrip, where he ensured his gunner was taken by ambulance to the field hospital before he took off in his damaged bomber and returned to the ship. Right behind Barnett's, Pilot Lieutenant Junior Grade Bob Bryce and Gunner Aviation Radio Man 2nd Class Lou Penza took hits in their left wing and fuselage, but Bryce kept the Helldiver airborne and made it back to the fleet. When he found the landing gear wouldn't come down, he successfully ditched in the wake of a plane guard destroyer. The dive bomber attack distracted the defenders from spotting Torpedo 15's 18 bomb- and rocket-armed Avengers before they attacked the 3 surviving large ships, scoring hits on the second and third. The Helldivers from Ticonderoga hit the 2 smaller transports and one of the destroyers, while the Avengers from Ticonderoga and Langley added to the destruction with rocket attacks. By this time, many Japanese troops and sailors from the sunken transports were in the water, where they were mercilessly strafed, turning the waters of the bay a foamy red. As the survivors of Air Group 15 made their escape, escorting Hellcats spotted incoming JAAF Oscars. Lieutenant Junior Grade Ralph Foltz, assigned to get post-strike photos, attacked an Oscar he spotted below at 8,000 feet. Just as the enemy fighter caught fire, Foltz came under fire from another and went at the enemy head-on. At the last moment, the Oscar caught fire and nosed over. Foltz's wingmen, Ensign Frizzell and Lieutenant Baynard Milton, Lieutenant Junior Grade Nall, and Lieutenant Junior Grade Berry also got an Oscar each, while Ensign Smith got 2 in spite of his cockpit heater coming on and fogging his windscreen. 2 enemy fighters shot down Ensign Erickson, who managed to bail out outside Ormoc Bay, where he was later picked up by a destroyer. Aviation radioman 3rd Class Pete Trombina shot down 1 attacking Oscar and probably destroyed another, while gunners Walt Kelly and Roger Lemieux each damaged an Oscar, unusual scores for Helldiver rear-seaters. Despite the losses, the mission was a success. The sunken cargo ship carried all the division's ammunition. The surviving troops who got ashore had few weapons and no ammunition or food. Convoy Commander Rear Admiral Mikio Hayakawa went down with the destroyer Shimakaze. The price of victory, however, was the heaviest losses Bombing 15 experienced on a single mission in its tour. Back aboard Essex, Dave McCampbell soon faced the greatest leadership crisis of his naval career. The 3 dead gunners were the most popular men in the squadron. As their loss became known, the other gunners declared that they had done enough, that they would not fly more missions. This was serious. Such an act in wartime was considered mutiny in the face of the enemy and a general court-martial hanging offense. Squadron Commander Meany made his way below to McCampbell, where he explained the situation. On deck, the men stood nervously in the aftermath of their action. Finally, Meany returned. He announced that McCampbell agreed with the gunners, and that they would not fly further missions, though their pilots would if necessary. Since they were no longer on flight status, they would be sent to the ship's company, which meant they would not return home with the rest of the group. No one remembered who was the first to take back his declaration, but all did, and the incident was put down to fatigue. Had the group commander gone on deck, where he would have officially witnessed the event, he could not have resolved things as he did. Task Group 38.3 refueled on November 12th before a final round of missions against shipping in Manila. McCampbell was again the strike leader the morning of November 13th. The Helldivers sank an 8,000-ton cargo ship and 2 10,000-ton cargo ships, damaging an 8,000-ton tanker and an 8,500-ton freighter. There were no losses as the planes returned to Essex. The afternoon strike was led by Torpedo 15's commander, Lieutenant Commander V.G. Lambert. The light cruiser Kiso was sunk by the dive bombers, but strike leader Lieutenant Roger Noyes and gunner Aviation Radioman 1st Class Paul Sheehan were lost when their bomber was hit in the wing root and engine and exploded on impact with the water. Sheehan died little more than 48 hours after his best friend, Ted Graham. 2 destroyers and a 10,000-ton cargo ship were also damaged. Though he didn't know it at the time, Lambert's brother-in-law, Lieutenant Commander Radcliffe Denniston, skipper of Torpedo 11 aboard Hornet, CV-12, was the pilot leading a group of Avengers Lambert saw shot down. Japanese losses for the day were a light cruiser and 6 destroyers, along with 7 freighters, while Nichols and Clark airfields were a shambles. All Air Group 15 aircraft had returned by 1800 hours when radar spotted 2 bogies and general quarters sounded. 2 C-6N-1 Mert reconnaissance planes, 2 P-1Y-1 Francis bombers, and 1 Ki-44 Tojo fell to the guns of VF-15's Satan's Kittens, while 5 more intruders fell victim to Hornet's Cap. McCampbell led fabled 15's next-to-last strike as coordinator for 92 aircraft launched from Essex, Ticonderoga, and Langley. No definite targets were hit in the haze, while pilots realized many ships that appeared afloat were actually sitting on the bottom of the shallow harbor. Bombing 15's final losses were Lieutenant Junior Grade Raymond L. Turner and Aviation Radioman Second Class Sam Doroche, whose SB-2C was hit in its dive and went straight in. One of the original members of the squadron, Turner had flown in the first mission against Marcus Island in May. John Bridgers later wrote that, "Losing Ray Turner like that took the gloss off of everything that came after." As the strike aircraft flew off, a final Oscar dove on McCampbell, who turned and hit it in the cockpit. His 34th victory confirmed him as the U.S. Navy Ace of Aces and third-ranked American Ace of the war. The final strike was flown that afternoon and was even less consequential than the first, with nothing left in Manila Harbor to attack. With negligible defensive fire, all planes returned safely. Admiral Sherman ordered Task Group 38.3 to head east that evening. Essex dropped anchor in Ulithi Harbor on November 17th, and Air Group 15 departed the ship. It was one of 3 naval air groups to have flown in both the Battle of the Philippine Sea and the battles of Leyte Gulf, and was the last air group from that high tide of the Pacific War to return home. Of the 100 pilots who had landed aboard the carrier that May morning, 45 survivors left for home 6 months later. Bombing 15's losses were the worst. 17 pilots and 15 gunners killed or missing in action, 25% of the group's total losses. Air Group 15's record was never equaled. The dive and torpedo bombers were credited with sinking the carriers Zuikaku and Chitose and the battleship Musashi while damaging 3 battleships, 1 carrier, 5 heavy cruisers, and 19 destroyers. Every pilot in Torpedo 15 was awarded the Navy Cross for making a combat torpedo attack. Satan's Kittens of Fighting 15 shot down 318 enemy aircraft in aerial combat, including the all-time one-day record of 68.5 on June 19, 1944, and destroyed 378 on the ground. 26 pilots became aces, including their commander as the Navy Ace of Aces. Over the course of the rest of November, the Battle of Leyte ground on. While the Japanese landed reinforcements and maneuvered into position for a counterattack, MacArthur's troops continued a 2-prong attack and envelopment, driving through the central Leyte Valley and along the coast. Fortunately, Army engineers were able to complete a new fighter airfield at Dulag, near Tacloban, which allowed the remaining squadrons of the 49th and 475th Fighter Groups to move into the Philippines, but did not provide sufficient land-based force to allow the Navy to leave the area. The Third Fleet repeatedly attacked Japanese airfields on Luzon between November 5th and 19th whenever the adverse monsoonal weather permitted. After evading a typhoon between November 20th and 23rd, Task Force 38 moved into range of the central Philippines, taking position 100 miles east of Luzon on November 24th, and commenced attacks against airfields on Cebu, the Visayas, and Luzon. The Japanese had turned the respite into an opportunity to shuttle more aircraft down to the Philippines. On the morning of November 25th, planes from the carriers sank the heavy cruiser Nachi in Manila Bay, but this time the Japanese struck back with great force. Over the course of an hour at midday, Task Force 38 suffered the strongest and most coordinated kamikaze attack to date. The day was cloudy, which gave the attackers the opportunity to evade the combat air patrols sent after them when radar began to pick them up at 11:35 hours, and a swarm of attackers managed to get through to the fleet. At 12:50 hours, attackers appeared over Rear Admiral Gerald Bogan's Task Group 38.2, where Hancock was operating with Intrepid, Cabot, CVL-28, and Independence. Hancock was attacked just after the crew was called to lunch. Another Judy roared toward the carrier in a dive out of the sun. The 5-inch 38 caliber main guns, as well as the 40mm and 20mm batteries, opened up and exploded the plane when it was approximately 300 feet above the flight deck. Parts of the enemy airplane hit amidships while the flight deck was set afire by the burning wing. Pilot Isamu Kamitaki had either already dropped his bomb or failed to arm it, limiting damage. The flight deck fires were quickly extinguished without serious damage, though 15 sailors died. After examining the remains of the airplane for intelligence, both aircraft parts and the body of pilot Kamitaki were dumped unceremoniously at sea. At 12:48 hours, it was the turn of the light carrier Cabot. The ship's gunners managed to shoot down 2 attackers and set a third aflame. This plane crashed into the port side of the flight deck and destroyed or disabled several guns and a gun director. As the gunners kept up their battle with the incoming kamikazes, a 4th plane was hit and damaged. It crashed close aboard the port quarter and showered the flight deck with shrapnel and burning debris. 62 sailors were killed or wounded, but the carrier was able to maintain her station in formation and continue flight operations while damage control parties made temporary repairs. Cabot was sent to Ulithi for permanent repairs, where she arrived on November 28th. She rejoined the fast carrier task force on December 11th. At 12:55 hours, Intrepid took her second kamikaze hit within a month of the first, when an A-6M Zeke went into a power stall approximately 1,000 yards astern of the carrier, did a wingover from an altitude of about 500 feet, and rocketed into Intrepid's flight deck. The 250-kilogram bomb it carried penetrated the deck clear to the pilot's ready room, which was fortunately empty, but 32 men were killed in an adjoining compartment. As the crew fought the fires, 2 more Zekes attacked. One was hit by anti-aircraft fire and splashed into the sea 1,500 yards to starboard, but the second flew through a blizzard of tracers, power stalled, made a wingover, and dived full force onto the flight deck 4 minutes after the first hit at 12:59 hours, an attack that was personally witnessed by Admiral Halsey from the bridge of his flagship New Jersey, BB-62, steaming in formation 1,000 yards distant. This attacker crashed through the deck into the hangar, which was soon ablaze from bow to stern. Damage control managed to bring the fires under control, but their heat helped other fires throughout the ship. With the flight deck and arrestor gear badly damaged, flight operations were impossible, and her strike planes and cap were taken aboard by other carriers. In company with Cabot, Intrepid made it back to Ulithi and then sailed on to Pearl Harbor. The attack cost 69 men dead and 35 seriously wounded. Lieutenant Cecil Harris of Intrepid's VF-18 shot 4 of the attacking Zekes out of the sky over the task force. Harris was an outstanding pilot who almost always scored multiple victories in combat. His first 2 fights in early October saw him score 3 in each. This was followed by 2 float planes on October 24th over Leyte Gulf and a lone single Zeke on November 19th. The 4 scored in what was his final fight brought his score to 23 in only 5 aerial fights. Only the damage suffered by his carrier, which forced Air Group 18 out of the battle line, prevented him from challenging Dave McCampbell as ace of aces. At the same time Intrepid was attacked, kamikazes appeared out of the clouds over Task Group 38.3. Essex had just returned to combat with Air Group 4 aboard. The veteran Air Group had participated in the invasion of North Africa 2 years earlier and had flown strikes against Norway from Ranger, CV-4, in support of Russia-bound convoys in the summer of 1943 before returning to the United States for deployment to the Pacific. Fighting 4 had traded in their FM-1 Wildcats for F-6F Hellcats, while Bombing 4 had given up their SBD-5 Dauntlesses for SB-2C4 Helldivers, with Torpedo 4 receiving new TBM-1C Avengers to replace their early Grumman TBF-1s. At 12:56 hours, a Judy flown by Yoshinori Yamaguchi hit Essex on the port edge of her flight deck. Aircraft on deck, armed and fueled for takeoff, caught fire and caused extensive damage, with 15 killed and 44 wounded. Damage control parties quickly fought the fire, and 30 minutes later she was ready to resume operations. Admiral Sherman detached Essex to return to Ulithi for repairs. The damage was quickly repaired, and the carrier returned to service with Task Force 38 in time to support the occupation of Mindoro on December 14th through 16th, 1944. Following these devastating attacks that had almost removed an entire task group from the fleet, Third Fleet withdrew from the Philippines for a well-deserved respite at Ulithi after operating for an unprecedented 84 days throughout the Western Pacific. The final struggle for control of Ormoc Bay did not involve the carriers, though the victory came at sea. On November 23rd, the Japanese attempted to send another convoy from Manila to Leyte, but it was discovered on November 24th, and 5 of the 6 transports were sunk by the Mindoro-based B-25s. With the onset of more bad weather in late November, air interdiction was less effective, and the Navy sent destroyers into Ormoc Bay. Waller, DD-466, Pringle, DD-477, Renshaw, DD-499, and Softly, DD-465, under the command of Captain Robert Smith, were the first to enter the bay on November 27th to shell the docks at Ormoc City. 2 days after the Third Fleet retired in the face of the kamikaze attack, 2 transports left Manila, escorted by 3 coastal patrol vessels. The convoy was found the night of November 28th and attacked by PT boats that sank the transports and their escorts. November 27th saw further kamikaze attacks against U.S. ships patrolling Surigao Strait. Shortly after 1000 hours, a formation of cruisers and battleships were refueling from a tanker when enemy aircraft were spotted, and a combat air patrol was requested for protection. 14 enemy aircraft attacked the formation in a brief battle that saw several attackers shot down, while no ships were hit. At 11:30 hours, there were still no defending American fighters, but a second formation of 10 enemy planes arrived overhead and broke into 3 attack groups of 4, 4, and 2. The next hour would see St. Louis, CL-49, the first ship to get underway during the attack on Pearl Harbor, and a veteran of Coral Sea and Midway, where she had escorted Yorktown, CV-5, as well as the desperate sea battles in the Solomons during 1943, wage a desperate struggle to survive. Ensign Donovan B. Don Shelton, who had enlisted in the Navy in 1939 and won admission to Annapolis in 1941, had joined the ship in September while she was undergoing overhaul at Mare Island after graduation from the Naval Academy the previous June. All 10 of this second group attacked us, and the action was fast and furious. The Lou was at air defense, not general quarters, which meant that I was not in number 2 turret, my GQ station, but free to help wherever needed. The wardroom was the designated collecting place for wounded, so I went between there and the quarterdeck area as needed. At 11:38 hours, a Val attacker hit St. Louis in the stern aircraft hangar where airplane and bomb exploded on impact, with fire breaking out and killing or wounding all the crews on the nearby 20mm guns. Shelton helped carry 8 of the wounded to the wardroom, which was set up as an emergency treatment station. A minute later, a second attacking Val was set afire by the ship's AA defenses. As it continued its dive on the cruiser, her captain ordered flank speed and hard right rudder. With this change, the Val overflew the ship and crashed into the water 100 yards to starboard. By 11:46 hours, there was still no sign of defending fighters. 5 minutes later, 2 more kamikazes that had been set aflame by the fleet's defensive fire dived on St. Louis. Her gunners shot down the first off the port quarter, the second just above the waterline on the port side. Shelton remembered, "The most damaging hit, one that knocked me flat on the deck, was the kamikaze that dove into the ship right at the waterline between the number 1 and 2 boiler rooms. A 20-foot section of armor was blown off and the area flooded. The bulkheads were flexing, all of which meant that the ship would sink if those bulkheads failed and the boilers blew up. The ship went powerless, dead in the water, and eventually drifted about 4 miles away from the circle." A minute after that hit, St. Louis was listing badly to port, with smoke rising from the fires. A 5th attacker closed the ship at 12:10 hours, but her gunners blew it out of the sky 400 yards behind the St. Louis. 4 B-6N Jills attacked at 12:20 hours, but the ship was able to avoid them when a PT boat warned of their approach. Damage control parties managed to alleviate flooding at the waterline by 12:36 hours and bring the cruiser back on an even keel by counterflooding. The major fires were out by 13:15 hours. 15 sailors were dead and 1 was missing, with 21 seriously wounded and 22 minor injuries. The next day, the seriously wounded were transferred to a hospital ship. St. Louis arrived in San Pedro Bay on November 30th, where temporary repairs were made. She arrived in San Francisco at the end of December. The final effort to chase the Japanese from Ormoc Bay saw U.S. forces land at San Pedro Bay 27 miles north of Ormoc City on December 5th. Suicide attackers sank 15 landing craft and support vessels. On December 7th, the 3rd anniversary of the beginning of the Pacific War, the 77th Infantry Division made an unopposed landing 3 miles south of Ormoc City at Albuera. Despite the presence of air cover over the bay in the form of 72 P-38s of the 475th and 49th Fighter Groups and 46 P-47s of the 348th Fighter Group, kamikaze attacks resulted in the sinking of the destroyer transport Ward, APD-16, which, as DD-139, had fired the first American shot of the Pacific War at Pearl Harbor the morning of the Japanese attack, when she attacked and sank a midget submarine attempting to enter the harbor. Hit amidships and set afire, Ward was sunk by gunfire from O'Brien, DD-725, whose commanding officer, William W. Outerbridge, had commanded Ward at Pearl Harbor. Mahan, DD-364, a veteran of the early days in the Solomons, shot down 4 of her attackers but took 3 hits by others. With Mahan exploding and a fire from bow to stern, Commander E.G. Campbell was forced to give the order to abandon ship. Mahan was then sunk by torpedoes fired by Walke, DD-723. While the Army Air Force flyers had shot down 64 enemy aircraft over the course of the day, the results had demonstrated that, even if there was only 1 left, the danger was still great. On the night of December 11th, the Japanese managed to land troops in Ormoc Bay for the last time. The convoy was found by American aircraft and attacked at dawn the next day, sinking destroyers Juzuki and Uzuki and damaging destroyer Kiri, which nonetheless managed to escape. The American victory at Leyte was the result of U.S. air superiority over Ormoc Bay. Historian Irwin J. Capps wrote, "In the end, it was the rather amorphous Battle of Ormoc Bay that finally brought Leyte and the entire Gulf area under firm Allied control." With the retirement of the Third Fleet, air power in the Philippines reached a dangerous low. The engineers at Tacloban had managed to expand the field and put down Marston matting on the runways that allowed better operation in bad weather, and more Army Air Forces squadrons had moved up to the Philippines. Following the victory in the Solomons and at Rabaul, the Marine Air Forces at Bougainville in the northern Solomons had been given the assignment of keeping bypassed Rabaul knocked out after the evacuation of Japanese air forces from the base in February 1944. The Marine flyers were thoroughly unhappy with the demands of this backwater war, since the skies over these bypassed islands were filled with as much dangerous flak as one could have found at Rabaul at the height of the air campaign, and the loss of a squadron mate was not assuaged by the thought that his death had advanced the war effort. Major General Ralph J. Mitchell, Comnav Air Norsals, commander of naval aviation in the northern Solomons, had sought other employment for his men since assuming his position at the beginning of the summer. He had visited MacArthur, 7th Fleet Commander Admiral Kincaid, and 5th Air Force Commander General Kenny to pitch them on employing his Air Force in whatever operation was being planned. Kenny, who would soon be named Commander of Far East Air Forces, told General Mitchell the Marines would be moved to the Philippines if it proved necessary. By the middle of November, that necessity was obvious. The arrival of the P-61A Black Widow night fighters of the 421st Night Fighter Squadron had not led to the defeat of the Japanese night hecklers over Leyte, since the big P-61s were the size of a B-25 Mitchell medium bomber and unable to take on the agile Japanese single-seaters. In mid-November, General MacArthur wrote to Admiral Nimitz with an offer to trade his P-61s for the Marine Night Fighter Squadron equipped with Hellcat night fighters that was based at Peleliu. Nimitz agreed, and the swap was carried out at the end of the month. Commissioned on February 15, 1944, VMF N-541 Bat Eyes was first of 8 new Marine night fighter squadrons commissioned at MCAS Cherry Point to participate in the Central Pacific Offensive. Squadron Commander Major Peter D. Lambrecht had received RAF night fighter training. The new squadrons were first equipped with F-6F-3Es. That July, VMFN 541 received the first F-6F-5Ns. The squadron arrived on Peleliu on September 24, 1944, to discover that Japanese aerial opposition was non-existent. The Marines flew night patrols that were always negative. The only aerial success occurred when Major Norman Mitchell shot down an E-13A Jake floatplane over Shonian Harbor on October 31st. Lambrecht, by now promoted to lieutenant colonel, led 12 Hellcats from Peleliu the 692 miles to Tacloban on December 3rd. They flew their first mission the night of December 4th, providing cover to Navy PT boats in Surigao Strait. A second mission that night saw Second Lieutenant Rod Montgomery down an Oscar just before dawn on December 5th. A week later, on December 12th, Captain Dave Thompson's 3-plane Dawn Patrol, covering an Ormoc-bound convoy, was vectored onto 5 groups of bogies west of Leyte that turned out to be 33 enemy aircraft. First Lieutenant Fletcher Miller's 4 Hellcats arrived just as Thompson's trio unit knocked down 5 on their first pass through the enemy. Miller's division shot down 6 in their initial pass. Thompson scored a second victory for a total of 12 in a 10-minute battle that turned out to be the biggest fight the Bat's Eyes would engage in during their Philippine assignment. VMFN 541 scored 4 more in a 35-minute running battle during the Mindoro landings a few weeks later. The Bat's Eyes were unusual for an American unit, since they included 2 enlisted naval aviation pilots, Tech Sergeant John Andre and Tech Sergeant Frank Ratchford, of whom Andre scored 2 J-2M3 Jack fighters of the 4 shot down. The last victories were the 2 scored by Second Lieutenant Hayes on January 3, 1945, which brought the squadron's score to 22. Returning to Peleliu on January 11, 1945, the unit was awarded the Army Distinguished Unit Citation by General MacArthur for their efforts, making the Bat's Eyes the only Marine squadron ever to receive the Army award. Hours after VMFN 541 arrived at Tacloban, the first of 66 F-4U-1D Corsairs of Marine Air Group 12 touched down, having flown 1,957 miles from Emerau in the northern Solomons via Hollandia, New Guinea, and Peleliu, with navigation guidance performed by the PBJ-1s, the Marine designation for the North American B-25 Mitchell bomber, of Marine Air Group 61. The Marines were almost all veterans who averaged 10 months overseas on their current tour that had seen them bombing bypassed Japanese islands in the Marshall and Caroline Islands, with many on their second tour after serving in the Solomons previously. With the arrival a week later of Marine Air Group 24's 2 squadrons of SBD-6 Dauntless dive bombers, General Mitchell was about to show the Army what the term close air support really meant. The battle for Leyte had demonstrated far more clearly than ever before in the Pacific War the coordinated striking power of American land, air, and naval forces. While the Japanese had anticipated an invasion of the Philippines, they had not known when or where the event would come and were particularly unprepared on Leyte. The speed with which the invasion forces were unloaded and the drive inland despite the difficult weather led to surprise and confusion on the part of the Japanese leaders tasked with opposing MacArthur's forces. Despite heroic efforts and great courage, they had been unable to stand before the overwhelming power of American combined arms. The decision to change the plan for the defense of the Philippines compromised the Japanese plan for the defense of Luzon and resulted in piecemeal efforts to reinforce Leyte without an overall defense plan. The cost of the reinforcement attempts was enormous in terms of ships sunk. Naval air power crippled the convoys, though 45,000 troops did manage to get ashore over the course of the month of November, with 10,000 tons of supplies in the face of nearly complete American air superiority, though the bulk of their material and supplies was lost. While these reinforcements did prolong the battle on Leyte to December 15th, the losses were so great that General Yamashita's staff was eventually forced to admit that an effective defense of Luzon was now impossible. The decision to fight the decisive battle in the central Philippines had come too late for adequate planning and preparation. The Americans learned other essential lessons in the battle for Leyte. While past operations had shown what could be accomplished with the protection and support of air power, Leyte demonstrated that the lack of aerial supremacy at a crucial point in the battle could threaten the success of an operation. Leyte had shown it was vital to establish local air bases as quickly as possible. This would be particularly the case if the enemy used the kamikaze tactic against a supporting fleet. These facts were even more clearly demonstrated 5 months later at Okinawa, and ultimately affected planning for the invasion of Japan. Once the Japanese force on Leyte was defeated, the rest of the campaign became a question of organizing and deploying the American forces. However, there would be another month of difficulty for the Third Fleet as they faced both a determined enemy and the power of the weather in the Western Pacific. The Leyte defeat brought American air forces within range of the South China Sea and placed them in position to sever the sea lanes that connected Japan with the needed resources of her southern empire. Without access to the resources in the Netherlands East Indies and Malaya, Japanese hopes for successfully continuing the war were drastically reduced. The Third Fleet returned to action in early December to provide support for the invasion of Mindoro. The fleet was reorganized from 4 task groups to 3, owing to damage inflicted by the kamikaze attacks in November, to maintain striking power. John Thatch's Big Blue Blanket strategy that had been approved in early November was finally ready for rollout. On December 14th, 186 Japanese aircraft were launched from bases on Luzon, Negros, and Panay to hit the Mindoro-bound convoys. Unfortunately, the Japanese assumption that the Americans were headed for Negros or Panay rather than Mindoro meant that most of the Japanese strike aircraft, including 50 kamikazes, missed the convoys. Instead, they ran into Task Force 38 fresh from Ulithi. The fleet's Hellcats splashed 2/3 of the attackers, while the rest fled to smaller islands. Lieutenant R.H. Anderson of Ticonderoga's VF-80, known as Vorse's Vipers for their squadron commander, was among the Hellcat pilots who scored against these attackers. The squadron tangled with what they reported as a mixed formation of Zeeks and Oscars. This was undoubtedly a misidentification, since IJNAF and JAAF units never flew together. Anderson claimed 5 in a fast-paced 5 minutes to become the 28th and final Hellcat ace in a day in 1944. Squadron mate Lieutenant Richard L. Zeke Cormier, who had finally managed to transfer from flying Avengers on Atlantic anti-submarine patrols, started an 8-victory run when he shot down 4 in the same fight, while his division leader, Lieutenant Patrick D. Fleming, also added 4 to an eventual score of 19. Cormier would later win fame as the second leader of the famed Blue Angels flight demonstration team when the unit returned from the Korean War. December 14th saw the loss of Lieutenant Alex Vrachu, one of the top Navy aces, who had first entered combat a year earlier in VF-6 as wingman to Butch O'Hare. Vrachu had transferred to VF-16 aboard Lexington when Intrepid was torpedoed in February 1944 and had flown combat through the spring and through the Marianas Turkey Shoot. He had returned in November to join VF-20 aboard Enterprise. Attacking Bamban Airfield on Luzon, Vrachu was finally brought down not by a Japanese fighter pilot, but by anonymous anti-aircraft gunners. Bailing out of F-6F-5, BU number 58831, he managed to evade capture and made contact with Filipino guerrillas, with whom he operated for 6 weeks before returning to U.S. forces. Navy policy was that pilots who had spent time behind enemy lines were not allowed to return to combat for fear of capture. Vrachu's year of outstanding combat finally came to an end as he returned to the United States to pass on his skills to younger pilots. Vrachu's squadron mate, Lieutenant Junior Grade Douglas Baker, a 16-victory ace, was also lost over Luzon during the same mission after shooting down an Oscar and 3 Zeeks in his final fight. The Big Blue Blanket held sway over the southern Philippines until December 16th, engaging the enemy in the air while simultaneously covering airfields to destroy the enemy before he could strike. The Task Force 38 pilots, joined by the newly arrived Marines on Leyte and aircraft from the CVE support force covering Mindoro, claimed 60 enemy aircraft shot down and over 200 destroyed on their airfields, while Mindoro was successfully invaded on December 15th with light ground losses. However, kamikazes made attacks against the ships involved. One formation of 20 was reduced to 10 by Army Air Force fighters, and shipboard anti-aircraft fire knocked down 4 more, but LSTs 738 and 472 were hit and damaged so badly they were finally sunk by escorting destroyers. Between October 25, 1944, and the end of the Navy's commitment of support for operations in the Philippines in December, 421 Japanese Navy and 400 Japanese Army aircraft were dispatched on special attacks, with the majority happening in November. The IJNAF flyers claimed 105 hits on ships, while the JAAF scored 154. While only 16 ships were sunk, including 2 escort carriers and 3 destroyers, the damage to the fleet carriers had a serious negative effect on shipboard morale, as well as restricting the operation of the Navy's primary offensive weapon. Unknown to the Navy at the time, the fleet had dodged what might have been a mortal blow by the Japanese suicide attackers. Earlier in the summer of 1944, Ensign Mitsuo Ota of the 405th Kokutai, working with students of the University of Tokyo's Aeronautical Research Institute, created a design for a rocket-powered, human-guided flying bomb. When he submitted the design, the Imperial Navy concluded the concept showed merit. Full development of the weapon was assigned to engineers of the Yokosuka Naval Air Technical Arsenal, Daiichi Kaigun Koku Gijitsusho. The result was the MXY-7. Powered by 3 rocket engines and guided by a human pilot, the MXY-7 was essentially a rocket-powered 2,646-pound bomb with wings. 155 Oka Model 11s were built at Yokosuka, and another 600 were assembled at the Kasumigora Naval Air Arsenal. The operational concept was that the Oka would be carried within range of its target by a G4M2 Betty bomber. Once released, the pilot would fire the rocket motors and the bomb would accelerate to 600 miles per hour, too fast for interception by defending fighters, and too fast to be accurately tracked by anti-aircraft guns on the ships. It was believed that one hit in the hull by the Oka would sink any ship. When this was attempted at Okinawa, however, the distance to be flown from their operating base meant the Bettys were exposed to American defenders. The losses incurred on the few missions attempted resulted in the Oka being called the Baka, fool, by the Americans. However, had these weapons been deployed in the Philippines, where the numerous Japanese-held airfields in the central archipelago would have meant the attackers could come from many locations and directions, the result might have been different with so much better in operating environment. Pilots were trained as part of the Jinrai Butai, Thunder Gods Corps, and it was planned that they would deploy to Formosa and Luzon to oppose the expected American invasion. Halsey's attack against Formosa and Okinawa in October created such havoc, however, that it delayed air transport of the 55 bombs that had been produced up to that point. The Japanese decided that the bombs would be transported by sea. Their transport would be one of the most interesting and tragic ships in the history of the Imperial Navy. Originally, there had been 3 super battleships planned: Musashi, Yamato, and Shinano. Following the loss of 4 fleet carriers at Midway in June 1942, the half-completed Shinano was redesigned to become the largest aircraft carrier built, at an all-up weight of 71,189 tons, until Forrestal, CVA 59. The ship was finally launched in October 1944 and commissioned on November 19th. Despite not being ready to put to sea, Shinano was ordered to sail from Yokosuka Naval Arsenal in Tokyo Bay to Kure Naval Base on the Inland Sea on November 29th to complete fitting out, since it was feared the ship would be bombed after American B-29 bombers flew over Yokosuka. She would also take aboard the first 50 Yokosuka MXY-7 Oka-11 bombs and transport them to Luzon once her fitting out was completed. The destroyers Isakaze, Yukikaze, and Hamakaze had just returned from the Battle of Leyte Gulf and were in need of rest and repair, but they were assigned to cover Shinano. At 1800 hours on November 28th, the task group set sail for the inland sea, with civilian construction workers still aboard the enormous carrier. A little more than 2 hours later, at 22:45 hours, the submarine Archerfish, SS-311, picked up the Japanese ships on her radar and commenced following on a parallel course. Shinano detected the submarine's radar, but the requirement that the ships were to zigzag cut her forward speed sufficiently that Archerfish was able to keep pace. At 22:48 hours, Lookout spotted the submarine at the surface. Captain Toshio Abe ordered a course change to outrun Archerfish and increased speed to 25 knots. At 23:22 hours, Shinano was forced to slow to 18 knots to allow the destroyers to maintain position in the heavy sea. At 02:56 hours on November 29th, Abe ordered a course change to the southwest that put the carrier on course directly at the submarine. At 02:58 hours, Commander Joseph Enright ordered Archerfish to dive. He fired 4 torpedoes at the huge carrier at 03:04 hours. The first hit flooded refrigerated storage compartments and an empty aviation gasoline storage tank in the stern. The explosion killed most of the engineering personnel asleep in the compartment above. The outboard engine room was flooded when the second torpedo struck the starboard outboard propeller shaft at the point where it entered the hull. The No. 3 boiler room was flooded by the explosion of the third torpedo, and all those on watch were killed. The two adjacent boiler rooms were flooded as a result of structural failures from the explosion. The starboard air compressor room and adjacent anti-aircraft gun magazines were flooded by the fourth hit, which also ruptured the adjacent oil tank. Immediately following the torpedo hits, the reports Captain Abe received led him to believe the damage manageable, and he ordered the ship to maintain maximum speed. This increased the flooding, causing the carrier to list 10 degrees to starboard within minutes. 3,000 tons of water were pumped into the port bilges to counter the list, but it soon increased to 13 degrees. Realizing Shinano was more damaged than he first thought, Abe ordered the ship to turn toward Shiono Point. The flooding was out of control, and she listed 15 degrees at 0330 hours. At 0420 hours, Abe ordered the empty port outboard fuel tanks flooded. This briefly reduced the list to 12 degrees. At 0500 hours, the civilian workers were ordered to be transferred to the escorts. Shinano was moving at 10 knots with a 13-degree list at 0530 hours. This increased to 20 degrees at 0600 hours when the starboard boiler room flooded. The valves of the port trimming tanks were raised out of the water, and with lack of steam the engines shut down around 0700 hours. In an unsuccessful attempt to reduce the list, Abe ordered the engineering compartments evacuated and the 3 outboard port boiler rooms flooded at 0800 hours. The 2 destroyers, Hamikaze and Isokaze, were ordered to tow the huge carrier, but combined they weighed only 1/14 of Shinano's displacement and were unable to overcome her dead weight. The first cable snapped, and a second attempt was aborted. Shinano lost all power at 0900 hours. The list passed 20 degrees and had reached 30 degrees at 1000 hours when Abe gave the order to abandon ship. As the crew dived overboard, Shinano heeled over. Her flight deck touched the water, and seawater flowed into the open elevator well which sucked many seamen back in as she sank. At 10:57 hours on November 29th, Shinano capsized and sank stern first in 13,000 feet of water. Abe was lost, along with 1,435 officers, men, and civilians. The 1,800 survivors were kept on the island of Mitsukojima until January 1945 to keep the loss a secret. The 50 okas that might have made the Philippines battle even more desperate now rested on the seabed. Efforts continued to produce the oka and get it to the Philippines. The carrier, Unryu, had been launched in the summer of 1944, but lack of fuel and aircraft left her unable to participate in the Battle of Leyte. In December, she was ordered to transport aircraft and supplies to Luzon, including 30 okas that were loaded aboard on December 13, 1944. At 0830 hours on December 17th, Unryu departed Kure Naval Base on her maiden voyage, escorted by the destroyers Shigure, Hinoki, and Momi, under the overall command of Unryu's commander, Captain Kaname. The typhoon that created such problems for the Third Fleet also roiled the waters of the Formosa Sea, and the convoy settled in at a speed of 18 knots. At 1600 hours on December 19th, Unryu's convoy was 200 nautical miles southwest of Shanghai when the ships turned due south and were soon picked up on radar by Redfish, SS-395, which was on her second war patrol. 11 days earlier, Redfish and Sea Devil, SS-400, had torpedoed and heavily damaged the carrier Junyo as she headed toward Sasebo from the Philippines, which put the carrier out of action for the rest of the war. The submarine dived at 1624 hours. At 1627 hours, Commander L.D. McGregor spotted the masts of the convoy. Redfish made a submerged attack and fired a spread of 6 torpedoes shortly after 1630 hours as Unryu turned into a perfect position for attack. Unryu's lookouts spotted the torpedoes, and Captain Kanami turned to comb their wakes. The first three passed ahead. At 16:35 hours, the fourth torpedo hit Unryu under her bridge, hitting the control center below the bridge, forward of number 1 boiler room. The control room, number 1 boiler room, and forward generator room were flooded, while the bulkhead separating number 1 from number 2 boiler room on the port side was damaged. The second boiler room also flooded and ignited a fire in the forward crew space. Fire also started in the lower hangar deck where the Okas were stored. Power died, and the carrier slowed. Redfish fired her 4 stern tubes at destroyer Hinoki at 16:40 hours, but the destroyer evaded them, leaving the submarine temporarily unarmed. McGregor kept her near the surface while his torpedo men sweated a reload. He fired the one they managed to load at Unryu at 16:45 hours. At 16:50 hours, the torpedo struck the carrier below her forward elevator. At that moment, the fire in the lower deck hangar ignited the aviation fuel, which spread to the 30 Okas, which began exploding. The exploding warheads tore the ship apart, and her entire bow was wrapped in flame. Hinoki's commander, Captain Konishi, gave the order to abandon ship at 16:55 hours, but she sank 2 minutes later, carrying 1,241 officers and men with her. Shigure picked up 147 and returned to Sasebo Naval Base on December 22, 1944. While Shigure and Momi were rescuing survivors, Hinoki came within an ace of sinking Redfish, depth-charging the submarine as McGregor finally took the submarine down. Redfish hit bottom at only 200 feet and endured a 2-hour depth charging. Just after sunset, McGregor surfaced and ran east at top speed. The submarine had been badly damaged and was forced to return early from patrol, after which she was sent to the United States for further repair. At the end of 1944, 80 Okas, which could have caused real havoc for the Third Fleet had they been deployed in the Philippines, lay at the bottom of the ocean in the twisted wrecks of the last 2 Japanese aircraft carriers to be sunk in the Pacific War. The Navy would not meet the Thunder Gods until one destroyed Manert El Abali, DD-733, at Okinawa 5 months later. Chapter 4. Halsey's Typhoons. Following the 3 days of strikes in support of the Mindoro invasion, Admiral Halsey ordered the Third Fleet to head east into the open Pacific. They were to rendezvous at the Ulithi Fueling Group to refuel and transfer aircraft from the 5 CVEs carrying replacements to the 7 fleet carriers and 6 light carriers of Task Force 38. That day, the aerologists received warnings of a new typhoon, codenamed Cobra. Seas became increasingly heavy as the typhoon approached, but Halsey wanted to finish fueling because many of the destroyers were nearly out of fuel. Because they were due to take on fuel, several of the little boys did not take on seawater to maintain stability, since it would only have to be pumped overboard again before they could receive the precious fuel oil. Unfortunately, Commander George F. Costco, Halsey's meteorologist, did not have sufficient information on the typhoon and its likely track. Costco advised Halsey early on the morning of December 17th that the storm was well to the east and would turn north. Halsey believed it would be possible for the fleet to remain together and finish fueling. In the increasingly heavy seas, fueling operations proceeded slowly as tow lines snapped and fueling hoses parted. Several collisions were narrowly avoided. Halsey had promised General MacArthur the Third Fleet would return to combat with Philippine strikes on December 19th, and was reluctant to halt fueling. However, sea conditions were such that by midday, with the ships of the fleet floundering in mountainous seas and gale-force winds, the admiral concluded that further attempts were only courting disaster, and ordered operations stopped. Unfortunately, meteorologist Costco again misread the storm's projected course as being to the northwest, and recommended the fleet steam southwest. Halsey gave the order at dusk for the ships to turn to the new location. Unfortunately, Casco was wrong, with the result that the Third Fleet was steaming directly toward the heart of an intensifying typhoon. In spite of the warning signs of worsening conditions as the night became even darker, the fleet remained in formation. With radio antennas broken off and the weather inhibiting what radio communication was possible, ships remained in their stations, with captains unwilling to risk their career by violating the order to maintain formation despite the danger to their ship. By midnight it was obvious the fleet could not reach the new rendezvous. Admiral Halsey ordered the fleet to turn northwest. As it turned out, this put the Third Fleet even more squarely into the typhoon's path. Over the rest of the night, the wild storm only increased in power. Aboard Monterey, CVL 26, Lieutenant Gerald R. Ford, a 31-year-old reservist and lawyer from Grand Rapids, Michigan, recently promoted to assistant navigator after serving as gunnery officer in charge of the fantail 40mm mounts, was in the wheelhouse as officer of the deck on the midwatch, 0000 to 0400 hours, in the early hours of December 18th. Ford would later become the 38th President of the United States. During these hours, the wind built to over 60 knots, with gusts recorded at 100 knots with lashing rain. The sea became increasingly wild, with waves cresting at 40 to 70 feet before cascading over the bow and crashing into the wheelhouse as they washed on down the flight deck, such that at times it was impossible to see outside. In 18 months aboard Monterey, Ford had never seen such a storm. As breakers crashed overhead, the men in the wheelhouse could barely hear the sounds of distress through the howling gale, the deep blasts of battleships and cruisers, and the shrill whoops of destroyers. Monterey was a carrier built on a cruiser hull, and thus top-heavy in her design. She rolled like a destroyer in the heavy sea. Following his relief at 0400 hours, Ford made his way below to officers' country and strapped himself into his bunk. He had only pulled the blanket over him when the klaxon call of general quarters reverberated through the ship. When he crawled out of his bunk, Ford thought he smelled smoke wafting through the passageways. His battle station was general quarters officer of the deck. He raced through a rolling companionway dimly lit by red battle lanterns to reach the skipper's ladder outside that led to the wheelhouse and began to climb. As he hung on the ladder and reached the flight deck, a 70-foot wave broke over the ship and Monterey violently rolled 25 degrees to port. Ford was knocked flat on his back and slammed across the flight deck. Moments from going overboard, he managed to slow his slide and twist to his side so he could fall onto the catwalk, where he grabbed hold of a stanchion. He got to his knees and started back up the ladder. This time he made it. While Ford fought for his life, aircraft chained down on the hangar deck broke loose when the ship rolled 30 degrees port, then 30 degrees starboard. They slammed against each other as they bounced off the bulkheads. The collisions ignited full gas tanks, and soon the hangar deck was a sea of flame. Because of a quirk in the ship's design, the flames were sucked into the air intakes for the lower decks, and fires broke out below the hangar deck. By the time Ford arrived in the wheelhouse, Monterey was ablaze from stem to stern. Orders had been received from Admiral Halsey to abandon ship, but Captain Stuart Ingersoll was determined to save his ship if he could. Ford was ordered to go below and assess the situation. Owing to smoke having been sucked into the engineering compartments, Monterey had gone dead in the water and wallowed in the waves. Damage control parties slipped and fell while they desperately sprayed fire hoses to quell the blaze. Ford reported to Ingersoll when he returned to the wheelhouse that there was a fighting chance of saving the ship. Below, sailors donned breathing masks and entered the burning hangar. Fire hose teams slipped and fell, thrown from side to side and sliding across the deck as the carrier rolled in the wild sea. Their first priority was to find and carry out the injured and dead. The fight was exhausting over the next several hours, but by dawn the fire was out and the men emerged from the dark hellhole. 3 men had died in the flames and 40 were injured. Monterey would require long-term repair at the Bremerton Navy Yard, where she arrived the first week of January 1945. She returned to the combat zone at the end of March and participated in the Okinawa campaign. Monterey wasn't the only carrier that barely escaped loss. Cowpens had her hangar door torn open. The main radar, a 20mm gun sponson, the whaleboat, and jeeps, tractors, and the crane were lost overboard, while 8 aircraft were destroyed in the hangar deck and 1 sailor was lost at sea. Langley suffered damage to her gun sponsons, while several aircraft were damaged in the hangar deck. Cabot was damaged by the storm sufficiently to need a week of repair at Ulithi. Aboard San Jacinto, planes on the hangar deck were slammed around and destroyed air intakes, vent ducts, and sprinkling system, which caused widespread flooding. All of these incidents were due to the top-heavy design of the light carriers. The escort carriers operating with the Ulithi Refueling Group also suffered damage in the typhoon. Anzio, CVE 57, suffered damage that required major repair before she could rejoin the fleet in time for Iwo Jima. Nahenta Bay, CVE 74, which was assigned as an anti-submarine escort for the fleet oilers along with Anzio, was damaged by high waves that swept the ship. The CVEs assigned to carry replacement aircraft for Task Force 38 were also damaged. The hangar deck crane broke loose on Altamaha, CVE 18, and crashed into aircraft tied down there, causing a fire that was difficult to put out owing to the fact the crane also broke the fire mains. Cape Esperance, CVE 88, suffered a flight deck fire that required major repair at Pearl Harbor, while Kwajalein, CVE 98, lost steering control when the electrical system shorted out from water. There had been 146 aircraft aboard the CVLs and CVEs which had been lost in the storm, a heavier loss than Task Force 38 had suffered at the hands of the Japanese and the Philippines campaign. At 0500 hours on December 18th, Halsey surrendered to the inevitable, and all ships were ordered to make best speed to the south. By this point, the ships of the Third Fleet were spread across 2,500 square miles of ocean. Some ships were in better condition than others. Hancock recorded only scattered showers in the morning, while Wasp found mid-morning seas that were recorded as mountainous. At one point, she passed so close to the eye of the storm that it painted on the surface search radar screen. An image taken of the screen was probably the first time any human had seen a typhoon's cyclonic heart. While the carriers ran into trouble, it was nothing like what the small boys dealt with. With 100-knot winds, 70-foot seas, and torrential rain, the little ships had great difficulty, especially since there were no orders given allowing them to maneuver as sea conditions warranted for safety. This part of the struggle against the storm was dramatized in both the novel and the motion picture of the Caine Mutiny, where the event that leads to the mutiny is Captain Queeg's refusal to alter course into the wind as he blindly follows his last orders. Its author, Herman Wouk, actually experienced Typhoon Cobra and was writing from memory. For 3 destroyers, the event became fatal. Spence, DD-517, a Fletcher-class destroyer that was a veteran of Commodore Arleigh A. 31-knot Burke's famed Desron 31 Little Beavers destroyer division in the Solomons, had pumped the saltwater ballast from her tanks on December 17th in preparation for fueling. Unable to refuel when the hoses broke repeatedly, Spence was drastically unstable. At first light the morning of December 18th, the gallant ship was wallowing in deep troughs when she took a 72-degree roll to port. All electrical power was lost because water shorted out the system. The ship was plunged into darkness, the pumps stopped, and the rudder was jammed hard right. At approximately 10:45 hours, Spence made another deep roll to starboard, continuing on 180 degrees as she sank. 24 crewmen were able to get out of the wreck before it went down. African-American steward David Moore managed to get to a raft where he saved 2 others, who together survived 2 days in the vicious seas. Hull, DD-350, and Monaghan, DD-354, were older pre-war Farragut-class destroyers that had been refitted with nearly 500 tons of additional topside weight in the form of additional anti-aircraft batteries, radar, and other equipment, which made them top-heavy even in normal operating conditions. Acting as escorts for the fueling group, both ships had sufficient fuel to provide stability, but their dangerous top-heaviness proved their undoing. Their inexperienced captains continued to follow orders to maintain formation, even when this meant taking the sea broadside on. By mid-morning on December 18th, both were eventually rolling so violently in the troughs and leaning so far over that seawater flooded down their stacks and disabled their engines. Without power, they lost all control and were unable to turn into the wind. At the mercy of the wind and sea, both capsized and sank, with Hull sinking at 1100 hours and Monaghan at 1130, when the last of her generators gave out and the ship lost power with her rudder jammed. One survivor recalled that Monaghan rolled violently 7 times before she broached and was carried to the crest of a wave where she fell over and was buried in the crashing waves. The other 2 destroyers that were nearly empty of fuel and unstable were Hickox, DD-673, and Maddox, DD-731, which were, however, both able to pump seawater into their empty fuel tanks, giving them sufficient stability to ride out the storm with only minor damage. Lieutenant Commander J.H. Wesson, commander of Hickox, saved his ship by disobeying orders to maintain course and heaving to in order to face the storm. By mid-afternoon, the worst had passed, and the wind and sea moderated. At dusk, some ships reported seeing the sunset, and by nightfall the winds had dropped below 60 knots. At 1848 hours, Admiral Halsey ordered all ships to post additional lookouts to spot any men washed overboard. At midnight, he received the first reports of loss when Taberer, DE-418, reported she had rescued 10 survivors from Hull, including the captain. Badly shaken by the news, Halsey ordered an all-out search. It was clear that he would not fulfill his promise of airstrikes on December 19th. The morning of that day dawned clear and placid in the Philippine Sea, but by December 21st, the remnants of Typhoon Cobra had settled over northern Luzon, and all flight operations in the Philippines were canceled. The Third Fleet took course for Ulithi and repairs. Taberer, DE-418, put in the most heroic performance of any ship during the typhoon. A small John C. Butler-class destroyer escort, she lost her mainmast and radio antennas as well as sustaining other damage. Despite this, the little ship stayed on the scene, and over the next 3 days recovered 55 of the 93 survivors of the other destroyers who were eventually rescued. Taberer's captain picked up men found in the sea by bringing the ship to a halt 50 yards upwind of the target and letting the waves and wind carry the ship to the floater. 28 Hull survivors were found on December 19th, with survivors from Spence being found the next day when Taberer joined up with Swearer, DD-186, and Knapp, DD-653. On December 21st, Brown, DD-546, found the last 12 survivors of Hull and the 6 who were the only survivors of Monaghan. Taberer's captain, Lieutenant Commander Henry Lee Plage, was awarded the Legion of Merit for his action, while the entire crew earned the new Naval Unit Commendation, which was personally presented to them by Admiral Halsey. A total of 93 survivors of the 3 ships were rescued, but over 800 sailors perished. In addition to the loss of the 3 destroyers and the damage to the light and escort carriers, the battleship Iowa, BB-61, lost one of her OS-2U-3 Kingfisher seaplanes and had a propeller shaft bent. The cruisers Baltimore, CA-68, and Miami, CL-89, required major repair. Destroyer Dewey, DD-349, lost her steering control and radar when salt water entered the forward stack and shorted out the main electrical switchboard. Destroyers Aylwin, DD-355, Buchanan, DD-484, Dyson, DD-572, and Benham, DD-397, and destroyer escorts Donaldson, DE-44, and Melvin R. Nauman, DE-416, all required major repair. Destroyer escort Waterman, DE-740, fleet oiler Nantahala, AO-60, fleet tug Jicarilla, ATF-104, and ammunition ship Shasta, AE-33, were damaged. Reviewing the event, Admiral Chester Nimitz wrote that the Typhoon's impact represented a more crippling blow to the Third Fleet than it might be expected to suffer in anything less than a major action. At Ulithi, a court of inquiry was convened on December 26th, chaired by 3 admirals, in the wardroom of the destroyer repair ship Cascade, AD-16. Lieutenant Commander James A. Marks of Hull, the only surviving captain of the ships lost, was the sole defendant. His defense of his actions was that Hull had not been released from station until early on December 18th and that he was following orders. He was exonerated. The most prominent witness was Admiral Halsey, who testified that solid evidence of a typhoon had not been confirmed until 0100 hours on December 18th. His commitment to resuming strikes on Luzon was uppermost in our minds until the last minute, which is why he had continued the attempt to refuel. On January 3, 1945, the court returned a 200-page, single-spaced report with 157 findings, opinions, and recommendations. The losses of Hull and Monaghan were attributed to their inexperienced captains, older designs, and top-heavy retrofits. Lieutenant Commander James Andrea, captain of Spence, was posthumously faulted for failure to ballast his tanks and for not removing topside weight. Commander Cosco was admonished for relying too much on remote weather reports rather than the situation at hand. Task Force 38 Commander, Vice Admiral John S. McCain, Sr., was admonished for turning his carrier groups directly into the Typhoon's track. In judging the actions of a popular fleet commander, the court's words regarding Halsey were measured, if not equivocal. The carefully parsed conclusion was that Halsey's mistakes, errors, and faults were of judgment under stress of war operations rather than offenses. On January 22nd, Admiral Nimitz approved the court's findings. Nimitz stated for the record that Halsey's mistakes and errors stemmed from a commendable desire to meet military commitments, and no further official action was taken. Nimitz sent his commander what has been called an exceedingly frank personal letter that has never been declassified. Halsey's fighting qualities had been judged essential for the road ahead. Typhoon Cobra resulted in additional weather reporting infrastructure being created in the Navy. This organization eventually was established as the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. While the Court of Inquiry sat at Ulithi, another important event took place in the Great Anchorage. The F-4U Corsair had been the Navy's original choice for its fleet fighter with which it would fight the coming war when the first prototype took to the air in 1940. A major requirement had been performance that would equal a land-based fighter, combined with the strong and heavy airframe necessary for carrier operation. Indeed, on October 1, 1940, the Corsair became the first American fighter to exceed 400 miles per hour in level flight, a speed considerably in excess of anything then flying in the Army Air Corps, powered by the brand-new Pratt & Whitney R-2800 double-row radial, the first aircraft engine capable of producing 2,000 horsepower. The first tests showed that the airplane would require considerable further development before it could enter production, however. An unfortunate crash of the first and only prototype imposed additional delays. When the Navy finally received its first production F-4U-1 on July 31, 1942, and commenced carrier operation tests, it soon became obvious that getting the fighter into service would be difficult. The heavily framed birdcage-style canopy and the low position of the pilot's seat provided inadequate visibility over the extended nose for deck taxiing and, more importantly, for landing aboard a carrier. The airplane had a nasty stall in landing configuration, with the right wing dropping without notice at the stall, a dangerous condition for bringing an airplane on board an aircraft carrier. More seriously, the Corsair had a bad tendency to bounce on touchdown, which could cause the arresting hook to miss the wire with the airplane then slamming into the crash barrier, or even going out of control from the bounce to end up striking airplanes spotted forward on the flight deck. The enormous torque of the R-2800 double wasp engine also created operational problems for wartime trained pilots. Navy pilots assigned to the Corsair project spoke disparagingly of the F-4U as the hog, old hose nose, or the bent wing widowmaker, and eventually the sobriquet ensign eliminator. It was no mount for the timid. Navy Fighter Squadron VF-12, the first squadron to take the Corsair into operational service in January 1943, found carrier compatibility to be so difficult that they rejected the airplane altogether. VF-17 took the Corsair aboard Bunker Hill in the summer of 1943 and, with great effort, tamed the beast. The bounce was solved by decreasing the air pressure in the oleos so the gear was not so stiff, while the wing stall problem was fixed by attaching a triangular stall warning strip to the inboard leading edge of the right wing. Still, there was no solving the issue of the long nose and the visibility problem. By the time Air Group 17 and Bunker Hill arrived in Pearl Harbor at the end of September 1943, the decision had been made to remove the Corsair from the decks of Navy carriers and give it to the Marines. In the hands of the Marines, the Corsair chewed through Japanese air opposition in the Solomons and over Rabaul to become the airplane that more than any other contributed to the ultimate Allied victory in the South Pacific. Fortunately, the Navy was able to drop the Corsair because there was an alternative. When the first developmental delays became apparent, the Navy requested that Grumman come up with an interim fighter. This interim fighter became the F-6F Hellcat, one of the most successful aircraft designs ever. Given the same engine as the Corsair, the Hellcat was not as fast, but its handling was so docile that an average graduate of Navy flight training had no trouble getting off and on the flight deck, while the Hellcat's maneuverability and heavy armament made it more than equal to its Zero opponent, so long as the American pilot kept his speed above 200 miles per hour to negate the Zero's low-speed handling. The Hellcat went on from the fall of 1943 to become the only fighter aboard the Navy light fleet carriers and fleet carriers in the Pacific. By 1944, the British Fleet Air Arm was successfully operating the Corsair from escort carriers without the landing gear or stall warning fix. The F-4U-1A had gone a long way to solving the visibility problem by raising the pilot's seat. The F-4U-1D that appeared in the spring of 1944 and was operational with Marine squadrons in the Central Pacific by the end of the summer was not only a world-class fighter, but a fighter-bomber that could carry a heavier load than the SB-2C Helldiver and carry it farther than the designed-for-the-purpose dive bomber could fly. 3 days before the end of the year, Marine fighter squadrons VMF-124 and VMF-213, with 54 pilots, 4 ground officers, and 120 enlisted men, reported aboard Essex to join Air Group 4 on December 28th, where they became the first Marine fighter squadrons aboard a fleet carrier. VMF-124 was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel William A. Millington, while Major David E. Marshall led VMF-213. Millington had led VMF-124 for the previous 18 months and was a respected aviator and popular leader. As senior officer, he was in charge of both squadrons. Each pilot had made 12 carrier landings on the light carrier Bataan, CVL-29, and Macassar Straits, CVE-91, off the west coast, and on Saratoga, CV-3, off Hawaii. Besides Millington, VMF-124 had only 4 combat veterans, while VMF-213 had 3, which included Captain Gus Thomas, the squadron's leading ace from the Solomons. The 54 Marine aviators averaged 400 hours each in the Corsair. The Corsairs replaced the SB-2C-4s of Bombing 4, which gave the Air Group 55 F-6F Hellcats, 36 F-4U-1D Corsairs, and 15 TBM-3 Avengers. Both squadrons were Solomon's veterans. Formed on September 7, 1942 at Camp Kearney, north of San Diego, VMF-124 received the first F-4U-1s sent to a Marine squadron the next month and left San Diego on January 8, 1943. Arriving at Guadalcanal on February 12th, the squadron flew its first combat mission that afternoon. VMF-124 remained in the Solomons until September 7, 1943, during which time the unit took part in the Russell's, New Georgia, and Vella Lavella operations. VMF-213 was commissioned on July 1, 1942 at Iwa, Hawaii. Equipped with F-4 Wildcats, the squadron left Hawaii on February 21, 1943. Arriving at Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides on March 1st, they were re-equipped with Corsairs on March 11th. Once trained on the new fighter, VMF-213 relieved VMF-124 at the Russell Islands on June 17, 1943. There, they took part in the invasions of New Georgia and Bougainville before departing for return to the United States on December 9, 1943. The two squadrons had both reorganized and trained in Southern California until they were assigned for a second tour and departed San Diego September 18, 1944, aboard Ticonderoga. They arrived at Pearl Harbor on September 24th, and the next month became the first Marine Corsair squadrons to undergo carrier training in preparation for joining the fleet. Lieutenant Colonel Millington later recalled that, "We were made to feel so much at home aboard the Essex, from the Admiral on down. Our officers and enlisted got along fine with our Navy shipmates, and we became an integral part of Air Group 4. VMF-213's Captain Thomas remembered, "There was nothing like being out of the mud, bugs, pests, and filth that we had in the Solomons. Carrier duty provided good food, clean bedding, showers, and all the conveniences." Beginning with the new year of 1945, Admiral Halsey would release a man-made Typhoon on Japan from Saigon to Okinawa. Task Force 38 sortied from Ulithi on December 30, 1944, bound for Formosa and the Pescadores for a series of airstrikes against targets on Formosa and Luzon to furnish support to the American landings at Lingayen Gulf on January 9th. Task Force 38's mission was the disruption of enemy communication facilities and destruction of their supply lines by sustained airstrikes against enemy aircraft, airfields, ground installations, naval forces, and shipping, a task made more difficult by poor weather throughout the northern Philippines and Formosa during this time. While en route to Formosa, Essex's LSO, Lieutenant Billy Sunday, commenced further carrier training with the Marines immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Donald S. Hoppy Hopkins, then a first lieutenant and Colonel Millington's wingman, remembered that carrier operations were very different from land-based activity. The Navy F-6Fs were routinely carrying 1,000-pound bombs, and that presented a challenge to the Marine Corsairs. 3 accidents occurred on December 30th and 31st. Hopkins explained, "Despite the care exercised by the Air Department in allowing all safety margin possible, 3 accidents occurred in 2 days' time, all undoubtedly due to the pilots lacking familiarity with the airplane in its higher loading condition with full ammunition and full belly tanks. The first loss was Second Lieutenant Thomas "Tom" Campion, Jr., who tried to smartly clear his takeoff slipstream by a hard right bank at slow speed. The Corsair was very unforgiving of that maneuver, and he promptly spun in, landing on his back. Tom could not be seen after the plane entered the water. The next day, Second Lieutenant Barney W. Bennett took a wave off and attempted a left-hand turn at slow speed. He spun to the left and also landed on his back. No sign of him after the plane struck the water. Both Campion and Bennett were VMF 124 pilots. The third crash 15 minutes later involved a VMF 213 pilot who was recovered. After a week of operation, however, all pilots became more confident in handling the airplane aboard the ship. Task Force 38 arrived off Formosa the evening of January 2nd, and Essex commenced her launch shortly before dawn the next morning. A cold front was moving slowly across Formosa during the morning and continued southeast past the task force the following night. This caused numerous squalls and heavy overcast conditions as the carriers launched strikes throughout the day, with pilots forced to climb through the cloud deck on instruments before they finally broke out in clear skies at 10,000 feet. West of the Central Mountains, the cloud deck thinned, with breaks appearing. The cloud ceiling over the targets averaged 4,500 feet, which prevented steep dive bombing. Lieutenant Colonel Millington led the 1st Carrier-based Marine Fighter Squadron into action when 8 VMF 124 Corsairs escorted Torpedo-4 Avengers over airfields in south-central Formosa. Once the Avengers had dropped their loads, the Corsairs then strafed Kagi Airfield and destroyed 10 enemy aircraft on the field. Lieutenant Colonel Millington drew first blood for the Marines when he spotted 2 Ki-45 Nick twin-engine fighters near the group's rendezvous point over the western mountains. Millington reefed around tight and pulled deflection on the nearest, which lurched under a rain of fire from his 650 caliber machine guns and headed down toward the cloud-wrapped mountains while the other made an escape. Filthy weather over Formosa kept most Japanese aircraft on the ground and, in addition to Millington's victory, only 29 other aircraft were reported shot down by Task Force 38 fighter pilots. The Marines also strafed a train they came across and other installations. First Lieutenant Robert W. Moon Mullins became lost in the bad weather and was last heard over the radio heading out to sea. No one observed what happened to him, and he was reported missing in action. VMF 124's Captain Edmund P. Hartsock led 2 divisions of Corsairs that escorted Avengers on bombing attacks against other airfields, with the Marines then going down for strafing runs. Southern Formosa was covered with a solid low overcast. Returning to the carrier, First Lieutenant Donald R. Anderson crashed at 12:20 hours after trying to climb through the 5,000-foot overcast to get a navigational fix from a destroyer. The cause was not determined but was believed to be weather-related. The Marines realized from these losses that they were still woefully unprepared for carrier operations and that they lacked training in navigation and instrument flying. 2 days later over northern Luzon, the wretched weather continued to exact a toll. On January 6th, Corsairs from both squadrons took part in strikes against Apari and Kamalanyugan airfields in northern Luzon. With the bad weather, there was no airborne opposition, and the Marines strafed a beached freighter, a small cargo vessel, several warehouses, and other targets. VMF 213's Captain Thomas led a TARCAP, Target Combat Air Patrol, over northern Luzon the next day in exceptionally bad weather. Thomas was the only one who managed to find Apari Airfield and strafe it after the 4 Corsairs became separated. First Lieutenant Daniel K. Mortag, First Lieutenant Robert M. Dorset, and Second Lieutenant Mike Cochet were listed as missing in action. They likely fell victims to the weather conditions. Second Lieutenant William H. Cloward was forced to bail out of his Corsair on return to the ship when his fuel gave out, while Second Lieutenant Robert D. Green ditched nearby. Both were picked up by Cotton, DD 669, and returned to Essex in return for the standard fee of 10 gallons of ice cream for each aviator. During their first 9 days of operations, the two squadrons had lost 7 pilots and 13 corsairs, none by enemy action. Their Hawaiian carrier qualifications had been flown in clear skies with reduced fuel and no ordnance, which was poor preparation for operating a fully loaded corsair off a carrier in near-zero conditions. Colonel Millington recalled after the war, "Certainly we felt the Corsair was superior in performance to the F-6F, and it really was a good carrier plane in all respects. Our operational losses were largely due to insufficient instrument flying experience and navigational experience under fleet conditions. Also, losses on carrier takeoffs and landings can only be charged to lack of sufficient experience under actual fleet conditions." On January 5th, Enterprise joined Task Force 38, having just returned from Pearl Harbor with Night Air Group 90 aboard as the first fleet carrier assigned solely to night operations. The new air group was led by Commander William I. Martin, who had successfully pioneered night air attack from Enterprise's deck a year earlier during the first strike on the Japanese naval base at Truk with Torpedo 10. VFN 90 was led by Lieutenant Commander R.J. McCulloch with 30 F6F5Ns and 6 F5F5Es, while VTN 90 was led by Lieutenant Russell F. Kippen with 27 TBM-3D radar-equipped Avenger torpedo bombers, with the majority of the pilots having previously served with Commander Martin in Torpedo 10, where they had become skilled in flying off an aircraft carrier at night. The day after Enterprise arrived, 16 Hellcats were launched in darkness for a pre-dawn strike against Clark Field, where they encountered fierce flak. When the Hellcats returned to the ship at 0900 hours, Air Group members who had not seen combat were amazed to see one Hellcat with its entire left horizontal stabilizer and elevator shot away by flak. Despite the damage, Squadron Commander McCulloch brought the Hellcat aboard on his third attempt. He missed all the arresting wires and barreled into the parked aircraft ahead, where he knocked one plane overboard and smashed the tail of another. McCulloch managed to get out as his Hellcat burst into flames and went over the side himself, where he was picked up by a destroyer. The burning Hellcat was pushed overboard before the fire could spread. At dusk, a flight of Hellcats was launched to strafe airfields. Lieutenant Carl S. Nielsen shot down an Oscar, a Zeke, and a Dinah to open the squadron's score. The next day, weather was so bad that flight operations were canceled, but a night heckler mission of 4 Avengers was launched. The flight found no enemy planes or ground defense, but did find visibility so bad it was unable to determine what damage it did when it attempted to bomb airfields. Following the strikes in support of the invasion of Luzon, Task Force 38 returned to Formosa on January 9th, but the weather was still bad, with a sharp cold front over the island, and it was difficult to fly effective strikes. VMF 124's Captain Howard J. Finn led a strike against airfields in south-central Formosa. While the Marines encountered no airborne opposition, they destroyed 18 to 20 aircraft found on Kaputsua Airfield, with Finn setting afire a Ki-57 Topsy, a transport derivative of the Ki-21 Sally bomber, and hitting 2 additional Sally bombers. The Corsairs dropped 500-pound bombs through the overcast over Tochian Harbor, which resulted in one large fire. That night, Admiral Halsey aimed the Third Fleet south, directly toward the Southeast Asian mainland. The fleet transited Bashi Channel into the South China Sea. With better weather, the Marines concentrated on flight operations training as the Third Fleet headed toward French Indochina for the first Allied strikes on the Southeast Asian mainland in the war in an operation codenamed Operation Gratitude. Over the next 2 days, Third Fleet crossed the center of the South China Sea, attempting to avoid detection by staying within edges of the weather system of a growing typhoon over Mindanao. A northbound Japanese convoy of 12 ships, including tankers, was spotted, but Halsey declined to attack it because he wanted to surprise the Japanese forces in French Indochina, where intelligence believed the hermaphrodite battleships Issei and Hyuga, which had survived the battle off Cape Engano, were at Cam Ranh Bay. The fleet was 65 miles east of Cam Ranh Bay at dawn on January 12th. However, reconnaissance flights reported very few ships present. Admiral J.J. Clark later wrote in his memoirs that the convoy was spared to no good end since the two ancient battleships, which were of no combat value, were not found at Cam Ranh Bay. It was Admiral Clark's belief that Halsey wanted to get the two ships to finish off bad feeling about the Battle of Bull's Run. In place of the attack on the non-existent battleships, Task Force 38 struck Indochina on a 400-mile front from Cap Saint-Jacques at the mouth of the Mekong Delta south of Saigon, north to Cam Ranh Bay, Qui Nhon, and Tourane, known to a later generation of Americans as Da Nang. Convoy HI-86 was spotted north of Qui Nhon, and the 10 merchant ships plus 6 escorts were attacked by Hancock's and Hornet's air groups. Only 3 escorts were left afloat, while the rest of the convoy was sunk or beached and burning. The planes thoroughly hit all targets without worry of aerial opposition. Essex's task group was northeast of Cap Saint-Jacques at the southern end of Task Force 38 that morning, when 7 Corsairs from VMF 124 and 5 from VMF 213, led by Lieutenant Colonel Millington, were launched in strikes against Saigon. The Corsairs met no air opposition and strafed Bien Hoa and Long Tran airfields, a destroyer escort found in the Mekong River, and other small craft. At 13:30 hours, Essex launched a strike to hit airfields, shipping, and shore installations in Saigon Harbor. Famed Time magazine war correspondent Robert Sherrod was aboard to cover the operation and decided to make the flight with Torpedo 4 in order to write a first-hand account. The aviators, who all respected Sherrod for his previous work in the Pacific, thought he was crazy to make the mission, when interviews with returning flyers would have given him what he needed. Sherrod was checked out with a life jacket and parachute and put aboard the TBM-3 flown by the experienced Lieutenant B.R. Trexler. The strike group consisted of 14 TBM-3 Avengers of VT-4, loaded with 4 500-pound bombs each, led by Squadron Executive Officer Lieutenant L.L. Hamrick, 12 F-6F Hellcats of VF-4, with VF-4's Lieutenant L.M. Boykin leading the 1st Division, and Lieutenant N.P. Byrd, Jr., and Lieutenant W.W. Taylor leading the other 2 4-plane divisions, and 8 F-4U-1Ds from VMF 213, led by VMF 213's Major James M. Johnson. The Hellcats were each loaded with 1,000-pound bombs as fighter bombers. Essex's force was joined by Hellcats and Avengers from San Jacinto's, CVL-30, Air Group 45. The formation was forced to remain at 1,000 feet owing to a low overcast. 5 miles from the coast, they climbed through the clouds to break out at 14,000 feet. On the way in, many burning ships were spotted along the coast from Cam Ranh Bay to Cap Saint-Jacques. Reaching the harbor area east and southeast of Saigon, a light cruiser was spotted on its side in shallow water, victim of a previous attack. The Hellcats dropped their 1,000-pounders on a large cargo ship that was already afire. Lieutenant Taylor scored a direct hit, with several other damaging near misses, and one pilot bombed a tanker nearby. Byrd's division also strafed oil storage tanks, setting 2 afire. The Marines hit airfields around Saigon where they found many aircraft on the ground and destroyed 10, probably destroyed another 10 and damaged 10 more. Flak over one of the airfields hit the engine of the Corsair flown by 2nd Lieutenant Joseph O. Lynch, who was forced to make a wheels-up landing in a rice paddy 3 miles west of Trang Bang. He was seen to leave the plane, and F-6 F-5s from Fighting 4 strafed the F-4U-1D. Fortunately, Lynch was able to make contact with the Free French resistance and evade capture by the Japanese or the collaborationist Vichy French, who were still running the country. Approaching Saigon from east-northeast at 8,500 feet, the Avengers pushed over into glides of 40 to 55 degrees at 290 knots. Leading the attack, Lieutenant Hamrick spotted an oil storage concentration across the Mekong and pulled off his attack on the ships, instead turning and releasing his bombs on the storage tanks from 1,000 feet. The explosion when the tanks were hit rose higher than his altitude. Hamrick later reported, "When I dropped my wing to go into the dive, I was past my target. I spotted a dozen oil storage tanks up to the north of us, so I circled and dropped my 4 500-pounders on them. What an explosion!" Ensign Hewitt and Ensign Bissell chose a cargo ship 200 yards up Arroyo L'Avalanche from the river as their target. The ship was hit amidships by one of Hewitt's bombs, followed closely by one of Bissell's bombs. A ship tied up to a pier at the Saigon Navy Yard was attacked by Lieutenant Junior Grade Ward and Ensign Landry, who also set fire to several buildings. Ensign Bell's bombs straddled a ship that was underway and heading downstream, while Ensign Hopkins scored 2 hits on a second ship underway, and Lieutenant Junior Grade Souza hit a third directly amidships with 1 500-pound bomb. Lieutenant Trexler, with Robert Sherrod in the turret, led Ensigns Cole and Gray to attack a ship heading upstream and hit its stern, while his wingmen missed. Lieutenant Junior Grade Don Henry's bombs hung up, and he requested permission to go back for a second strike. Advised not to do so, he turned away from the formation on his own, and was never seen again. After the war, Robert Sherrod took an interest in Henry's fate and investigated the incident. He concluded that Henry had been shot down and joined up with 6 members of a PBM Mariner crew who had made a crash landing at Quang Ngai on January 26, 1945. Somehow they found their way to the primitive Hmong village of Platanang in the mountains north of Saigon. There, on the morning of March 12, 1945, 2 months to the day after Henry was shot down, they met their fate at the hands of a cruel and remorseless enemy. After accepting their surrender, the Japanese commander ordered them to kneel, tied their wrists together, shot them in turn, then kicked each backward into a shallow grave. Hellcats flew 1,065 of Task Force 38's 1,457 combat sorties on January 12th, almost 3/4 of the total sorties. Fighting 3, which had scored only 8 victories since arriving in the Western Pacific aboard Yorktown in October, scored 11 victories over Saigon, with Lieutenant John L. Schell scoring a KI-61 Tony and an A-6M3 Hamp over Tan Son Nhut Airfield. While 14 enemy aircraft were shot down in total, 12 Hellcats succumbed to flak while strafing targets. Lieutenant Junior Grade Blake Moranville, a 6-victory ace from VF-11, was hit in his engine over Tan Son Nhut Airfield and belly-landed in a rice paddy. Captured quickly by the Vichy French, he became one of only 2 Navy aces captured by the enemy during the Pacific War. In early June 1945, after several months' captivity, he and 4 other pilots were taken to Hanoi just before fighting broke out between the French and Japanese forces. Moranville marched to Dien Bien Phu with a unit of the French Foreign Legion, then was flown to Kunming, China, from where he safely returned home at the end of the war. Task Force 38 lost 16 aircraft in the Saigon attacks, with 2 of these coming from Essex's air group, for a score of 41 ships sunk throughout the region, with 31 others damaged, and 112 enemy aircraft destroyed on the ground. Operation Gratitude drastically reduced the ability of the Japanese to transport essentials to the home islands from the Southern Empire. This pinch would be felt in Japan until 1946. Robert Sherrod's report summed up the result. By any accounting, January 12, 1945 must be regarded as one of the great days of the U.S. Navy. Third Fleet turned northeast the next day, ahead of the approaching typhoon, which was now moving west across the South China Sea. On January 14th, the destroyers took on fuel from the carriers, and the fleet approached Formosa from the south. The island was struck the following day. While the destruction of shipping and shore installations in and around Takeo Harbor, now Kaohsiung, was not as dramatic as that achieved in Indochina, it was decisive nevertheless. Despite bad weather, Essex launched Air Group 4 on a mission to hit Takeo Harbor on January 15th. 12 VT-4 Avengers, escorted by 9 VF-4 Hellcats, were led by Air Group 4's CAG, Commander George Otto Klinsmann. Flying through difficult weather, they reached Takao to find it closed in by clouds. Klinsmann then led the strike to the Pescadores Islands. When they arrived at Meko Harbor, they spotted a destroyer underway in the harbor, a destroyer escort at anchor, as well as 4 cargo ships and a tanker. Klinsmann assigned targets by divisions. Anti-aircraft fire from shore installations and the ships was most intense. After assigning targets, Klinsmann led his Hellcats in a rocket and strafing attack, while sending Lieutenant Blackwell's division against ground installations at the naval base. Blackwell later reported, "Commander Klinsmann picked the destroyer as a target for his division, scoring 2 rocket hits himself just aft of amidships from reports of others on the flight. Lieutenant White fired his rockets at the largest of the cargo ships. Lieutenant White saw his rockets hit about 50 feet to port of the vessel. Ensign Hinrichs aimed his 1,000-pounder at another cargo ship, but missed. A small harbor craft was strafed vigorously by a single VF without obvious effect." The after-action report for Torpedo 4 recorded, "The low cloud cover compelled VT pilots to employ very shallow glides, greatly reducing the accuracy of the drops. Lieutenant Hamrick scored with a hit directly amidships on the tanker. Ensign Gardner placed 1 bomb on the stern of the same ship. Lieutenant Junior Grade Ruth hit a cargo ship amidships with a 500-pounder. There were many near misses, none of which appeared to be damaging, on all 4 of the ships attacked. The destroyer appeared to be burning on departure, probably as a result of VF attack." Blackwell's report continued, "Immediately after this attack, Commander Klinsmann's plane was seen covered with oil from an AA hit, probably in the oil line. This necessitated immediate return to the ship without further observing results. Lieutenant Blackwell's division, which had been attacking shore installations at Mako, was ordered to escort the TBMs. Commander Klinsmann's division, plus Ensign Olson, started back toward base. Because of the clouds, the flight soon lost sight of land. Lieutenant White, Lieutenant Junior Grade Mikowski, and Ensign Olson broke off from the others and flew toward Formosa to check their position against known land." Rather than risk flying an additional 50 miles to the ship through bad weather, Klinsmann decided to ditch near 2 U.S. picket destroyers. The combat report concludes, "His wingman, at his request, went over the forced landing checkoff procedure and got a thumbs up on each item. Both DDs, destroyers, were informed of the impending water landing and were standing by to effect the rescue. Klinsmann made a perfect water landing and was observed to abandon and clear his plane before it sank. Lieutenant Junior Grade Martin, the group commander's wingman, had experienced engine trouble on the return flight, and as the 2 DDs had the commander in sight, and in view of the commander's apparent good condition and position for a quick rescue by either of the DDs, the wingman departed for base upon receiving a wave of one hand from him, indicating that the commander was able to take care of himself from then on. One of the DDs reported having Commander Klinsmann in sight, successfully throwing him a lifeline with a life buoy ring attached, and as he was pulled alongside and about to be hoisted aboard, he lost his grasp on the ring, floated clear of the bow, and sank before the DD could position itself again. The DD reported that neither Commander Klinsman's life jacket nor life raft were inflated. Klinsman hadn't bothered to inflate the rubber raft, which wasn't easy to release and inflate, while inflating his Mae West too soon could be cumbersome. The most likely reason he sank as he did was that he carried extra gear. Yeoman Don Alexander stated, "I'm not talking about 1 or 2 pounds. He had a couple of extra boxes of shells in his flight suit pockets and extra survival equipment. If he went down over land, he wanted to be able to survive. This extra weight certainly would inhibit his ability to stay afloat." Klinsman's loss sent great sadness through the rest of Air Group 4. Blackwell wrote, "Otto had been with us since the early days on the Ranger. He was a good pilot, respected by the dive bombers because he first led their Top Hat squadron, supported by VT-4 because he knew how to bomb, and acknowledged by his fellow fighters in VF-4 because he readily adapted to the Hellcats and never hesitated to lead his group into the most intense action." John Selka, Klinsman's plane captain, stated, "He was a wonderful man, a great leader, a gentleman. He treated everyone, including enlisted men, like his own family." Don Anderson added, "I share the same feelings about George Otto Klinsman. He was always thinking of his people, his pilots, his crewmen. I was his chief yeoman, and he was like a father figure to me. After the debriefing reports were checked by the ACI officers, I had the job of typing them and turning them over to Commander Klinsman. I was so busy typing reports for Otto that I rarely got ashore for R&R." As the senior aviator in Air Group 4, Lieutenant Colonel Millington assumed the position of acting commander of the air group to replace Klinsman. This was the only time a Marine aviator ever commanded a U.S. Navy air group. Millington's work would be cut out for him because Halsey was still out to strike the Japanese. Third Fleet headed west that night, and on January 16th launched strikes against the British colony at Hong Kong, which the Japanese had occupied since December 1941, the port of Canton, and targets on the southern Chinese island of Hainan. VFN 541, the Hellcat Night Fighter Squadron of Night Carrier Air Group 41, which had operated aboard Independence as the only night strike unit of the fleet since the previous July, closed their account with the Japanese when former SPD pilot Lieutenant William E. Henry shot down an Oscar for his 10th and the squadron's 46th confirmed victory. While VFN 41 scored a success, VFN 90 experienced their worst day of the war to date. 2 4-plane patrols were sent to strike the Hong Kong and Canton area at dusk. Returning at around 2100 hours, the first 3 landed aboard safely. The 4th Hellcat crashed the barrier and went over onto his back. Proving the strength of Grumman's fighter, the pilot was unharmed and crawled out of the wreckage on his own. The next, flown by Ensign Edwin G. Nash, flew into the water astern of the ship and exploded on contact with the water. The 6th Hellcat also hit the barrier while the 7th made a wheels-up landing. Lieutenant Junior Grade Robert F. Wright failed to return. The squadron's logbook recorded, "It was one of those frightfully unlucky days that makes a person stop and wonder if this aviation business is entirely practical after all, and especially at night." The daylight strikes inflicted extensive destruction on docks, refineries, and the naval station at Hong Kong, while huge oil fires were started at Canton. Aerial opposition was negligible because of the bad weather, but VMF 124's Captain William J. Bedford managed to run into trouble on a fighter sweep over southern Hainan Island through very bad weather conditions. The flight strafed 3 ships and set one on fire, after which it was intercepted by 9 Zeeks. In the fight that ensued, First Lieutenant George R. Strimbeck's wingman, Second Lieutenant John H. Westvet, slid out to starboard so they could start a thatch weave, but Strimbeck turned away in a tight 180-degree turn that gave the Zeke a perfect no-deflection shot. Strimbeck, who had not jettisoned his belly tank and was still carrying 2 250-pound bombs, was hit in the belly tank and immediately burst into flames. He was seen to parachute from the burning fighter. Over the course of the strikes on Formosa and the Chinese coast, 14 ships had been sunk and 40 more Japanese aircraft destroyed on the ground. The next day, the fleet turned east and ran ahead of the approaching typhoon storm. 3 days were spent evading the typhoon's rising waves until on January 19th they were able to refuel successfully out of the typhoon's path in the lee of Luzon. During this time, Essex sent both Hellcats and Corsairs as combat air patrol to deal with the bogies that now showed up on the fleet's radar screens. Brown and Byrd from VF-4 each shot down a G-3M2 Nell bomber, while the Marines were victorious over 8 twin-engine bombers and scored 1 probable. First Lieutenant William G. McGill was credited with 3 victories, while Second Lieutenant Powhatan M. Kehoe, First Lieutenant George W. Stallings, Captain William J. Bedford, and First Lieutenant James L. Knight were credited with a Nell each, and Captain Robert W. Kersey shot down a JAAF Ki-49 Helen. Third Fleet passed through Bashi Channel back into the Formosa Sea during the evening of January 20th. With better weather, Halsey struck Formosa again the next day, during which Essex's Marines flew 3 TARCAP patrols over south-central Formosa. 6 F-4Us, led by acting CAG Lieutenant Colonel Millington, bombed Kobe Airfield, a railroad roundhouse and factory near Shimi, then strafed a nearby chemical factory which they set on fire. Second Lieutenant John T. Mullen was hit by defending fire and managed to get back to the task force, where he made a forced landing near Essex and was picked up by Caperton, DD-650. VMF-213's Captain Thomas led a 6-plane sweep that strafed 15 planes on Zwina Airfield and destroyed all of them. Returning to the carrier, they found the task group under enemy attack, and 2 were forced to land on another carrier on account of low fuel. Major William M. Crow led 8 Corsairs over the same area and attacked 16 aircraft at Zwina, burning 2. Lieutenant Charles M. Craig, acting commander of VF-22 aboard Cowpens, became the first Navy ace-in-a-day of 1945 when he led his division into a formation of kamikaze attackers off Formosa, headed for the fleet, and flamed 5 Ki-44 Tojos. The kamikazes made several determined missions against Task Force 38 this day. VFN-41's Lieutenant Henry recalled the difficulty of fighting at night, and then being a daytime spectator during daylight kamikaze raids when the fleet struck Formosa. A few days out of the China Sea, the day fighters were hitting Formosa, and we did cap or standby all night until the second day. Then suicide planes came out by the dozens, and it was decided to put up some of us VFN to help. I was sitting in my plane, turning up, parked in the landing area, when I saw everyone get off the flight deck. I soon saw why. A Judy was heading for us from the port quarter. All I could do was sit and look. As he flew over the battleship next to us, they got him, and he rolled over and crashed in our wake. They decided not to launch me. Later that afternoon, they decided to try to put some of us up again. This time I was in the plane on the port catapult. Here came a Zeke heading for us. He had trouble pushing over to hit us, and he was going to overshoot, so he flattened out and flew into the side of a CVL right next to us, Langley. He burst into flames, but most of the plane fell into the water and the fire went out. About 30 minutes later, I saw a CV on fire off our starboard bow. The carrier was Ticonderoga, CV-14, which suffered 143 killed and 202 wounded. That night, Halsey turned northeast and advanced toward Okinawa. Enterprise launched 6 TBMs led by CAG Martin and Squadron Commander Kippen to hit targets on the west coast of Formosa and the port of Kaohsiung in order to deceive the enemy that the fleet had sailed north. Kippen led Lieutenant Junior Grade Chester G. Coop and Ensign John P. Wood with their Avengers, armed with 2 500-pound bombs and 8 rockets each. Kippen was to attack as soon as they reached Kaohsiung, while Martin first searched the west coast for shipping, then attacked afterwards. Over Kaohsiung, many searchlights came on. so Martin flew over the harbor as a searchlight decoy to cover the attack. Kippen radioed he was starting his attack, but that was the last ever heard from him. His target was a cargo vessel tied alongside a dock which exploded and started fires ashore that spread quickly. Commander Martin recalled, "A few minutes later, an explosion was seen near the mouth of the harbor, which is believed to be Kippen's plane when it hit the water." Martin ordered individual attacks while the Avengers circled north of the port. Lieutenant Junior Grade Coop set a small arms factory on fire, causing many other explosions. Wood set a dock afire. Immediately after, explosions were seen over the harbor and 2 fireballs fell into the water. All of the 1st Division was now gone. Martin ordered Lieutenant Junior Grade Jennings to attack. As he entered his dive, searchlights converged on him. As he pulled out, the lights went off as explosions erupted. Martin and Ensign Crowley then made their attacks, setting afire wharves, dock installations, and warehouses. The 3 surviving Avengers departed just before dawn and returned to Enterprise safely. The loss of Lieutenant Kippen, one of the Torpedo 10 originals, was felt throughout the squadron so strongly that Commander Martin declared a medical emergency. Flight Surgeon Lieutenant Commander Edwin G. Hurlburt passed out 2-ounce bottles of medicinal brandy to the flyers. On February 22nd, Lieutenant Colonel Millington led a 15-plane strike against the airfield on Ieshima Island, just northwest of Okinawa, with no observed results. Again, there was no aerial opposition. On Luzon, the Army noted a lack of Japanese air operations. Halsey's strikes had had their desired effect. He reported the results of the operation to Nimitz. A 3,757-mile cruise in the South China Sea with the first carrier attacks on the China and Indochina coast, cutting through the last sea route to Japan's southern empire. The fleet fueled again on February 23rd and set course southeast for Ulithi Atoll for much-needed rest after a strenuous month of continuous operations. During the voyage, Lieutenant Colonel Millington wrote an analysis of the air group's actions since December 30th. He particularly commented on the high number of operational losses for the Marines and their Corsairs, and made specific recommendations to reduce these losses in the form of additional and more realistic carrier qualification training before squadrons were sent on to the fleet. He mentioned the serious weather problems and recommended increased emphasis in stateside training on instrument flying and navigation. He recommended refinements in the positioning and communication system used by the picket destroyers and suggested increased combat air patrols over the pickets to minimize ship losses to kamikazes. Millington also suggested that pre-dawn launches be discontinued because of poor visibility, and also the discontinuance of mixed flights with different types of planes which had varying speed differentials. The attendant risks and pilot strain is not compensated for. The night of January 25, 1945, VTN 90's Lieutenant Junior Grade Robert B. Hadley recorded in his diary, "We've gotten back to those southern latitudes where one encounters the National Geographic beauties of tropical seas. We went out on the gun gallery just before turning in tonight and found a perfectly glorious night, one of those magic scenes with a moon so big and bright that it seemed like it was sitting on the yardarm of the ship in the next station. Fleecy clouds, made silver by moonlight, puffed across the sky, and the somber, deathly blackness of the ship's island superstructure swayed gently across that billowy background. 50 feet below, the inky water swept past and seemed to go down, down into an eternity of time and contemplation. The blackness of the water was broken by the white fluorescent wash from the bow or the crest of a breaking wave. A scene of complete peace and security despite the harsh note of grim reality supplied by the nearby mass of the 5-inch gun mount and the barrel projecting out toward the moon. On January 26th, 3rd Fleet entered Ulithi anchorage. Halsey and McCain left for shore leave and planning duty, and Admiral Raymond Spruance resumed command of the Fifth Fleet, while Admiral Mark Mitscher resumed command of Task Force 58. Halsey's command had been mired in controversy over his abandonment of the amphibious force in Leyte Gulf to be present aboard his flagship and witness the destruction of the Japanese carrier fleet, and then with the near disaster of Typhoon Cobra. However, he had redeemed himself over the last month with his brilliant display of carrier striking power across Southeast Asia, China, and the Western Pacific, which resulted in Japan being cut off from the crucial raw materials in the Southern Empire so necessary to continue the war. Night Air Group 41 and Independence departed Ulithi to return to the United States, leaving Enterprise and Air Group 90 to make the fleet's presence known in the darkness. During their tour of duty aboard Essex, the first Marine fighter squadrons to go aboard a fleet carrier had proven the Marines could meet the challenge. VMF 124 and VMF 213 were credited with 10 Japanese aircraft shot down, 16 destroyed on the ground, and at least 11 ships damaged by bombs or rocket fire. On February 10, 1945, Lieutenant Colonel William Millington was relieved as commander of Air Group 4 by Commander Fred K. Upham, restoring Navy control to the air group. Later that day, Essex and the rest of the Fifth Fleet raised anchor at Ulithi and headed north-northwest. Their target was Tokyo. This would be the first carrier-based attack on the Japanese home islands since the Doolittle raid of April 18, 1942. Before the Fifth Fleet departed on this mission, a major change came in the operation of the now huge fighter squadrons aboard the fleet carriers. A squadron of 73 aircraft and 110 pilots was now seen as administratively unmanageable. Commander Naval Air Forces Pacific ordered that these squadrons be broken into two 36-plane units, a fighter, VF, and a fighter-bomber, VBF, squadron. The existing squadron commanders retained command of the fighter squadron, while the executive officer formed the fighter-bomber squadron. Maintenance remained as before, and both squadrons flew the same aircraft. In following months, some carriers would operate VF squadrons of F-6F Hellcats and VBF squadrons of F-4U Corsairs. Chapter 5. The Forgotten Fleet. While Admiral Halsey and the Third Fleet turned away from Okinawa and set course to Ulithi on January 23rd at the end of their epic mission, another fleet was headed east across the Bay of Bengal. This fleet, the Royal Navy's Far Eastern Fleet, had departed Trincomalee, Ceylon on January 16th, destination Sydney, Australia, where it would become the British Pacific Fleet and join in operations with the U.S. Navy for the final battles of the Pacific War. The fleet, with its 4 carriers, was now 100 miles off the coast of the island of Sumatra in the Netherlands East Indies. The previous 2 days had been too stormy to launch the planned strike against the Plajo oil refineries in southern Sumatra, but this morning the sky had cleared sufficiently to allow operations. Operation Meridian 1 was important to the Royal Navy, as it marked the beginning of British naval operations in the Pacific theater. After Kido Butai, the fast carrier striking force of the Imperial Japanese Navy had struck the Royal Navy base at Trincomalee in March and April 1942 and also sank HMS Hermes, the Royal Navy had been all but completely driven from the Indian Ocean. 2 months earlier, the British had been forced to retreat from Singapore, their main Asian base, and continued moving west after the loss of the Andaman Islands off Malaya. By the end of April, the main surviving units of the fleet were based at Adu Atoll in the Maldives. Admiral Nagumo's successful strikes at Trincomalee, coupled with the Japanese advance on India through Burma, created a strategic situation in South Asia so dire that Prime Minister Churchill feared a successful invasion of Ceylon would allow the Japanese to link up with the German Africa Corps, then stormed through the Libyan desert in North Africa in a drive that made it appear possible the British Eighth Army would be defeated in Egypt, allowing a German advance into the Middle East. The British forces had also been hampered by the fact that the primary area of operation for the Royal Navy was the Mediterranean and the North Atlantic. The Eastern Fleet became little more than a convoy escort force. With the Allied capture of Sicily, the primary Axis threat to the Mediterranean sea lanes was removed, which allowed the Royal Navy to begin planning a more forceful return to the Indian Ocean. By 1944, American forces were liberating British territories in the Central Pacific and extending U.S. influence throughout the region. This strategic situation created a political and military imperative that British presence be restored in the region and British naval forces participate more directly in the war against Japan. While many in His Majesty's government believed British territories, such as Hong Kong, should be liberated by British forces, their position was opposed by Prime Minister Churchill on the grounds he did not wish to be seen as a visibly junior partner in what had become a primarily American war. The Prime Minister's experience with the Anglophobic U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Ernest King, led him to believe a British presence in the Pacific would be unwelcome, and the Commonwealth military force should concentrate on pushing the Japanese out of Burma and Malaya. Churchill's position was opposed by the leadership of the Royal Navy, who were supported by the Chiefs of Staff, who held the position that such a commitment to the Pacific War would strengthen British influence in the post-war period. So strongly did they hold this position that they would have considered mass resignation were it not adopted as government policy. The British were right to be concerned. President Franklin Roosevelt was not favorable to continued European control of their Asian empires and was of the opinion that the British, French, and Dutch should be prevented from reclaiming their lost territories, with those countries placed under an American-led trusteeship through the planned United Nations while they were readied for independence. Only his death prevented this from happening. While Admiral King was a notorious Anglophobe, he had in fact been favorably impressed by the performance of the HMS Victorious during her tour with the U.S. Navy in the South Pacific in 1943. In the dark days after the loss of Hornet at Santa Cruz in October 1942, when the U.S. Navy had only Enterprise and Saratoga as the survivors of the pre-war carrier fleet, King had gone, hat in hand, to the Admiralty and requested a British aircraft carrier as temporary reinforcement pending the arrival of the new construction Essex-class carriers. Victorious, known by her code name Robin, crossed the Atlantic in December 1942 and joined Saratoga at Noumea in March 1943 after being modified with American equipment. The two carriers operated in the Solomons between April and June, providing air support for the invasion of New Georgia. Each side had learned important lessons from the other. The Americans adopted much of the British system of fighter direction for air defense, which would be crucial in the coming Central Pacific campaign, while the British learned much about modern carrier air operations with their emphasis on the speed of the operation cycle, knowledge that was put to use in the next year to create a British Pacific fleet whose carriers would be capable of operating successfully in the final battles of the Pacific War. Even considering the success of the Victorious's South Pacific deployment, Admiral King was extremely reluctant to see the Royal Navy participate in what he considered his war, believing the British would require U.S. support for their operation that he felt would be better employed in support of the Fast Carrier Task Force. When it appeared the British would proceed with their planned deployment, he insisted the proposed British Pacific Fleet be self-sufficient. King's objections were finally overruled by President Roosevelt at a meeting in which the BPF was formally offered and accepted by the President. As a sop to his naval commander, FDR agreed that the British fleet should depend on British resources, though they were provided with an advanced base at Manus Atoll in the Admiralty Islands between New Guinea and the Philippines. British sailors would come to consider Manus as Scapa Flow with bloody palm trees. The Royal Navy provided the majority of the fleet's ships and all the capital ships, but the BPF also included tankers and supply ships from the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, RFA, and escorts from the Royal Australian Navy, Royal Canadian Navy, and Royal New Zealand Navy. Many of the naval aviators were New Zealanders and Canadians, though there were also Dutch and South African aviators aboard the ships. Port facilities in Sydney, Australia, and Wellington, New Zealand also supported the fleet. British naval operations in the war against Japan began when the HMS Illustrious arrived in Ceylon in January 1944. In March 1944, the battlecruiser HMS Renown and battleships HMS Howe, HMS Queen Elizabeth, and HMS Valiant joined Illustrious and became part of the U.S. Navy Task Force 58.5, which comprised Saratoga and 3 destroyers that were detached from Task Force 58 after the successful invasion of Kwajalein and sent to the Indian Ocean to demonstrate U.S. operating procedures. Illustrious embarked 1830 and 1833 squadrons, both operating the Corsair II, the British designation of the F4U-1A, while Saratoga's fighter squadron, VF-12, the first USN squadron to equip with the Corsair a year before, was now flying F6F3 Hellcats that they had chosen over the F4U after experiencing difficulty getting carrier qualified in the birdcage F4U-1. Several weeks of training resulted in a marked operational improvement on the part of the FAA air crews. On April 19th, Operation Cockpit saw the combined Anglo-American fleet strike the Japanese oil port on Sabang Island off northern Sumatra. The Japanese were completely surprised by the attack, and the port facilities were heavily damaged. VF-12 shot down 3 G4M Betty bombers, while the illustrious Corsairs burned 12 parked aircraft. For the Japanese, the refineries on Sumatra and Java were of supreme importance as the source of all aviation gasoline for the Imperial Air Forces. The captured refineries in Sumatra were beyond range of Allied aircraft in India or Australia, which allowed operation with impunity. Operation Cockpit marked the opening of a campaign against the refineries. Operation Transom followed on May 17th. Again, the enemy was surprised by the strike against the refinery at Surabaya, Java, and the installation was severely damaged. With the British carriers and their flyers now blooded, Saratoga departed the next day and returned to the Pacific. The campaign against the Sumatra oil refineries was originally assigned to the newly arrived Boeing B-29 Superfortresses of the 20th Bomber Command, which had recently commenced operations in India and China. On the night of August 10th and 11th, 1944, 54 B-29s of the 444th Bomb Group of the 358th Very Heavy Bomb Wing flew from the China Bay RAF base near Trincomalee on a night radar attack against the Plagio refinery at Palembang, the first since its capture in 1942. The bombers flew individually straight to Siberut Island off Padang, Sumatra, then direct to Palembang. The B-29s were still new on operations, and 12 of the big bombers aborted for various reasons, while 39 managed to reach the target, though only 9 reached Palembang itself, where they were forced to drop 36 500-pound GP bombs and 16 photo flash bombs through heavy overcast. 2 hit the Pangkalan Brandon refinery, the secondary target, and 1 bombed the Jambi airfield. 8 dropped mines in the Mosi River, the main shipping route for all of Palembang's gasoline and oil. At the time, the result was unobserved, but later intelligence considered the effort unsuccessful. The 4,030-mile, 19-hour, 40-minute flight from Ceylon to Palembang and the Mosi was the longest single-stage flight made by U.S. AAF aircraft during World War II. The East Indies Fleet was created in August 1944 when Admiral Sir Bruce Fraser, former commander of the home fleet, raised his flag in the gunboat HMS Tarantula as Commander-in-Chief East Indies Fleet, later moving his flag to the battleship HMS Howe. Over the course of the summer of 1944, HMS Victorious joined the fleet in July, followed by HMS Indomitable in August and HMS Indefatigable in September. Vice Admiral Sir Bernard Rawlings commanded the fleet in action, while famed Vice Admiral Sir Philip Vian commanded the carriers, which were ordered to strike the Indonesian refineries since they could attack with less warning and greater accuracy than land-based bombers. When HMS Victorious arrived in July 1944, her two squadrons of Corsairs, 1834 and 1836 squadrons of 47 Naval Fighter Wing, attracted the attention of Major T. Ronald Hay, Royal Marines, who was serving as a staff officer to Admiral Somerville. Hay had joined the Royal Marines in 1935 and begun flight training with the Fleet Air Arm in the wake of the Munich crisis in 1938. Assigned as a fighter pilot just before the outbreak of war in 1939, Hay scored 2 victories flying the Blackburn Skua from HMS Glorious off Norway in 1940, and scored a further 7 victories in the Mediterranean in 1941 while flying Fairey Fulmars. He was very interested in the Corsairs operated by 1830 and 1833 squadrons, since the aircraft was such a vast improvement on what he had previously flown. As one of the only FAA graduates of the RAF's Wing Leader course, arrangements were quickly made for Hay to assume command of 47 Fighter Wing prior to the unit entering combat against the Japanese. Operation Crimson saw the British capital ships shell the port on Sabang Island on July 21st under air cover by Illustrious and the recently arrived Victorious. The fire of the 12 battleships and cruisers, directed by naval aviators trained as artillery spotters, inflicted heavy damage on the oil facility. 1830's squadron opened their aerial score by shooting down 3 Ki-43 Oscars, while 1833 squadron shot down 2 Oscars and a Ki-21 Sally bomber. As they retired to the fleet, the Japanese mounted an attack, and Sub-Lieutenant Ben Heffer of 1837 Squadron was launched from Victorious. As he later recalled, "I was directed towards the enemy at 16:45 hours and sighted 5 enemy aircraft. There was a large storm astern of the fleet, but Victorious managed to vector us onto the enemy. A Japanese aircraft dived past me and I followed him down, hitting him in the port quarter with a long burst of fire. He was weaving, but flames were coming from his port wing. He disappeared into a cloud and, following him, I came out dead on his tail at a range of about 100 yards. After another long burst, the aircraft went up in a burst of fire." Victorious and Indomitable struck targets in Sumatra in Operation Banquet on August 25th. Ronnie Hay led Victorious's 47th Naval Fighter Wing, which shared escort duties with the Hellcats of Indomitable's 1839 and 1844 squadrons of 5 Naval Fighter Wing, led by Lieutenant Commander T.W. Harrington. Hay's Corsairs concentrated on the airfield at Padang. He later remembered, "After the attack, the fighters roamed the area looking for the most impressive buildings. These were then machine-gunned in the hope the Japanese overlords were present." Operation Light B saw Victorious and Indomitable again strike Sumatra as a diversion to the American landings at Peleliu, hitting the railway repair yard in Sigli on September 15th. Poor weather provided disappointing results. Victorious and Indomitable next struck Japanese facilities in the Nicobar Islands on October 17th in Operation Millet, with the intention of distracting the enemy from the Leyte landings. Withdrawing over October 18th on account of the weather, the carriers returned on October 19th. Discovered by the enemy at 0840 hours, the carriers came under attack at 0930 hours by 12 Oscars of the 1st Reserve Flying Unit. In a fierce 40-minute air battle, Canadian Corsair pilot Sub-Lieutenant Leslie Durno shot down one Oscar and shared the destruction of two others, while 1836 Squadron's Lieutenant Edmondson opened the Hellcat's Pacific score by shooting down another, though at a cost of two Corsairs and a Hellcat shot down by the other Oscars. Minutes later, Hellcats from Indomitable found the enemy's top cover, and in a short, sharp fight, South African Sub-Lieutenant Edward Wilson of 1844 Squadron shot down two Oscars. Overall, the Hellcats and Corsairs shot down 7 Oscars. Major Hay, who was in the center of the fight, later remembered that the Corsair was just the right aircraft for that war. It was certainly better than anything we had, and an improvement on the Hellcat. It was more robust and faster, and although the Japanese could outturn us in combat, we could outclimb, outdive, and outgun him. By far the most healthy improvement was its endurance, as with about 5 hours' worth of fuel in your tank, you didn't have the agony of worrying whether or not you would make it back to the carrier. Hay was not the only Royal Navy pilot who was impressed by American carrier aircraft. While the Royal Navy had invented carrier warfare in 1918, the service had also lost control of its ability to develop and operate aircraft designed for carrier use when the Royal Naval Air Service and the Royal Flying Corps were combined into the independent Royal Air Force in April 1918. While the U.S. Navy retained control of naval aviation and spent the next 20 years developing aircraft specifically suited for their role aboard ship, the Royal Navy was forced to make do with navalizing aircraft primarily designed to be operated ashore by the RAF. The service regained control of the Fleet Air Arm only in 1938, which was not enough time to catch up with the U.S. Navy or the Imperial Japanese Navy. In 1939, the primary FAA shipboard fighter was the RAF Gloucester Gladiator fighter biplane, equipped with a tailhook as the Sea Gladiator. The aircraft did not even display the technical advances of the Grumman F-2F and F-3F biplane fighters, which had entered service before the Gladiator and were in the process of being replaced. The Fleet Air Arm was at least a generation behind the U.S. Navy or the Imperial Japanese Navy in terms of aircraft development. The first all-metal monoplane fighter was the Blackburn Skua, which was supposed to perform double duty as a dive bomber and had a top speed of barely 200 miles per hour at a time when its land-based opponents were nearing 400 miles per hour top speeds. Additionally, the Fleet Air Arm was saddled with the obsolete idea that a carrier-based naval fighter required a second crewman to operate communications equipment, which meant that the Fairey Fulmar, introduced into service in 1941, was powered by the same Merlin engine and carried the same 8-gun armament as the RAF's Hurricane and Spitfire, although it was 50% bigger and 50% heavier than the Hurricane, with no increase in power. With a top speed of only 258 miles per hour, the Fulmar was hard-pressed in combat against agile Italian fighters in the Mediterranean, and could only hope to intercept the speedy trimotor S-79 Aerosiluranti torpedo bombers if it was favorably positioned for a diving attack from sufficient altitude to build up the necessary speed. Nonetheless, until the arrival of the Sea Hurricane in sizable numbers in 1942, the Fulmar gave a good account of itself over the Mediterranean, as well as with the Arctic convoys, opposing Ju-87 and Ju-88 dive bombers and He-111 torpedo bombers. The Royal Navy was eventually forced to adapt first the Hurricane and then the Spitfire for carrier operation in order to field a fighter that could compete with its contemporary opponents. While the Hurricane was strong enough that it went aboard ship as the Sea Hurricane with a minimum of difficulty, the light and delicate Spitfire was really unsuited to carrier operations. Indeed, the overwhelming majority of Sea Spitfires, or Seafires as they came to be known, were lost in operational accidents aboard ship rather than as a result of enemy action. While the Hurricane was rugged enough for carrier operation, its performance by 1942 was not up to that of its opponents. In 1940, the Fleet Air Arm was introduced to the Grumman F-4F Wildcat, known to the British as the Martlet. The stubby fighter found immediate favor with FAA pilots because it could survive carrier operations while still having sufficient performance to fight its Axis opponents, and would be utilized by the FAA throughout the war. The experience of a fighter that was designed for the job at hand led to early adoption of the two major U.S. Navy fighters of the war, the F-6F Hellcat and the F-4U Corsair. In fact, the Royal Navy made use of the Corsair in its designed role as a carrier-based fleet fighter long before the U.S. Navy did. 1 in 6 Corsairs produced during World War II was delivered to the Fleet Air Arm. All told, 2012 Vought-built F-4U-1 and F-4U-1A, known as the Corsair 1 and Corsair 2 respectively, Brewster-built F-3A-1s, Corsair 3, and Goodyear-built FG-1Ds, Corsair 4, went to the FAA between 1943 and 1945. The 430 Brewster-built F-3A-1s represented half of Brewster's total production. The FAA used the Corsair in larger numbers than any other U.S. naval aircraft operated by the service. The Corsair was a generation ahead of anything in the domestic inventory at the time of its arrival, and by the end of the war, 18 Fleet Air Arm fighter squadrons were equipped with the Corsair. The British never seemed to have the problems the U.S. Navy did about taking the Corsair to sea. The FAA circular approach for a carrier landing allowed the pilot to keep the deck in sight over the long nose right up to landing, and was eventually adopted by the U.S. Navy when Corsairs finally joined the fleet in 1945. Even the F-4U-1 birdcage Corsair 1s were regularly flown off British escort carriers during initial training in 1943, while the U.S. Navy claimed the aircraft was incapable of operating off an Essex-class fleet carrier. And the FAA did so without the modifications to the oleostrut air pressure and the starboard wing spoiler for stall warning, though these modifications did show up with the widely used Corsair 2, the first version to go into combat. Additionally, the British Corsairs, after the Corsair 1, had 8 inches clipped from each wingtip to enable them to be stowed with wings folded aboard British fleet carriers with their smaller hangar compartments. This resulted in a higher roll rate and lessened the airplane's tendency to float on landing. The first carrier combat missions were flown by Corsairs of 1834 and 1836 squadrons of Victorious' 47 Naval Fighter Wing in Operation Tungsten, the home fleet strikes against the German battleship Tirpitz in Norway in April 1944. The Far East debut of Corsair carrier combat operations came a week later, when Illustrious's 1830 and 1833 squadrons of 15 Naval Fighter Wing attacked Sabang. Second to the Corsair in terms of widespread first-line service was the Grumman F-6F Hellcat, originally named Gannet after a large North Atlantic seabird. Universally known to its pilots regardless as the Hellcat, the British fighters took the name officially in March 1944 when the FAA adopted the official U.S. Navy names for their U.S. aircraft. Beginning in May 1943, 252 F-6F-3s were supplied to the Fleet Air Arm as the Gannet 1 under Lend-Lease, with an additional 930 F-6F-5s delivered after August 1944 as the Hellcat 2. Some 100 were delivered as the Hellcat PR-2, modified similarly to the F-6F-5P for photo reconnaissance, while a further 80 radar-equipped F-6F-5Ns were delivered as the Hellcat NF-2. 800 Squadron was the first FAA unit to operate the Hellcat, taking delivery of its first aircraft in July 1943 and flying the first anti-shipping strikes off the Norwegian coast from the escort carrier HMS Emperor in December, in company with 804 Squadron, the second unit to re-equip with the Hellcat. The squadrons flew escort for the first strikes against the Tirpitz on April 3, 1944. Over Norway on May 8, 1944, 800 and 804 squadrons came across a formation of Bf-109Gs and Fw-190As from the Luftwaffe's Jagdgeschwader 5. The Hellcats shot down 2 Bf-109s, while Lieutenant Blythe Ritchie, a Mediterranean Sea hurricane veteran who had previously scored 3.5 victories in 1942, bagged a Fw-190. 6 days later, on May 14th, Ritchie became the first FAA Hellcat pilot to make ace when he shot down a HE-115 seaplane and shared a second with 804 Squadron Commander Lieutenant Commander Stanley Orr. These were the only Hellcat victories scored by the FAA in the European theater. 800 and 804 squadrons participated in Operation Dragoon, the Allied landings in the south of France in August 1944. This turned out to be the final FAA Hellcat operation of the European theater. The next month, the two squadrons were combined as 800 Squadron. Emperor and her Hellcats transited the Suez Canal and joined the Far Eastern Fleet. During October and November, 888 Squadron joined 800 aboard Emperor, flying Hellcat FR-2 photo recon fighters, and the two squadrons flew strikes against Japanese positions along the Burmese and Malayan coasts and the Andaman Islands. FAA Hellcats had already gone to war in the Indian Ocean that August, when HMS Indomitable arrived with the Hellcat-equipped 1839 and 1844 squadrons of 5 Naval Fighter Wing. The final American aircraft on the decks of the British Pacific Fleet's carriers was the Grumman TBF Avenger. The FAA had quickly seen the Avenger's value as a strike aircraft, and deliveries under Lend-Lease began in late 1942. Initially named Tarpon for the large Atlantic fish, the name was changed to Avenger in January 1944. Grumman built 402 TBF-1Bs, which were actually the TBF-1 and the TBF-1C subtypes, without further differentiation as the Tarpon 1. 334 Eastern Aircraft-built TBM-1Cs were taken on as the Avenger 2, with 222 TBM-3s as Avenger 3s. The FAA learned to differentiate their Avengers by production source, as they did with the Corsair, after discovering that the same aircraft built by different manufacturers was not really the same aircraft. While the U.S. Navy re-equipped its units completely with ever-newer versions of the Avenger, all the British Avengers were used throughout the war, with squadrons operating both Avenger 1s and Avenger 2s simultaneously, distinguished only by their different camouflage schemes. Grumman-built Avenger 1s used the correct FAA-approved camouflage colors of dark slate gray, extra dark sea gray, and sky, while the Eastern aircraft-built Avenger 2s were painted in U.S. equivalent colors of olive drab, neutral gray, and sky gray, respectively. While the American aircraft were the majority of the fleet's air arm, there were also 3 British designs on the fleet's flight decks. The Fairey Barracuda was an ungainly-looking shoulder-wing monoplane used as both a dive and torpedo bomber. The Barracuda was Fairey Aviation's second attempt to create a modern replacement for the venerable Swordfish torpedo bomber that gained fame attacking the Italian fleet at Taranto in November 1940, and damaging the German battleship Bismarck sufficiently that the battleships of the home fleet could catch their German opponent and sink her in May 1941. The open-cockpit biplane Swordfish was obsolete when it entered service in 1934, but went on to be one of 5 British aircraft in frontline service in 1939 that were still serving in 1945 as it flew off the smallest escort carriers, in weather so appalling other aircraft were chained to their decks. Fairey submitted the design in response to Air Ministry Specification S.24/37 for a 3-seat torpedo and dive bomber aircraft. The first prototype flew on December 7, 1940. The aircraft used Fairey-Youngman trailing-edge flaps to come aboard at a safe speed. Lowering these large flaps to reduce speed in a dive-bombing attack disturbed the airflow over the rear of the airframe, which necessitated the strange high-set tailplane. The most important subtype was the Barracuda Mark II, powered by a 1,640-horsepower Merlin 32. 1,688 rolled off production lines at Fairey, Blackburn, Bolton Paul, and Westland Line between 1942 and 1945. On April 3, 1944, 42 Barracudas took part in Operation Tungsten, their first combat operation. The bombers arrived over Alton Fjord, Norway, at the very moment Tirpitz was about to depart her anchorage for sea trials. Their dive-bombing attacks scored 24 direct hits, damaging the battleship so badly it was out of action for several months for repairs. Other attacks in the summer of 1944 were less successful. The Barracuda arrived in the Far East with 810 and 847 squadrons aboard Illustrious. Victorious operated a Barracuda squadron, and all three units took part in the oil stock operations that began in August 1944. The Fairey Firefly I continued the design philosophy of the preceding Fulmar in having a dedicated navigator radio man as a second crewman. The design was the result of FAA specification N8/39, which called for a two-seater armed with either 4 20mm cannon or 8 30-caliber machine guns using the then-new and untried Rolls-Royce Griffin, issued in July 1939 while the Fulmar prototype was still under construction. Fairey's response was a somewhat smaller Fulmar-type aircraft with 20mm cannon and an empty weight barely less than the Fulmar's loaded weight. Specification N5/40 was written around the mock-up after it was inspected and approved on June 6, 1940. The first Firefly I flew on December 22, 1941. The aircraft used the Fairey patented area-increasing Youngman flaps, which gave the necessary maneuverability in air combat and lowered the heavy aircraft's landing speed for carrier operation. The first production aircraft was delivered on March 4, 1943, which was a very respectable timetable for wartime aircraft development. Every other British-designed carrier aircraft ordered in the same time frame ran into development difficulties, and none flew before the end of the war. The Firefly was thus the only British-designed modern high-performance carrier aircraft to operate off British carriers in the war it was designed for. Unfortunately, the Firefly lacked the performance to operate in its designed role of fleet defense fighter, even with the 1,735 horsepower of the Griffin IIB. The greatest fault in the design lay with the choice of placing the radiator in a large cowling directly beneath the engine, resulting in a high-drag configuration, and the requirement for a second crew member, which added weight. With a top speed of only 319 miles per hour and a climb rate under 2,000 feet per minute, though it had a useful range of 774 miles on internal fuel, the Firefly I was used as a strike and tactical reconnaissance aircraft, a mission for which it was more than capable. A Firefly I, tested at the U.S. Navy Test Center at NAS Patuxent River in 1944, more than held its own in air combat maneuvering against the F-6F Hellcat. Those flaps worked. 1770 Squadron was first to be formed on the Firefly in October 1943, followed in February 1944 by 1771 Squadron. 1770 went aboard HMS Indefatigable and gave the type its baptism of fire in Operation Mascot, the failed attack against Tirpitz on July 17, 1944. That November, Indefatigable and 1770 Squadron, led by Major Vernon Cheeseman, joined the British Pacific Fleet. Indefatigable's 24 Naval Fighter Wing operated the legendary Supermarine Seafire. The navalized Spitfire first joined the Royal Navy in late 1942 and entered combat in the summer of 1943, providing the primary air defense for the Allied fleet at Salerno that September. The Mark I and Mark II subtypes were minimal conversions of land-based Spitfires equipped with an A-frame arrestor hook under the rear fuselage and catapult spools. Without folding wings, these Seafires could not be struck below on a carrier. All maintenance at sea took place on the open flight deck. The F Mark III was the first fully navalized Seafire, first flown in November 1943. Cunliffe Owen, the company responsible for modifying the Seafire I and Seafire II, developed a folding wing for the Seafire III, which allowed below-deck stowage. The L Mark III, powered by the Merlin 55M engine with a cropped impeller to give maximum performance below 5,000 feet, quickly replaced the original F Mark III. At low altitude, the Seafire III outperformed the A6M50 when tested against each other. The aircraft had a superior low-altitude climb rate and acceleration to either the Hellcat or Corsair, which made it the best low-altitude short-range fleet interceptor available in the Pacific. 887 and 894 squadrons, the most experienced Seafire units in the Royal Navy, went to the Pacific aboard HMS Indefatigable. The Royal Navy's carriers had been developed for a different kind of war than had those of the U.S. Navy. The British ships were designed for operation in the Atlantic and Mediterranean, where they did not need the range and seakeeping ability of the American carriers. Since their opponents would be land-based aircraft that were expected to outperform the defending carrier fighters, the ships were designed with an armored flight deck, and with much more armor throughout the ship than was the case with the Essex-class ships. The result for the British was that their hangars did not open on the sides as with the Essex carriers, which meant that aircraft could not be run up on the hangar deck to speed up the launch of multiple strikes. A British Naval Air Group numbered only some 45 to 50 aircraft, as opposed to the 90 aircraft force on an Essex-class carrier. The Americans initially derided the British carriers with their heavy armor and reduced capacity, but when the kamikazes became the primary threat, the ability of a British carrier to shrug off a hit that would have heavily damaged, if not sunk outright, an American carrier rightly impressed the Americans, who adopted this feature in their post-war carrier designs. On January 1, 1945, the BPF carriers left Trincomalee to undertake their last strike from the old base, Operation Lentil. HMS Indomitable, Victorious, and Indefatigable, escorted by the cruisers HMS Suffolk, HMS Ceylon, HMS Argonaut, and HMS Black Prince, launched an attack on January 4, 1945, against the former Royal Dutch Shell Refinery at Pangkalan Brandon in northern Sumatra. 92 Avengers and Fireflies, escorted by Hellcats of Indomitable's 1839 and 1844 squadrons, and Corsairs from Victorious's 1834 and 1836 squadrons, targeted the installation. 16 fighters sent ahead as a ramrod attacked the airfields at Medan and Tanjong Poera. The 1834 squadron's Leslie Durno spotted a Ki-46 Dyna twin-engine reconnaissance plane with wheels and flaps down for landing at Medan Airfield. Durno and his wingman attacked the Dyna and damaged it. Then Durno turned in astern of the enemy plane and fired a 5-second burst that staggered the Dyna before it blew up at the edge of the runway. Minutes later, he spotted a Ki-21 Sally bomber, which he set afire with an 8-second burst. This victory made Durno both the first FAA Corsair ace and the first FAA pilot to score 5 Japanese victories. The strike force was launched 90 minutes after the fighter sweep, with 32 Avengers and 12 rocket-firing Fireflies, escorted by 12 1836 Squadron Corsairs to bomb the refinery. Several Oscars attacked the strike force at 0850 hours. Sub-Lieutenant D.J. Shepard, RCNVR, of 1836 Squadron, number 3 in Wing Leader Ronnie Hayes' flight, was able to latch onto an Oscar in the swirling dogfight and shoot it down. He later reported, "The Jap's cockpit seemed to glow as I hit him with a long burst, and I could see the bullets striking the engine and cockpit. He leveled out at 300 feet and then went into a climbing right turn. I fired again, and the pilot bailed out as the aircraft rolled over and went into the sea." 10 minutes later, he spotted a second Oscar and closed in before opening fire. The Oscar blew up under the weight of his fire. Shepard had scored 2 in his first combat. The strike force inflicted heavy damage on the refinery and oil storage tanks, while a small tanker was set on fire and 2 locomotives were hit. 2 aircraft were lost to anti-aircraft fire, but the crews were rescued. Following the fleet's return to Trincomalee, the British Pacific Fleet weighed anchor and headed east-southeast into the Indian Ocean on January 16th, on the first leg of its transfer to the Pacific Theater of Operations. The slow and awkward Barracudas were gone from the strike squadrons, replaced with Grumman Avengers. Admiral Vian's Task Force 63 planned a final strike against the Indonesian oil refineries during their passage to Australia, called Operation Meridian 1. The targets were the Palembang refineries at Plajo and Songgay Jurong. Bad weather over the Indian Ocean delayed the strike from January 22nd to 24th. Illustrious, Victorious, Indomitable, and Indefatigable began launching their strike aircraft at 0600 hours on January 24, 1945. 43 Avengers and 12 Fireflies, escorted by 48 Hellcats, Corsairs, and Seafires, headed for the Plajo refinery, while 24 Corsairs were assigned to sweep the airfields at Lembak and Tanglang Bertutu. Victorious's Major Ronnie Hay was assigned as the strike coordinator, leading a top cover of 12 Corsairs. 12 Fireflies of 1770 Squadron were assigned as close escort for the Avengers, led by Major Cheeseman, each armed with 8 60-pound rockets for flak suppression. 8 Corsairs from 1830 Squadron formed the middle cover, while 8 Corsairs from 1833 brought up the rear. Japanese radar picked up the strike force over Sumatra. Lieutenant Hideaki Oniyama led 12 Ki-44 Tojos from the 87th Sentai Regiment to intercept the strike force some 20 miles west of the refinery. Hay scored his first Pacific victory when he spotted a Tojo approaching from out of the sun. The Tojo flashed past, and Hay dived after it. After a 5-minute chase, I caught up with him at 0 feet and 250 knots. I gave him a 2-second burst, which hit his engine, and he crashed but did not burn. Hay climbed back to altitude to coordinate the strike and ran across another Tojo and shot it down. Sub-Lieutenant Shepard also shot down a Tojo. More Oscars joined in the fight, while Japanese anti-aircraft batteries below opened fire as the attackers neared the target. Just before the first Tojos struck, Major Cheeseman's engine began running rough, and he was forced to pass leadership of the 1770 Squadron Fireflies to Lieutenant Dennis Levitt and return to Indefatigable. Moments later, the Fireflies came under attack by Oscars of the 26th Sentai. They turned into the enemy fighters, and Levitt shot down the first enemy aircraft to fall to the Firefly, while Sub-Lieutenant Phil Stott shared a second with his wingman, Sub-Lieutenant Redding. Hellcat pilot Sub-Lieutenant Edward Taylor shot down a Tojo during the fight. When added to his previous victories in the Mediterranean, he became the only South African Navy ace. Minutes later, he shared the destruction of a Ki-45 Nick twin-engine fighter from the 21st Sentai with his wingman. The fierceness of the air battle is shown by claims for 14 Japanese aircraft shot down and 6 probable kills. The Corsairs that struck the airfield destroyed 34 enemy aircraft and damaged a further 25 on the ground. Despite the presence of protective barrage balloons that forced the Avengers to drop their bombs from 3,000 feet, the refinery was successfully hit. Fleet air losses were heavier than previous raids. 7 aircraft were shot down over the target, and 25 aircraft, many damaged from anti-aircraft fire, were lost in crash landings back aboard the carriers. The attack cut output at the refinery by 50% for 3 months, with most of the refined oil in the storage tanks destroyed by fire. The fleet rendezvoused with the tankers again over January 26th and 27th. Owing to poor weather and inexperience, the tankers suffered damage as ships being refueled failed to keep station and hoses parted, greatly delaying the operation. On January 29th, the carriers returned for Operation Meridian II, a strike against the refinery at Sungai Gorong, Sumatra. Poor weather gave low visibility, and the strike force launch was delayed for 25 minutes by a rain squall. Once again, Ronnie Hay acted as strike coordinator. Defensive aerial opposition was strong. Pilots claimed 30 shot down with another 38 destroyed on the ground for the loss of 16 British aircraft. Just after the Avengers made their bombing runs, Hay was attacked by a Tojo he quickly downed, then an Oscar that tried to latch onto his tail as the Tojo fell burning. Hay's element leader, Don Shepard, also claimed in this fight to become the second Corsair ace and the only one to score all his victories in the F4U. The fleet came under attack from the Shichisi Mitate, Special Attack Corps. Major Hitoyuki Kato led 7 Ki-21 Sally and Ki-48 Lily bombers in low-level suicide attacks. New Zealander Sub-Lieutenant Keith McLennan, who manned the alert Hellcat of 1844 Squadron aboard Indomitable, was launched to intercept the kamikazes. Within minutes of retracting his landing gear, McLennan was in the middle of the enemy bombers and shot down 2 in quick succession, then shared a third with Seafire pilot Sub-Lieutenant Elson of 894 Squadron. With a total of 3.5 victories, McLennan was the most successful New Zealand Navy pilot of the war. Meridian II stopped all production at the Sungai Gorong refinery for 2 months, and over the rest of the war, production was never more than a quarter of pre-attack levels. For the loss of 25 aircraft in the 3 January operations, production of aviation gasoline on Sumatra was cut to 35% of its pre-attack level. The shortage would have a dramatic effect on the Burma campaign in the final 6 months of war. These strikes, coming as they did in coordination with Halsey's South China Sea strikes, meant Japan was now almost completely cut off from petroleum supplies, the control of which were the major reason why Japan had gone to war in 1941. The British Pacific Fleet arrived in Sydney, Australia in mid-February, and began preparations to join the U.S. Navy in the coming invasion of Okinawa. Chapter 6. Tokyo. The ships of the Fifth Fleet stood out of the anchorage at Ulithi Atoll on the afternoon of February 10, 1945, course north-northwest. The next morning it was announced throughout the fleet that the target was Tokyo, capital of the Japanese Empire, 1,500 miles distant. The first carrier strike against Japan proper since the Doolittle raid of April 18, 1942, was regarded with some apprehension by the men of Task Force 58, since this would be the first combat mission for half the air groups. After spending a day training with Marine assault forces at Tinian on February 12th, the fleet refueled on February 14th, and as the ships continued steaming north-northwest, crews broke out sweaters, peacoats, and heavy work jackets that hadn't been worn since they had left the United States. With snow showers and squalls in all quadrants that prevented detection by Japanese patrols, the fleet began its run into the launch point 125 miles southeast of Tokyo at 1900 hours on February 15th. That night, the squadron diarist of VTN-90 aboard Enterprise recorded, "It's amazing how clear the atmosphere is this evening, a result in part of our northerly position. It seems as though the ship is in the exact center of an immense disk of deep blue-gray. The horizon, clear around the compass, is a sharp circle contrasting the deep blue of the cloudless sky. It seems hard to believe that this scene of serenity can be the overture to death and destruction." It had been 1,000 days since Enterprise and Hornet and their 16-ship task force had dared to cruise these waters as they closed to 800 miles from Honshu to launch the Doolittle raid. This time, 116 ships were headed to a launch point only 60 miles from the imperial capital. Among the carriers of Task Force 58 was Bunker Hill, which had returned to the Western Pacific only at the beginning of February after undergoing repairs at the Naval Shipyard in Bremerton, Washington. Stopping at Pearl Harbor, she picked up Air Group 84, which included the Corsairs of VMF 221, commanded by Major Edwin S. Roberts, Jr., and VMF 451, commanded by Major Henry A. Ellis, Jr. What was most remarkable about Air Group 84 was that VF-84 was the first U.S. Navy carrier-based fighter squadron to enter combat mounted in the Corsair, making the Air Group the first all-Corsair unit in the field. Bunker Hill had first come to the Pacific in September 1943 with VF-17 aboard, the first Navy Corsair squadron to qualify for carrier deployment. VF-17 had been ordered off the ship upon arrival in Pearl Harbor, and the squadron had gone on to fame as the Jolly Rogers in the final Solomons battles that saw the major Japanese base at Rabaul cut off and left to wither on the vine. The dark blue F4U-1Ds of VF-84 were direct descendants of VF-17's F4U-1As. Squadron leader Lieutenant Commander Roger Hedrick had flown with VF-17 as executive officer, and 4 other veterans of the earlier squadron now held senior positions in VF-84. Hedrick had not been able to appropriate the Pirates flag marking, and VF-84 was quickly known after their formation in May 1944 as the Wolfgang. The 71 F4U-1Ds of the 3 fighter squadrons were flown as one unit, with Navy and Marine pilots flying whichever aircraft they were assigned for a mission, regardless of ownership. 15 SB-2 C-4 Helldivers of VB-84 and a similar number of TBM-3 Avengers of VT-84 rounded out the air group. Among the Marines in Air Group 84 was Captain James Sweat in VMF 221, a Medal of Honor winner at Guadalcanal, where he had shot down 7 attacking Val dive bombers during the final major Japanese strike against the island in April 1943. Veteran ace Major Archie Donahue, who had served in VMF 112 in the Solomons, was executive officer of VMF 451. New Marine squadrons were also aboard the brand-new Bennington, CV-20, with VMF-112 led by Major Herman Hansen, Jr., and VMF-123 commanded by Major Everett V. Alward, while WASP had VMF-216 commanded by Major George E. Dooley and VMF-217 led by Major Jack R. Amond, Jr., in addition to Air Group 4's Marines aboard Essex. Altogether, 180 Corsairs were now embarked on the fast carriers, a remarkable turnaround from only 2 months earlier. Major Hansen, at 25 a veteran of the Guadalcanal campaign 2.5 years earlier, remembered his first sight of the Fifth Fleet from the air when he flew a combat air patrol over the Bennington Task Group. There had never been such a collection of combat ships, and there never will be again. The fleet spanned the ocean from horizon to horizon. Shortly before departure from Ulithi, Admiral Mark Mitzer and his staff had come aboard to make Bunker Hill the flagship of Task Force 58. The carrier operated as part of Task Group 58.3, which also included Essex, flagship of TG 58.3 Commander Rear Admiral Frederick C. Sherman, and light carrier Cowpens, battleships South Dakota, BB-56, and New Jersey, BB-62, the new battlecruiser Alaska, CB-1, heavy cruisers Indianapolis, CA-35, and Boston, CA-69, accompanied by light cruisers Pasadena, CL-65, Wilkes-Barre, CL-103, and Astoria, CL-90, escorted by 14 destroyers. The fleet's strike force was centered in task groups 58.1, 58.2, 58.3, and 58.4, composed of 9 Essex-class fleet carriers and 5 light carriers. Task Group 58.5 operated Enterprise and Saratoga with air groups dedicated to night operations. The now elderly Saratoga had been assigned as a training carrier when she returned to Pearl Harbor in September 1944 after a refit, following her cruise with the British fleet, during which she trained aviators in night operations. Hurriedly sent west on January 29, 1945 to reinforce Enterprise for night operations in the coming strikes against Japan, she operated 56 F6F5Ns of VFN-53 and 17 TBM-3Ds of VTN-53. At 0400 on February 16th, 2 hours before the rest of Task Force 58 launched their strikes, Enterprise launched an RCM mission, something brand new in naval warfare. RCM stood for Radar Countermeasure. The single, specially modified TBM-3D Avenger was equipped to confuse Japanese radar installations in order to disrupt the enemy's ability to locate and intercept the incoming strikes. By 0635 hours, Task Force 58 was 60 miles off the coast of Honshu. Bennington launched a division of Corsairs from VMF-112 that found a Betty 30 miles off the coast, which was shot down by Major David Andre and his wingman. Major Hansen led 8 Corsairs escorting Avengers and Helldivers on the first strike, which managed to find their way through the horrid weather with 1,000-foot ceilings and snow showers to hit Oshima, Mobara, and Katori airfields, where they left 20 aircraft burning on the ground, while other Wolfpack Corsairs escorted strikes that hit Kanoiki and Hokoda airfields outside Tokyo, where the Corsairs strafed and rocketed aircraft in their revetments. First Lieutenant James Hamilton's F4U-1D took a hit in the belly, but he managed to head back out to sea where he ditched near a lifeguard destroyer and was picked up. VMF-123 participated in a sweep southwest of Tokyo that resulted in the Corsairs running across 5 Zeeks, one of which was shot down by Squadron Commander Alward. The Essex Corsairs were the first American aircraft to fly over the Imperial Palace when they escorted TBMs, but the Essex Marines found no enemy aircraft airborne on this mission. In the afternoon, 11 Corsairs from both squadrons ran across a formation of Zeeks near Tokyo, engaging in a fight that saw Gus Thomas shoot down 2 of them to run his score to 18.5, while a third Zeke and a Val were also shot down in the fight, and the flight burned 17 more on the ground at Tenryu Airfield. Bunker Hill's Corsairs claimed 8 victories, 5 by VF-84, 2 by VMF-221, and a single by VMF-451. Wasp's Corsairs had a difficult initiation in air combat. A division of VMF-217, led by Squadron Commander Major Jack Almond, escorted Helldivers and Avengers to Hamatsu Airfield, where 60 enemy aircraft were observed on the ground. The Marines burned 6. At the rendezvous point, Almond was attacked by a Zeke that hit him badly enough that he had to bail out, while his wingman, First Lieutenant Vernon Salisbury, shot down the Zeke. 2 other Corsairs failed to return to the ship. Over the course of the day, Corsairs shot down 17 enemy aircraft, while the 9 squadrons lost 10 aircraft and 8 pilots. In late 1944, the Navy had implemented an organizational change for fighter units that saw the veteran VF-9 divided in half, with half the experienced pilots going to form the nucleus of a rebuilt VF-12, now led by Coral Sea veteran Lieutenant Commander Noel A.M. Gaylor. The Navy had decided to form 5-man fighter teams that could be grown from the ground up, trained as a unit, and sent to any new squadron with a minimum of adjustment and indoctrination. The 5-man team was composed of a division leader, a second section leader, and 3 wingmen, who alternated turns to put 4 aircraft in the air. While the idea seemed good in theory, it created problems in practice. By this time, there were many Naval Academy graduates with high flight time as instructors who believed they were ready for combat assignments. Thus, many of the 5-man teams were organized around an Academy graduate who had rank and seniority but no combat experience, with a combat-experienced aviation cadet, AVCAD, assigned as the section leader, with 3 nugget ensigns fresh out of flight school filling out the division. Morale suffered. In the squadron, the Academy men, the ring-knockers as they were known to the rest, tended to gravitate to one another, while the experienced pilots who resented being led by someone they felt they had to nursemaid stayed together, and the youngsters kept to themselves. The team concept suffered, but it came at a time when the fast carrier force was undergoing previously undreamed of expansion and would not be changed for the remainder of the war. One AVCAD had proven so outstanding during his previous tour that he became a division leader in his old unit, VF-9. Lieutenant Gene Valencia, with 7 victories during the previous deployment, was given a division while the squadron was training at NAS Pasco, Washington. Valencia managed to find 3 enthusiastic JGs, junior grade lieutenants, for his division: Joseph Roquemore, who became his wingman, second section leader James B. French, and Clinton L. Smith as French's wingman. The pilots worked relentlessly under Valencia's intense leadership to become a true fighting team. Jim French later recalled, "We were at Pasco for 6 months, and most pilots flew about 70 or 80 hours a month, but Gene had us flying 100 hours a month." Since this was more than was authorized, Valencia had to find access to more fuel. While stories abounded about misappropriation, French stated, "Actually, we sort of traded for it. We slipped the service crews a few bottles from our booze ration, and they filled up our airplanes for us." Unfortunately, while on the way to Hawaii, Roquemore died of pneumonia. Valencia came across a young JG in VBF-9, Harris E. Mitchell, a 21-year-old Texan who fitted right in during training in Hawaii. Intent on building an elite team, Valencia wanted to put purple lightning bolts on their Hellcats, but regulations prohibited that. In the end, each pilot had a distinctive flying helmet. Valencia did everything he could to foster a group identity. When flight operations were finished for the day and other pilots drifted to the officers' club, Valencia's foursome sipped champagne or mint juleps from frosted glasses. While Jean Valencia never endeared himself to his superiors throughout his naval career, his pilots knew they would be ready the day they entered combat. That day came when they went aboard Lexington, which had just returned from stateside repair following the November kamikaze hit in the Philippines. Fighting 9 was on its third combat tour of the war, following action in North Africa in November 1942, and the stunning sweep at the outset of the Central Pacific Campaign from October 1943 to March 1944 that had seen it return from the deployment as the top-scoring Navy fighter unit of the war to that date. It was now third-ranked behind VF-15 and VF-2, which had taken advantage of the opportunities presented at the Marianas Turkey Shoot and Halsey's rampage through the Philippines to become the first and second top-scoring squadrons. During the first strike on February 16th, 6th Victory Ace and Squadron Commander Lieutenant Commander Herbert N. Hook led his formation through rain and snow squalls and came across what was identified as a mixed formation of Zeeks and Ki-27 Nates. The Hellcats shot down 12 of the enemy aircraft. Other VF-9 veterans were also airborne for these strikes. Lieutenant Hamilton McWhorter, who had flown with Fighting 9 in North Africa and during the squadron's first Pacific tour the year before, during which he became both the first Hellcat ace in December 1943 over the Gilberts and the first Hellcat double ace during the Truk strikes in February 1944, had been transferred to VF-12 after the squadron returned to the United States. Chick Smith, Reuben Denoff, John Franks, and Hal Vita also found themselves transferred to VF-12 and participated in the squadron's second Westpac deployment after their tour aboard Saratoga the year before. Today, McWhorter was about to demonstrate the value of the newest piece of gear in the Hellcat, the lead computing gyro gun sight. The F6F5, which we had in VF-12, had the gyro-controlled lead computing sight. That thing was a beauty. If you could put the pipper on the enemy, you were going to hit him. It was so much superior to gut instinct and luck, which was what I'd used for deflection shooting before. Inbound to Tokyo, McWhorter found a Zeke and attacked the enemy fighter. I was in an almost 90-degree overhead pass on him. I put the pipper on his nose and watched incendiary strikes all over his engine and cockpit. I hosed him like that for about 2 or 3 seconds, and he flamed. All of the VF-9 pilots who came over to VF-12 with McWhorter during this final tour became aces, with Hal Vita being the only Navy ace of the war to have a Vichy French Curtiss Hawk 75 in his scoreboard. I'm sure that the use of the lead computing sight had a lot to do with it, McWhorter recalled. It just took out a lot of the guesswork. Hancock's Hellcats of VF-80 were the most successful scorers over Tokyo. Air Group 80 was led by Lieutenant Commander Alexander O. Vorse, one of the true veterans of the Pacific War. He had first entered combat 3 years earlier as a member of VF-3 aboard the old Lexington, where he learned air combat from John Thatch and practiced it with Butch O'Hare before participating in the Battle of the Coral Sea, where he first scored, followed by duty aboard Saratoga at Eastern Solomons and Enterprise at Santa Cruz. The Vipers ran across several enemy formations during the morning sweep and claimed 24. 5 Victory Ace and Squadron CO Lieutenant Commander L.W. Keith doubled his total in the fight, while CAG Vorse led another sweep that claimed 13 in a fight that saw Vorse down 4 to bring his wartime score to 11.5. In other missions that day, the squadron ran across more aerial opposition. Lieutenant A.L. Anderson managed to shoot down 2 Oscars, a Tony, a Zeke, and a Tojo in one fight to become an ace in a day, while Lieutenant W.C. Edwards, Jr. added 2 Nates, 2 Zekes, and an Oscar to an existing score of 2.5 to become the same. 5 of the VF-80 pilots ran across more Zeeks and Oscars between Imba and Mobara airfields at approximately 1200 hours. Lieutenant Pat Fleming shot down 5 Zeeks to become the squadron's 3rd ace in a day, while section leader Lieutenant Zeke Cormier shot down 3 more. A final sweep later that afternoon saw 3 pilots claim 4 more victories, which brought the day's total to 71 confirmed and 15 probables. It was a record that would remain unsurpassed by any other American fighter squadron, made possible by the fact all those scoring belonged for VF-80, since the air group didn't divide their Hellcats into VF and VBF squadrons. VF-9 put up a second strike in the afternoon, entering a 200-foot ceiling that did not break open until they reached 20,000 feet to strike Emba Airfield 40 miles north of Tokyo. Valencia's division remained on top as high cover while the other 3 divisions hit the airfield. Spotting an enemy fighter in his rearview mirror, Valencia left wingman Mitchell behind momentarily while he pressed an attack on what turned out to be a Tojo. The enemy fighter remained just out of gun range, so he fired 4 rockets, which fell short. Mitchell caught up to his leader, opening fire on the Tojo. When it caught fire, the enemy pilot bailed out. The division hunted enemy planes in the air and on the ground over the next hour, during which Valencia scored 2, while French and Smith emerged with 3 shared victories. The Fighting 9 pilots were saddened to return to Lexington and discover they had lost their CAG. Commander Phil Torrey, who had led VF-9 into their initial combat and scored the first Hellcat victory ever over Wake Island in October 1943, was last spotted making a pass on a Tojo before disappearing in the aerial confusion. Fighting 9 CO Herb Hauk was flighted up to CAG, while Lieutenant John S. Kitchen assumed command of VF-9. San Jacinto's VF-45 scored 28 during the day, second to VF-80, with Squadron CO Commander Gordon Schechter becoming yet another ace in a day over 2 missions, while Ensign R.R. Kidwell also scored 5 in 2 missions. Air Group 4's first strike wasn't launched until 1407 hours. Major Marshall of VMF 213 led 8 Hellcats, 11 Corsairs, and 13 Avengers, along with 4 Hellcats and 9 Avengers from Kaupens, with the Ota Aircraft Assembly Plant in Tokyo as their target. Unfortunately, their late launch meant a change in target. The flyers attacked Mawatari Airfield, inflicting considerable damage to the hangars and other installations. Captain W.J. Bedford and Captain M.L. Parks led their 2 divisions in strafing the field following their bomb runs. The Corsairs hit 10 twin-engine aircraft they identified as Bettys, setting 4 on fire, while the Avengers lit up the hangars on the south end of the airfield. Several other sweeps were launched through the afternoon, and by the end of the day the 2 Marine squadrons had claimed 5 enemy aircraft shot down, with 15 claimed by Fighting 4's Hellcats. With the weather closing in during the late afternoon, 2 divisions of VFN-90's F6F5N Hellcats were launched from Enterprise on a zipper mission to hit the Japanese airfield at Yokosuka in order to prevent any Japanese attempts to attack the fleet. 90 minutes after these Hellcats left the ship, the specially modified electronic warfare TBM-3D was launched with a Hellcat escort to orbit over Tokyo Bay and jam Japanese radar. The mission also succeeded in identifying 23 separate enemy radar installations, valuable information when the fleet returned to these waters. VTN-90 launched 11 TBM-3D radar-equipped Avengers at 0130 hours on February 17th to search for enemy surface units and shipping trying to slip out of the inland sea. The search was unsuccessful since there were no ships to find, so the planes attacked airfields on Niishima and Hachijojima south of Tokyo Bay. 6 more Avengers were launched at 0300 hours to heckle targets south of Tokyo with the intention of deceiving the Japanese by generating misleading radio traffic about future American plans. The weather was so cold on February 17th that pilots flew in long underwear, and rainwater froze in gun breeches at high altitude where the outside air temperature at 25,000 feet was 55 below zero. With the worsening weather, strikes were canceled before the full schedule was completed. Several formations were able to break through to Tokyo, however, where the weather was somewhat better. 3 air groups joined together to fly the biggest strike of the attack, a bombing mission against 3 Japanese aircraft factories in Tokyo. 22 F-6Fs, 7 F-4Us, and 13 TBMs came from Air Group 4, with Air Group 84 sending 12 F-4Us, 15 SB-2Cs, and 15 TBMs, while Air Group 46 launched 8 F-6Fs and 9 TBMs. VMF-124's Captain W.J. Thomas led the 7 Corsairs that escorted 13 Torpedo 4 TBM-3s to strike the Nakajima-Tama aircraft engine plant on the northwestern edge of Tokyo. The Marines encountered 24 Tonys, Oscars, and Tojos just after they crossed the coast south of Tokyo that harassed the formation through their approach, bombing run, and post-strike rendezvous southwest of the city. Thomas and his division were at 17,000 feet and had just crossed the shoreline when 4 Zeeks came at the Corsairs and slow-rolled as they flashed past, trying to draw the escorts away from their charges. 5 Oscars were spotted above that followed the attackers into the target area, where they were joined by 2 more. 4 of the Oscars followed the Avengers when they entered their bombing runs, but couldn't get through defending escorts. Section leader First Lieutenant Dahl found his guns were frozen when he attempted to counter an Oscar on his tail by turning into the enemy and opening fire. The maneuver put the Oscar on the tail of his wingman, Lieutenant Getz. Dahl turned toward the Oscar and managed to open fire successfully. The Oscar flicked away and the 2 Marines rejoined and went after it. When the Oscar turned to attack them, Getz fired a burst that hit its engine and set the enemy fighter on fire. Dahl witnessed the enemy's crash. While Dahl and Getz were involved with their Oscar, 4 others attacked Thomas and his wingman, Lieutenant Reynolds. In the ensuing fight, Reynolds flamed one while Thomas hit another that dived away with its engine smoking. When another Oscar turned in on Reynolds's tail, Thomas opened fire and set it aflame before it fell away. Thomas's flight was credited with definitely shooting down 2 Oscars, while 2 others were credited as damaged after they were seen smoking and burning, though there was no witness to the final outcome. None of the Essex bombers was lost despite heavy anti-aircraft fire, and the target was successfully bombed. VF-4's Lieutenant D.E. Diz Laird shot down 3, which, combined with his 2 Luftwaffe kills scored during Rangers Norway strikes and Operation Leader during the summer of 1943, made him the only Navy ace of the war with victories against both Germany and Japan. Hollis Hills, who scored 5 as a U.S. Navy pilot in 1944, scored 1 FW-190 shot down while a member of the RCAF. In addition to the main Tokyo strike, Essex launched several fighter sweeps. Captain Hartsock's VMF-124 Corsairs attacked Teteyama Airfield at 0708 hours, while Major Marshall's sweep attacked coastal shipping, during which 2nd Lieutenant R.D. Greer destroyed a Judy he found. Over the course of these missions, the Essex Marines were credited with 7 victories, and the Red Rippers of Fighting 4 claimed 8. The other 2 air groups were equally successful in finding and hitting their targets despite the bad weather. Air Group 84's Navy and Marine Corsairs ran into aerial opposition that saw the Navy flyers equal their previous day's score of 5, while the Marines shot down an additional 11. In another strike, Major Alward of VMF-123 bagged a Tojo and then attacked a train with rockets, which exploded so spectacularly he had mud still caked on his windscreen when he recovered aboard Bennington. VF-80's Pat Fleming led 3 divisions on a sweep southwest of Katori Airfield, where the Hellcats ran across Nates, Oscars, Zeeks, and Tojos. Fleming scored an additional 4 on top of the previous day's 5 that took his wartime total to 19, and made him the 4th-ranked Navy ace, while the others claimed a further 8. The Vipers had scored a stunning total of 83 over the 2 days of strikes. Overall, the fleet's Hellcat fighter squadrons were responsible for 68 victories, with an additional 13 by Yorktown's Hellcat fighter bombers of VBF-3, in addition to their previous day's total of 23. When the fleet turned away to the south shortly after noon as the weather became worse, total claims for the 2 days of strikes were 340 in the air and 200 more wrecked on airfields. 60 fleet aircraft had been lost to enemy action and a further 30 to operational causes, owing to the bad weather and heavy seas. Several ships were also sunk in Tokyo Bay, including the 10,600-ton Yamashiro Maru. Over 1,000 American planes participated in the strikes. Losses were unexpectedly high, largely owing to the large number of inexperienced flyers on their first combat missions. On the evening of February 24th, Task Force 58 returned to strike Tokyo a second time following a week spent supporting the invasion of Iwo Jima, when the fleet closed to 175 miles southeast of Tokyo. The next morning, 174 B-29s of the 21st Bomber Command destroyed approximately 643 acres of the snow-covered city, dropping 453.7 tons of incendiaries and some fragmentation bombs. Tokyo was spared the intended fire when high winds at altitude spread the incendiaries, preventing a good concentration. The next morning, Essex launched a fighter sweep led by Lieutenant Colonel Millington at 0727 hours in atrocious weather. Shortly after they made landfall, the Corsairs ran into Japanese opposition and several dogfights took place. Captain Finn and Second Lieutenant Donald A. Carlson joined in damaging another Oscar, while 3 other Oscars were hit but not confirmed by others in the flight. The Marines strafed Kumagaya and Matsuyama airfields, where Carlson was forced down because of a hit in his gas tank. He made a hard landing in a plowed field and radioed to those above, "Good luck to you guys. Say howdy to my wife. I'll be seeing you at Mike's." He made good on the promise 6 months later when he arrived in Hawaii, alive and as well as a man could expect who had lost his teeth during frequent beatings, had been starved and put in solitary confinement for 40 days. The fight was Air Group 4's final confrontation with the enemy. At the same time that Air Group 4 experienced its final combat, Roger Hedrick led 16 VF-84 Corsairs on a sweep to Katori Airfield, where they ran into 8 Ki-84 Hayate fighters, known to the Americans as Frank. Hedrick, a 9-victory ace with VF-17 in the Solomons, quickly disposed of 2 Franks, flying through the fireball when the second exploded right in front of him. Lieutenant Willis Laney's division ran across a group of Zeeks, and he flamed 2. Hedrick then made his final score of the war when he set a Zeke on fire that crashed on the beach below. Having destroyed 9, VF-84 then expended their rockets on targets of opportunity. In all, the fighters of Task Force 58 claimed 160 Japanese planes destroyed, of which only 37 were taken on the wing. High seas and bad weather prevented further strikes against Tokyo, and Admiral Mitscher ordered the carriers out of the Tokyo area the next day. Scheduled strikes against Nagoya, Kobe, and Osaka were canceled when high seas prevented the fleet from reaching a favorable launching position. On February 27th, the fleet refueled southwest of Iwo Jima and took replacement aircraft from the supporting CVEs. Chapter 7. Iwo Jima. With Japanese air power in the home islands sufficiently checkmated, Fifth Fleet turned toward Iwo Jima on February 18th. The amphibious forces were set to invade the next day. The island was important because of its location, halfway between the Marianas and Japan, and only 600 miles from Tokyo. By the end of May, 3 airfields would nearly cover the island, providing safe haven for B-29s shot up over Japan that could not make the full 1,200-mile flight back to the Marianas, while long-range P-51 Mustangs based there would provide escorts for the bombers on their raids over the home islands. As the Fifth Fleet headed toward Iwo Jima, the amphibious forces had already arrived off the island on February 16th to begin softening up what one Marine later described as a bad-smelling pork chop, burned black, 5 miles long and 2.5 miles wide. On the first day, one of the strangest events of the entire invasion happened at 14:13 hours, when an OS-2U-3 Kingfisher float plane from Pensacola, CA-24, flown by Lieutenant Junior Grade D.W. Gandy, USNR, reported he had a Zeke on his tail. A moment later he called that he was going after the enemy fighter, and then shortly exulted, "I got him! I got him!" Gandy was over Mount Suribachi at 1,500 feet when his radio man called that a Zeke was on their tail. The enemy fighter fired a short burst as it dove past while Gandy zigzagged, then made a tight right climbing turn that put him 500 feet right in front of the Kingfisher. Gandy opened up with his single .30 caliber machine gun and hit the enemy fighter's cockpit, engine, and wing root. He continued firing as the Zeke smoked, burst into flames, and crashed on the side of the volcano. VMF 124's Lieutenant Colonel Millington led a flight of 24 F-4Us and 24 F-6Fs that were launched at 0642 hours on D-Day, February 19, 1945, to support the invasion. The fighters strafed the flanks of the landing beaches and the high ground beyond, dropping napalm and firing rockets, then strafed the beaches just ahead of the first landing craft. Bad weather prevented another strike on D-Day and would hamper air support throughout the campaign. One of the most unique squadrons taking part in the invasion was VOC-1, which operated 28 FM-2 Wildcats aboard Wake Island, CVE-65, in the highly specialized role of naval gunfire direction. Originally commissioned in December 1943 as VOF-1, Observation Fighter Squadron, in answer to the experience of ship-based observation units during the invasions of North Africa and Sicily, where it was found that the Curtiss SOC-3 Seagull simply couldn't survive in hostile airspace, the squadron had been the third after VF-12 and VF-17 to receive the F-4U-1 Corsair, which allowed the gunfire spotters to defend themselves. The pilots had been specially trained as artillery spotters at the U.S. Army Artillery School at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Despite the fact they had cured their Corsairs of all the problems associated with the F-4U's use aboard carriers, the Corsairs were taken away and the squadron was mounted on F-6, F-5 Hellcats when they went aboard Tulagi, CVE-72, to participate in Operation Dragoon, the invasion of southern France. While spotting gunfire for the invasion on August 20, 1944, Ensign Alfred R. Wood saw and shot down 2 Luftwaffe HE-111H bombers over Lyon, France, one shared with Lieutenant René E. Poussel, while Division Leader, Lieutenant Commander John H. Sandor, and Ensign David Robinson shot down a 3rd Heinkel bomber. The next day, Lieutenant Junior Grade Edward Olszewski shot down 2 Ju-52s over the Rhone River, while his wingmen, Ensign Richard W. Yenser, shot down a 3rd Ju-52. With 2 other German aircraft shot down by the Hellcats of VF-74, these were the only U.S. Navy Hellcat victories in Europe. The squadron had been responsible for the destruction of 825 trucks and other vehicles, with another 334 damaged by the naval gunfire they spotted. After transferring from the Hellcat to the Wildcat, the squadron went aboard Wake Island in Hawaii in November 1944 and participated in the invasion of Luzon in January 1945, where pilots were credited with 11 more aerial victories. During the Iwo Jima invasion, squadron pilots flew 2 and even 3 missions a day between February 16th and March 10th, for a total of 2,375 flying hours calling gunfire for battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. Owing to the bad weather throughout the invasion, there were many days where VOC-1's Wildcats were the only American aircraft over the island. While the rest of Task Force 58's aircraft were forced by the weather to remain aboard their ships, Enterprise launched 6 Hellcats at 16:30 to provide dusk cap over the island. While this mission proved uneventful, their replacements launched 2 hours later proved the worth of night fighters when they were vectored on 8 interceptions. Shortly before 1930 hours, Lieutenant James Wood made radar contact with an enemy Ki-49 Helen, a twin-engine heavy bomber, and splashed it after a 30-minute pursuit. Task Group 58.5, Enterprise, Saratoga, and their escorts was dissolved on February 21st. Saratoga joined Rear Admiral Calvin Durgan's Task Group 52.2, the escort carrier force operating northeast of Iwo Jima that provided direct air support for the Marines, where she would fly night patrols over Iwo Jima and nearby Chichijima. Enterprise joined Task Group 58.2, where she operated with Lexington and Hancock. Venerable Saratoga was now Queen of the Jeeps. Escort carriers were known as Jeep carriers, but her reign was short-lived. Her radar picked up a large bogey, estimated at 20 to 25 aircraft, 75 miles distant, just before 16:30 hours that same day. At first, the bogey was identified as friendly owing to the fact other combat air patrols and anti-submarine patrols were returning to the task force. 20 minutes later, however, the 6 Saratoga fighters that were sent to investigate positively identified the enemy formation and quickly downed 2 Zeeks. 9 minutes after that, 6 Judy dive bombers popped out of the low cloud cover and attacked the old carrier. Despite deadly anti-aircraft fire, the Judys hit Saratoga with 3 bombs in 3 minutes, and 2 suicide attackers damaged her when they glanced off her starboard side. 2 more suicide hits wrecked the forward flight deck, and large fires were set off in the hangar deck that damage control parties fought for 90 minutes before bringing them under control at 1842 hours. At 1846 hours, 5 more suicide attackers were spotted. 4 were shot down by Saratoga's defending gunners, but 1 dropped a bomb that exploded over the flight deck just before the Judy hit and bounced over the side. Saratoga began recovering planes an hour later, but her war was over. With 192 wounded and 123 killed or missing, Saratoga was spared further attack, but the Japanese sent raids throughout the night to hit the invasion fleet. While the kamikazes went after Saratoga, Bismarck C, CVE 95, was attacked at 1845 hours when she was hit by a Judy on her starboard side near the rear of the flight deck under the 40mm gun tub. The kamikaze crashed through the hangar deck into the magazines below. 2 minutes later, another attacker was spotted in the last light of day as it dived out of the cloudy sky and hit the aft elevator shaft. This Judy exploded on impact, which destroyed the firefighting saltwater distribution system, preventing further damage control as the fires spread. At 1910 hours, the abandoned ship order was given. Bismarck C burned fiercely for 3 more hours before she rolled over and sank, taking 318 of her crew with her. The little CVE was the last U.S. Navy aircraft carrier sunk during World War II. Over the next 12 hours, 3 destroyers and 3 destroyer escorts managed to rescue 605 officers and men from her crew of 923. Despite darkness, heavy seas, and continuing air attacks, 378 men, including her captain, were pulled from the water by the crew of Edmonds, DE-406. 30 of Edmonds' crew went into the water to rescue wounded. Lunga Point, CVE 94, Keokuk, AKN-4, and LST-477 also came under attack, but all three escaped with relatively light damage. The badly damaged Saratoga returned to the United States, where the Navy decided that, owing to her extensive damage and age, she would become exclusively a training carrier. Repairs included removing the aft elevator and turning the hangar deck into classrooms. She returned to Pearl Harbor on June 1, 1945, and continued training aviators throughout the summer. Following the surrender, she took part in Operation Magic Carpet, returning 29,204 veterans to the United States, the largest number of any ship participating. She was finally taken out of service in December 1945. Over a 17-year career, during which she was instrumental in developing naval aviation's operational capability and the tactics that would lead to victory in World War II, Saratoga set a record of 98,549 landings and received 8 battle stars for her World War II service. In the summer of 1946, she was sunk in Test Baker of the Operation Crossroads atomic bomb tests at Bikini Atoll. While Saratoga fought for her life, all VFN-90 fighters aboard Enterprise were manned at 1700 hours, but it was not until 1748 hours that the first night cap was launched. The 2 Hellcats operated with other F6F5Ns from the Essex and Randolph, CV-15, night fighter detachments. They were vectored on several intercepts until an hour after sundown, but the enemy managed to evade each interception. Enterprise launched 8 VTN-90 Avengers on a search for 8 missing Saratoga planes, led by Commanding Officer Lieutenant C.B. Collins. The planes experienced poor visibility as they flew under a low ceiling while they searched out to 150 miles due south of Iwo Jima before returning to a rendezvous point 5 miles east of the island. 4 Avengers piloted by Collins, Lieutenant Junior Grade Gordon Hinrichs, Lieutenant Junior Grade Ernie Lawton, and Lieutenant Junior Grade Joe Jewell were the first to arrive. When they emerged from the overcast at 400 feet, they discovered they were immediately astern of Tennessee, BB-43. They turned hard left, which put them abeam of Idaho, BB-42, with other ships of the invasion fleet nearby. The kamikaze attacks had the ship's gunners alert and on edge. An LST was first to open fire, followed by every ship that could bring her guns to bear. Lawton and Jewell managed to climb back into the clouds, but Collins and Hinrichs dove for the water, which put them at masthead height between 2 lines of ships that included Idaho and Tennessee, as well as the battleships Nevada, Texas, and Arkansas, and the cruisers Chester, Pensacola, Salt Lake City, and Tuscaloosa. All of them fired at the enemy aircraft, and the curtain of anti-aircraft was continuous, heavy, and accurate. Hinrichs ditched his shot-up Avenger, but was then nearly run down by a subchaser with its crew lined up at the rail with pistols and Thompson submachine guns. Hinrichs cussed them out in considerable detail and length before they identified him and his crew as American. When the 3 were brought aboard, Hinrichs told one deckhand that if he was as handy with a line as he was with those goddamn guns, they'd have been aboard 5 minutes earlier. While Hinrichs and his crew were rescued, Collins and his crew were never found. He was the 2nd VTN-90 commander lost in as many months. The Marines on Iwo Jima took Mount Suribachi on February 23rd and raised the American flag. Task Force 58 set course to the north, leaving Enterprise to provide night air cover until the island was declared secure on March 9th. The venerable carrier, the only survivor of the pre-war fleet carriers, was about to add a new record to her already illustrious tally. Enterprise's original assignment was provision of dusk and night cap. Now she was assigned additional responsibilities as the sole large carrier on station. Kamikazes were staging through airfields in the northern Bonans, and the Big E was given the job of suppressing the airfields. She was also assigned responsibility to provide daytime cap for the escort carriers. This required her to operate aircraft 24 hours a day. Between February 23rd and March 2nd, Enterprise had a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 22 planes in the air at any given time. No other carrier in World War II accomplished such an operation. Unlike the day carriers, which launched an entire deck load for a single strike, Enterprise launched no more than 4 to 8 aircraft at a time. But there was continuous flight deck activity owing to the 24-hour operation cycle. Operations began at 0630 hours when the first 4-plane cap was launched, with further cap launches every 3 hours till dusk. 6 to 12 Hellcats were launched at 1645 hours for dusk patrol over Iwo. Between 1815 and 0415 hours, these patrols were relieved every 2 hours by launching 2 Hellcats. At 1530 hours, the final day fleet cap mission was launched. The fleet cap was relieved at 1815 hours by the first night cap, which was relieved at 3-hour intervals until 0315 hours. The Airedales never received more than a 30-minute break from launching or landing aircraft. Avengers flew search missions and anti-submarine patrols during the day, as well as target towing missions for fleet anti-aircraft practice. Depending on good weather, at sunset, 2 Hellcats and 4 Avengers would be launched for airfield suppression over Chichijima. 4 single-aircraft night Heckler missions were flown starting at 1815 hours, with either a Hellcat or Avenger sent to bomb the Chichijima airfield in an effort to slow the enemy's efforts to repair the damage caused by the dusk strike, with the last mission launched at 0145 hours. On March 6th, pre-dawn strikes were added to target Susaki Airfield, the Futami seaplane base, and any shipping discovered in the vicinity of Chichijima. While these operations took their greatest toll on the pilots and flight deck crews, the whole crew had to adapt to the new procedures and routines to support these operations. Day and night shifts were created in the Air Department divisions, so flight operations had only half the number of men usually at work. This meant there were only 3 crews of plane handlers to spot planes on deck during the day and 4 at night, rather than the normal 7, which doubled the workload for each crew. Flight deck operations were changed to involve the least aircraft possible. The deck park was forward of amidships, leaving the afterdeck free for landings, while aircraft were launched from the 2 catapults, which reduced the amount of deck required. Hangar deck operations were also changed to require only half the usual number of handler crews. With only 3 landing signal officers aboard, the LSOs often worked 13-hour shifts, more than twice what was considered reasonable. There was only 1 qualified catapult officer. He worked 18-hour shifts, since he was required to be present for all catapult launches. Despite the exhaustion from the near-continuous flight activity, only 3 serious accidents happened. A Hellcat proved once again the fighter's legendary toughness, plowing into the rear of the Enterprise's island on February 27th with the pilot escaping injury, though the plane was a write-off. 2 accidents on March 1st and 5th involved Hellcats going into the barriers when they lost their tailhooks on touchdown. The flight deck went quiet for 45 minutes in the late afternoon of March 2nd, owing to a thick warm front that brought heavy rain and 0 visibility after 174 hours of continuous operations. Enterprise had launched 406 flights, an average of 50 every 24-hour period. During this time, Night Air Group 90 expended tens of thousands of rounds of 50 caliber ammunition, 261 100-pound bombs, 154 3.5-inch rockets, and 94 5-inch rockets. Enterprise had proven that it was possible to conduct the kind of all-weather operations that became standard over the next 60 years. Continuous small-scale Heckler operations were shown to be an effective, less expensive alternative to periodic, large-scale heavy bombing raids for neutralizing enemy airfields. When the front passed, operations resumed at their former pace. The next day, 6 Avengers struck Chichijima in a daylight strike and torpedoed a small freighter in Higashi Harbor on the outlying island of Hahajima. Over the next 5 days, Enterprise maintained the same grueling operating schedule, with only a few interruptions owing to continuing poor weather. The purpose of the invasion was realized on March 4th, when the first damaged B-29 made an emergency landing on the recently repaired Airfield No. 1. 2 days later, the first P-51D Mustangs of the 7th Air Force's 21st Fighter Group arrived on the island. Their presence relieved Enterprise of her responsibility for air defense of the island, though she continued to mount night heckler raids and pre-dawn strikes against Chichijima's airfield for 3 more days. By March 9th, all of the 21st Fighter Group's Mustangs were present on Iwo Jima, and Enterprise could be relieved. The last plane from the last strike against Chichijima trapped aboard at 21:20 hours on March 9th. At 21:21 hours, Enterprise set course due south, putting Iwo Jima behind her at 20 nautical miles per hour. During her 2 weeks of duty at Iwo Jima, Enterprise was never attacked, and her aircraft destroyed or damaged only 3 enemy planes and 8 freighters and barges. While the long hours the crew put in had not translated into tangible results for the effort, Captain Grover B. Hall's action report for February 10th through 22nd accurately stated, "One does not employ a night watchman and determine his worth in terms of the number of bandits he kills. His value is determined by the number of bandits which his presence discourages from approaching." The invasion of Iwo Jima was originally planned to last 2 weeks, but the island was not declared secure until March 16, 1945. The battle cost the United States 4,554 Marines and 363 Navy men killed. Of the 21,000 Japanese defenders, fewer than 3,000 survived.